Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama.
It is a summer evening in Paris in the year 1846.
Good evening, Monsieur le Baron.
Good evening, Nanine. Is Marguerite at home?
She is at the opera, but she'll be back soon.
How is she?
Oh, much the same. Her cough is bad at times, and also the pain in her chest, but she makes light of it.
What does the doctor say?
He implores her to rest as much as possible, but she will not listen.
I will wait for her. Have there been other callers?
Madame Prudence came, but she was in a hurry.
Madame Prudence?
She once worked in the same shop with Madame.
Was Marguerite in a shop?
She was an embroideress, Monsieur le Baron.
Amazing. The most famous courtesan in Paris once worked in a shop.
Didn't you know that? She's never made a secret of it.
So, the beautiful Marguerite once worked for her living. And now she has horses, carriages, jewels, and debts amounting, so they say, to 2,500 louis.
Which you are offering to pay, but it may be better to owe money to some people than gratitude to others.
Of course, there's always the Count de Giray.
Oh, be careful, Monsieur le Baron. You have a wicked tongue. Oh, here's Madame now.
Supper ready, Nanine? Oh, the opera's made me so hungry.
Oh, de Varville, so you're here.
Isn't it my fate always to be waiting for you?
Is it my fate never to come home without finding you here?
Is it my fault that I love you?
My dear friend, if I were to listen to all the people who say they're in love with me, I should have no time to eat or drink. I allow you to come here at any hour when I'm at home, and to wait for me if I'm out. But if you will persist in talking of nothing but your love...
And yet, Marguerite, a few months ago at Bagnières, you did give me a little hope.
My dear, that was at Bagnières, when I was ill and bored. This is Paris, and I'm well again, and not at all bored.
I imagine not, when one is in love with the Count de Giray.
I'm free to love whom I choose. It concerns no one but myself, and you least of all. So if you've nothing better to say, perhaps you'll be good enough to go.
Marguerite, listen. I have 4,000 louis a year.
How nice. I have 5,000. Nanine?
Yes, Madame.
Did you see Madame Prudence? Is she coming this evening?
Yes, she'll be here in a minute. This bouquet came for you.
Roses. You like roses, don't you, Nanine? Take them and put them in your room.
Oh, thank you, Madame.
Don't you like roses?
What do they call me?
Marguerite Gautier.
What other name?
Lady of the Camellias.
Why?
I suppose because you wear no other flowers.
I like no other flowers to wear or have in my rooms. So never send me roses again.
I always do the wrong thing. Don't I, Marguerite?
Prudence? Prudence?
Yes?
Prudence, aren't you coming? Supper's practically on the table.
Oh, I can't come this evening after all.
Oh, why not?
I have a young gentleman with me who's taking me out to supper.
Well, bring him over then, and he won't have to pay for it.
Very well.
Does Madame Prudence live opposite you?
Yes, the house across the street. It's most convenient. I just have to call across.
Who is this Madame Prudence?
She's a milliner. The pity is that nobody buys her hats, save myself. And actually, I never wear the ones I do buy. But I like her, and she's hard up.
Marguerite! Marguerite!
Oh, Prudence, my dear.
Marguerite, may I introduce Monsieur Armand Duval, a man who swears he worships you more than does anyone else in Paris.
Well, Monsieur Duval, I trust your great passion has not destroyed your appetite. I cannot bear to see a man who nibbles at his food.
Madame, this is a great honor.
Monsieur, you are very welcome. Prudence, may I introduce Monsieur le Baron de Varville, Monsieur Duval, Monsieur le Baron.
Good evening, Monsieur le Baron.
Good evening, Monsieur.
I have wanted to meet you, Monsieur le Baron, for such a long time.
Our meeting is a pleasure for me also, Madame. Monsieur Duval, may I inquire whether you are related to the Receiver General?
He is my father, sir. Do you know him?
Yes, I met him some years ago at the...
Well, Marguerite, how do you like my young friend?
He is charming.
Oh, he adores you. In fact, he talks of nothing else. He's loved you for 2 years.
Quite a classical story, then.
When you were ill a year ago, do you remember that they told you of a young man who called to inquire after you every day? And he wouldn't leave his name?
I remember.
Well, that was Monsieur Duval.
How nice of him. Monsieur Duval,
Madame.
do you know what I've just been hearing? That you called to inquire after me every day when I was ill.
It is quite true.
Then the least I can do is to thank you. Do you hear that, de Varville? You never did that for me, did you?
I didn't know you then. I've only known you for a year.
Oh, don't be silly. Monsieur Duval has only known me for 5 minutes.
Supper is served, madame.
Oh, thank you, Nanine. Goodbye, de Varville.
What? Is he going without supper?
Yes. The Baron has to leave.
When shall I see you again, Marguerite?
We'll see. Not again this evening, anyhow. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Madame Prudence, Monsieur Duval.
Bye.
Goodbye, Monsieur le Baron.
Good night, Marguerite.
You really are very hard on the Baron, my dear.
Oh, he bores me with his 4,000 louis.
Phew, fancy complaining about that. I wish someone would offer to keep me once again. Oh, I do so hate making hats.
Come, Monsieur Armand, we will go and have supper. And forget the sordid business of money.
That was the most delicious supper, Marguerite. I was famished. Oh, why, here's Monsieur le Comte.
Desiree, I didn't hear you. How did you get in?
The concierge, my lovely lady of the camellias, the concierge. You're looking even more beautiful this evening, my Marguerite, than when I left you this morning.
Sit down and... Oh, may I present Monsieur Duval, Monsieur le Count de Desiree?
Good evening, Monsieur le Count.
Evening. How is Madame Prudence? I heard something about you in Saint-Gaudin the other day.
I suppose you heard that he is deceiving me. That's nothing new.
No, that's true. Who's not been deceived? One's friends and one's mistresses are always deceiving one. Kiss me, Margaret.
Oh, really, Monsieur le Count? You have no right to force your way in here when you've had too much to drink.
Yes, I'm drunk with love for you.
Now, Monsieur le Comte, we shall put you in the corner like a naughty boy if you can't behave.
I'll go there willingly, on condition that I'm kissed.
This is no time for kisses. We're going to dance. Nanine,
Yes, madame.
come and play the piano so that we may dance.
What shall I play, madame?
A polka. Come and dance with me, Monsieur Duval.
And you with me, Monsieur le Comte.
This is a great and an unexpected pleasure, madame.
I love to dance, monsieur. It is one of my greatest pleasures.
What's the matter, madame?
Nothing. I lost my breath.
I'm afraid you are ill.
No.
Please, stop playing.
Oh, madame. I'll get you some water.
She is ill.
It's nothing really. Just open the window and leave me alone for a moment. Go into the other room and have some more wine. I shall be with you directly.
Water, madame.
Come, we had better go.
But she is...
No. She always likes to be alone when she feels like this. Come along, Monsieur le Comte.
Thank you.
Come on, we must go.
May I wait with you, madame?
Very well.
A little more water.
Thank you.
There. Are you feeling better now?
Much better, thank you. Besides, it's nothing new.
Isn't it? Then you are killing yourself. I wish I were your friend to prevent you from destroying yourself like this.
You have a kind nature, Monsieur Armand. Look at the others. They don't trouble about me.
The others don't love you as I do.
Oh, yes. I'd forgotten that great love of yours.
You laugh at it?
Heaven forbid. Oh, no, I'm not being ungrateful, but I hear the same thing every day. It doesn't make me laugh anymore.
Will you promise me something?
What?
Take care of yourself.
If I were to take care of myself, my dear, beautiful young man, I should die. Don't you see it's only the life I lead that keeps me alive? And then it's easy enough for women who have friends and a family to take care of themselves, but for the rest of us, the moment we're no longer amusing, everyone forgets us. And the long days are followed by even longer evenings. Oh, I know all about it. I was in bed for 2 months, and after 3 weeks, nobody came near me.
I know that I am nothing to you, but if you would let me, Marguerite, I would take care of you. I would never leave you.
You'd spend time with me?
As long as I did not bore you.
You really love me as much as that?
Someday I shall tell you how much.
No, you must never tell me.
Why not?
Because a woman who spends thousands of louis a year may suit a rich man like Count de Giray, but not a young man like you. May I give you a piece of advice?
Yes?
Go away at once, if what you feel about me is true.
Oh.
Or else care for me as a friend and no other way. Come and talk to me sometimes. But have no illusions about me, for I'm not worth illusions. You're too young, and you have too much feeling to live in this world of mine. I'm trying to be honest with you. Don't dream of love and me any longer.
I shall love you forever.
Forever?
Yes.
It seems that I'm destined to live a shorter time than most people. But be sure of this. However eternal your love may be, and however short a time I have to live, I shall yet live longer than your love.
Marguerite.
Oh, I know you believe what you say. You're sincere, and that deserves a reward. Here, take this camellia I'm wearing.
Oh, I shall treasure it.
No, bring it back to me.
When?
When it's faded.
How long will that take?
Just the length of time it takes for any flower to fade. A morning or an evening.
Oh, Marguerite.
Tell me again that you love me.
I love you.
Now you must go.
So, you are thinking of leaving Paris, Marguerite?
Yes, Prudence, for the summer.
Oh, it'll do you good. Where will you go?
I've seen a house at Auteuil.
Oh, what rent are they asking?
200 louis.
200? Oh, you must be in love.
Perhaps.
Has Armand been here today?
Need you ask?
I brought him here 4 days ago, and he's been here every day since.
Prudence, feel my heart. There. Can you feel how it's beating?
What's it doing that for?
Because it's 6 o'clock and Armand is coming.
So, for the first time in your life, you have fallen in love.
Marguerite! Oh, I beg your pardon, Madame Prudence. How are you?
In the way, I should imagine. So I'll leave you.
Armand?
Well?
Do you love me as much as ever?
No.
What?
I love you 1,000 times more.
Oh. What have you been doing since you left me?
Seeing anyone who could talk to me about you. I've had a letter from my father saying he was expecting me to join him at Tours, as the summer was going to be a wonderful one in the vineyards. And I've written to tell him that he needn't wait for me any longer, as if I could go to Tours. Who cares about grapes?
But you mustn't quarrel with your father.
There is no danger of that. And you, what have you been doing?
Thinking of you.
Really and truly?
Really and truly. And I've been making some splendid plans.
Tell me about them.
Would it make you happy if you were to spend the summer in the country with me?
Oh, how can you ask?
Well, I thought of a scheme. If it's successful, I shall be free in a fortnight from now. My debts will be paid, and we can go and spend the summer together in the country.
But how are you going to manage it?
You must leave that to me.
Oh.
Just tell me, do you like the idea?
Of course. The very thought makes me wild with joy. But why can't you tell me?
Come and see me tomorrow, and we'll talk of it again.
Tomorrow? Are you sending me away already? Are you expecting anyone?
Armand, please.
The thought of any other man near you drives me insane.
There have been many men in my life.
I know, I know.
I love only you. Don't you believe me?
Yes, I believe you. Oh, dearest heart, forgive me. I am going now.
And I shall expect you tomorrow at 12. Nanine.
I can find my own way out.
Goodbye, you foolish boy.
Until tomorrow.
You wanted me, madame?
To see Monsieur Armand out, but he's gone. Oh, Nanine, does he really love me, I wonder? And am I even sure that I love him? How can I be sure? I've never loved anyone before, so how can I be sure?
There. Put your feet up and rest a while. Oh, Monsieur the Count.
Good evening, Marguerite, my dear. How are you?
Quite well.
And more beautiful, more seductive than ever. Well, you asked me to be here at 6:30. As you see, I'm punctual.
Thank you, Desiree. There's something I want to ask you.
By the way, did someone leave here a moment ago?
No. No one.
As I was getting out of the carriage, it seemed to me that someone ran up to see who I was and, having seen me, went away again. But he probably didn't like the look of me.
Very possibly.
Well, what did you want to see me about?
Have you any ready money?
Never have any ready money.
I need some.
How much?
700 louis.
The devil you do. Is the matter urgent?
It is.
Very well, then, I'll raise it for you. Take this ring. It's worth a good deal more than 700 louis.
Oh, no. No, I won't accept that. I always thought you had money. I wouldn't have asked you otherwise. I certainly won't allow you to sell or even pawn a family heirloom. That's your famous ruby, isn't it?
Marguerite, I shall be in your debt forever. So no family ruby or anything else would stop me paying such a debt of honor.
No.
This letter has just come for you, madame, and it is to be given to you immediately.
A letter from Armand. What does it mean? I do not choose to be made ridiculous.
Is there a reply, madame?
No. No reply. So ends a dream. I have a piece of news for you, my friend. I no longer need the money I asked for.
So, your creditors return their bills to you marked paid, do they?
No, my dear. I was in love, that's all.
With who?
And with someone without any money, as it always happens. See what he writes.
Armand Duval. He seems very jealous on such short acquaintanceship. Or is it still acquaintance? It's just as well, perhaps, that I've outgrown jealousy. Well, I'd best be going now. Unless perhaps you'd consent to have supper with me?
Thank you, my dear, but no, I'm tired. If you'll excuse me.
Of course. And if there's anything else I can do for you at any time, I'm at your service. Good night, Marguerite.
Marguerite! Marguerite!
Prudence, what is it?
Armand is here in my house. He wants to speak to you.
Well, I don't want to speak to him. What does he want?
How do I know? Does he know himself? But he's desperately in love.
Marguerite, you cannot keep me away. I'm going to jump across to your balcony.
Oh, no, Armand, no. You might have broken your neck leaping across like that.
Marguerite.
Well?
Again, I must beg for forgiveness. Look, I kneel at your feet.
You've upset me a great deal.
And you, Marguerite? Did you not hurt me? When I saw the Count and realized that it was for him that you sent me away, I lost my head. I went mad, I think, and wrote to you as I did. But when, instead of defending yourself, you told Nanine there was no answer, I began to wonder what would become of me if I were never to see you again.
Well, you came to a wise decision.
What?
To go away. You said in your letter you were going away.
How can I?
You must. You're right. It would be better for us not to see each other anymore. Not only for your sake, but for mine.
Of course, if you don't love me...
Oh, you don't know what you're saying.
Then why?
I've been thinking it over, and I realize that what I'd hoped for is impossible. Armand, I'm attractive, and I pleased you. That was something. Forget the rest.
You didn't speak like that about those months we were to spend together, far away from Paris and from everyone.
That's true. I was going to follow a dream. There have been so many days when I've wearied of the life I lead and longed for something different. Women like myself seem happy. We're envied. We have lovers who ruin themselves not for us, as they say, but for their own vanity. We have friends who pander to us.
Oh,
yes. These so-called friends care little enough what we do, as long as the world sees them in our box at the opera, in our carriage in the Bois. And then I met you, and I knew the joy of wanting someone for himself alone, not for the material things he could give me. For a moment, I built a whole future on your love. But you did not wish it.
Oh, Margaret.
So let's say no more about it. After all, it was nothing but a dream.
Do you think I could ever leave you after what you just told me? When happiness is so near, are we to run away from it? No, Marguerite, no. Your dream shall come true. I swear it to you. We love each other. Let us follow our happiness.
Don't deceive me, Armand. Don't deceive yourself. Think what I am and who I am. Come in.
I've been asked to give you this, madame.
Who's it from?
The Count de Giray.
What is it?
A ruby ring. There's a card attached.
What does it say?
This is merely a token, my dear, to buy you such happiness as there is in the world.
Send it back to the Count, Nanine. Send it back. I'm lucky. I do not have to buy my happiness.
Marguerite! Marguerite!
Dear one, what is it?
Oh, I missed you.
It's only 2 minutes since I left you in the garden.
I miss you if you leave me for 2 seconds.
And I you.
Look, I've just picked this rose for you, and when it has faded, I'll pick you another.
A wild rose is easier to pick than a camellia.
I never picked a camellia.
You hate them, don't you?
I like to give you flowers no one else gives you.
Yet one day you'll bring me camellias and love me for myself. Not the dreamlike illusion you have of me now.
Oh, dearest heart, don't let's destroy such a perfect day. Never has there been such a beautiful summer.
Sun, sun, sun.
The flowers in the garden can never have been lovelier. It will be a wonderful year for the grapes.
Grapes?
Yes, the vines. You know, my father owns many vineyards, and they need the sun.
Of course. Armand, are you happy?
No man has ever been happier.
Good. And now, my dearest, I must leave you for a short while and consult with Nanine about our lunch. Monsieur Duval.
Prudence, come in. How nice to see you at Auteuil. Have you driven out from Paris?
Yes, and walked through your beautiful garden. Where's Marguerite?
In the kitchen with Nanine.
Oh, I'll go and find her.
No, wait, Prudence. There is something I want to ask you. A week ago, Marguerite gave you some diamond bracelets that she said were to be reset. What became of them?
Do you really want me to tell you?
Yes, I want the truth.
Marguerite told me to pawn them.
Why?
To pay bills, of course. Not forgetting food, wine, and rent. My dear boy, you seem to think that all you need do is fall in love with each other and then glide blissfully out of Paris to some pleasant spot like this and live on air. I've seen the Count de Giray, and he absolutely refuses to give Marguerite anything more unless she leaves you. And we all know she doesn't want to do that. Goodness only knows where all this is going to end.
How much money is needed?
2,000 or 3,000 louis at the very least.
Ask her creditors for a fortnight's grace. I will pay.
Are you going to borrow the money?
Yes.
Nonsense. You'll only quarrel with your father and ruin your whole future.
I suspected something of the kind and have already written to my lawyer. Hush, she's coming.
Prudence.
Marguerite.
Oh.
I want you to scold Prudence, dearest.
Oh, why?
I haven't been to Paris for a fortnight, and I asked her to call at my rooms and bring me any letters that might be there. She forgot all about it. And so I shall have to go myself.
Well, go now, dear, but come back quickly.
I shall be back before you have time to miss me. Goodbye, Prudence. I'll forgive you later.
Prudence, have you arranged everything for me?
Yes. Here is the bill of sale. The attorney is coming here to talk things over with you.
Thank you, Prudence. I'm grateful for your help.
Tell me, Marguerite, are you happy?
Very happy.
I've often wondered if you would ever really love someone and settle down. Perhaps if you can get the money and pay your debts, you might even get married.
If I wanted it, Armand would marry me tomorrow. But I love him far too well to ask such a thing.
Oh, well, as long as you are happy.
I am happy. There are moments when I forget the past, forget the Marguerite I used to be. I used to spend enough money on camellias to keep a poor family for a year. But now, a flower like this wild rose that Armand gave me just now is enough to fill my day with perfume. Yes, I am happy, but I should like to be happier still. I haven't told Armand yet that I'm forced to sell my house in Paris and all its contents. But after I've paid my debts, I shall get another house here in the country, a smaller one than this. And Armand and I shall live here very simply, forgotten by the world, but knowing the true meaning of happiness.
There's a gentleman here who wishes to speak with you, madame.
Oh, that'll be the attorney. I was expecting him. Oh, ask him to come in, Nanine. You will excuse me, Prudence.
Certainly. I'll wander in your lovely garden.
I'll join you there later.
Mademoiselle Marguerite Gauthier?
Yes, that's my name. I'm afraid Madame Prudence didn't mention yours, but you're the attorney.
I'm not an attorney. My name is Duval.
Duval? Monsieur Duval?
Yes, madame. Armand's father.
Armand is not here, sir.
It is to you that I wish to speak. My son is ruining himself for you.
But you're wrong. I accept nothing from Armand.
Do you expect me to believe that? Your luxurious ways of living are well known, or are you telling me that my son helps you to spend what you receive from others?
Monsieur Duval, you must excuse me. I am a woman, and in my own house. 2 reasons which should appeal to your courtesy. Your manners are not what I should have expected from a gentleman whom I have...
My indignation is cleverly assumed, madame, but it is nonetheless true that my son is ruining himself for you.
As I said before, you're mistaken.
Then will you explain to me the meaning of this letter? It is from our family lawyer informing me that my son wishes to make a settlement on you.
I assure you that if Armand had done such a thing, it is entirely without my knowledge. He knew that if he'd suggested it to me, I should have refused it.
Oh, fine phrases, madame.
By all that I hold most dear, by my love of Armand, I swear to you that I knew nothing of this settlement.
And yet you are living here. You must have some means.
I see that in order to convince you, I shall have to tell you something which I should have preferred to keep secret. Ever since I first knew and loved your son, I've been pawning or selling my carriages, my horses, and my jewels. A moment ago, when I was told that someone wished to speak to me, I concluded that it was in connection with the sale of my house, furniture, pictures, and all the rest of the luxury with which you reproached me. Perhaps you'd care to read this.
Yeah. A bill of sale on your furniture. The purchaser to pay your creditors, the balance to be given to you? Is this true? Is it possible that I've been mistaken?
You have. It's Armand who's changed me. He loved me so much. He loves me now. You're his father. You must be like him in some ways. So be kind. Don't speak ill of me to him. He'd believe you because he loves you. And I respect you because you're his father.
Oh, forgive me, madame, for my discourtesy a moment ago. I did not know you and was quite unprepared for what I was to find. I beg your pardon.
Thank you.
And what if I were to ask you to give Armand a real proof of your love?
Oh, no. You're going to ask something terrible of me.
You are capable of a generosity to which few women could rise, and I speak to you as a father who asks you for the happiness of his 2 children.
2 children?
Yes, Marguerite. May I call you Marguerite? 2 children. I have a daughter, young, beautiful, and virtuous. She is to be married, and she, too, has made her love the dream of her life.
I'm happy for her.
Wait. Society is exacting in certain respects. However pure your love for Armand may appear in his eyes, it is not so in the eyes of the world, which will see in you nothing but your past and which will close its doors relentlessly against you. The family of my future son-in-law have learned of the manner in which Armand is living, and they have given me to understand that my daughter's marriage cannot take place if it continues. Marguerite, in the name of your love, grant me the happiness of my child, my daughter, Armand's sister.
Armand's sister. You're right. I'll go back to Paris. I'll leave Armand for a while. It will be torment for me, but I'm glad to do this for you, so that you'll have nothing to reproach me with later. And then when his sister's married...
A temporary parting is not enough.
You mean you want me to leave Armand altogether?
You must...
Never. You don't know how we love one another. I have neither friends nor family, nor anyone in the world belonging to me. And you don't know, perhaps, that I suffer from a serious illness and have only a few years to live. To leave Armand would kill me within a few weeks.
Oh, come, let us be calm for a moment and not exaggerate. You're young and beautiful. You suffer from no more than the fatigue of a restless life. You're not going to die. I am asking you to make a big sacrifice, I know. But are you sure that this love between you and Armand will last? A marriage would be nothing but disaster. No career would be open to him. And on the other hand, he might leave you. Who can promise you that the passing of your youth will not also mean the passing of his illusion?
Oh, no.
You have been happy for 3 months. Do not smirch that happiness. Keep the memory of it always in your heart. It is as a man of the world that I'm speaking to you. It is as a father that I'm pleading with you. Marguerite, prove to me that you really love my son.
You ask me to leave Armand for his future, for his peace and honor. What must I do? Tell me. I'm ready.
You must tell him that you no longer love him.
He'll not believe me.
In that case...
Do you believe that I love Armand with a love that is truly unselfish?
Yes, I do, Marguerite.
Then, monsieur, you must trust me, for I can keep a promise, and I'm making you one now. Kiss me as though I were a daughter of yours, and I swear that this kiss, perhaps the only pure one I've ever received, will help me in what I must do. Within a week, your son will return home. For a while, he'll be very unhappy, but doubtless he'll recover.
Your kiss, Marguerite. He must never know of this conversation.
You need have no fear. He shall not know, and he shall hate me. Yes, I shall see that Armand hates me. But in return, I have one favor to ask.
Ask it.
Within a few hours, Armand will need sympathy and understanding. Will you be near him?
Yes, of course. What are you going to do?
You must leave that to me.
Is there anything I can do for you in acknowledgement of the debt I shall owe you?
When I'm dead, and Armand curses my memory, tell him that I loved him, and that I proved it. And have a pity's sake, go quickly.
Goodbye, Marguerite.
And now the letter. I must write it quickly. My dear... Oh, Armand. Yours, Marguerite. That will do it. Prudence! Prudence!
You want me, Marguerite?
Yes, I'm coming back to Paris with you. We must leave immediately. And when we get there, I want you to deliver this letter personally.
To whom?
Read the address.
Baron de Varville. Oh, you really want me to take it?
Yes.
Oh, but how
Dear
can...
Prudence, ask no questions. Just take me to Paris and deliver the letter to the Baron.
Marguerite, I didn't get to Paris. I couldn't leave you for so long. I turned back. Where are you, Marguerite?
Madame is not here, Monsieur Armand.
Not here.
She has returned to Paris. I am to go later. She will let me know.
But I don't understand, Nanine.
She left this letter for you.
Oh. I expect she wants me to go back to Paris with you and join her. It must be some sudden whim. But why has she written instead of telling me? It must be some joke. She wants me to meet her somewhere. This is only a letter. What's there to be afraid of? When you receive this, Armand, I shall be... No. Marguerite, how could you do this to me? So you are like the rest after all. Worthless. Your love a thing to be bought and sold.
Armand, what are you doing here at Dété?
I've come to see Marguerite.
Did she ask you to come here?
No, but I doubt if she will refuse me her hospitality. After all, I am, shall we say, an old acquaintance.
What a strange way to express yourself. Acquaintance?
How would you wish me to say it?
So, in the month since you and Marguerite parted, you're cured then?
Completely. I imagine Marguerite is well and that all her debts are paid?
Oh, yes, all of them.
By the Baron de Varville?
Yes.
Everything turned out for the best then. Ah, yes. This room has been redecorated, I see. Silks, satins, and camellias.
Well, there are some men born to get what they want in the end. And de Varville did wait a long time for what he wanted.
I didn't expect her to stay in this house. I thought you would return to Paris.
She did for a while. Then she came back here. Then she went back to Paris. Then she came back here again. I have never known her so restless as she is now. She's out every night and never seems to sleep. It must be bad for her, but she listens to no one, not even the doctor. Oh, Armand, why did you leave her?
Leave her? Prudence, you believed Marguerite loved me, didn't you?
Of course.
Perhaps you don't know that she wrote me a letter a month ago, telling me that she no longer loved me.
I didn't.
She said that she loved de Varville, and never wished to see me again.
Never wanted to see you again? Oh, what did you reply?
What could I say? She turned out to be like the rest, ready to sell herself to the highest bidder. I went away with my father. We went to Tours, but I could find no peace there. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't breathe. At last I felt that if I didn't see Marguerite and hear from her own lips that what she had written to me was true, I should die. So I came here tonight. I suppose I'm mad to have done such a thing.
Here comes Marguerite. Armand, Nanina's just told me that you're here. You must go at once.
Go?
Yes, immediately.
Why?
If the Baron finds out that you're here, there'll be trouble.
Ah.
He may even challenge you to a duel.
And you suggest that I should run away?
Armand, I've suffered so deeply in the last month that I can scarcely find strength to say what must be said. There's a burning pain here that takes away my breath. For the sake of our past love, for the sake of anything that you've ever held dear in your life, go home and forget that you ever knew me.
So, you are afraid for your wealthy lover.
You yourself might be killed, Armand. That's the danger.
Did you care whether I lived or died when you wrote to me that you preferred the Baron de Varville to myself and were joining him in Paris that evening? If that letter did not kill me, it was only that I might live to be revenged. I tell you that between de Varville and me, there is a quarrel to the death. For I shall kill him.
The Baron is not to blame for this.
You love him. That is reason enough for me to hate him.
You know that I don't love this man, that I could never love him.
And yet you left me and went to him. Why?
Don't ask me, Armand. I can't tell you.
Then I will tell you. You gave yourself to this man because you don't understand the meaning of loyalty and honor. Because your love belongs to the highest bidder. Because when you found yourself face to face with the sacrifice you were going to make for me, your courage failed you and you went back to the past. Because I, who would have devoted my life to you and my honor too, meant less to you than your horses and carriages and the jewels around your neck and your chameleons.
Yes, it's all true. I am a worthless and ungrateful creature who's cruelly betrayed you and who's never loved you. But the more degraded you know me to be, the less you ought to endanger your life for my sake. Armand, I beg of you to leave this house.
I will, on one condition. That you come with me.
Never.
Listen, Marguerite. There is madness in me tonight. I thought it was hatred that was driving me back to you, but it was love, Marguerite. Angry, remorseful, torturing love. For there is shame in my loving you after all that has happened. Say just one word, and I will forget everything. What do I care for this man, or any of the men in your life? Only tell me that you love me, Marguerite. We will leave this house in the past behind us, find a quiet place, and be alone with our love.
I'd give paradise itself for 1 hour of such happiness. But it's impossible. Go, forget me. You must. I've sworn it.
To whom?
To the one who had the right to ask such a thing.
To the Baron de Varville?
Yes.
Because you love him?
Let me go, Armand.
Tell me that you love him and I will let you go.
Then yes. I love him.
Prudence? Baron de Varville.
Come on, what is it?
I request your presence, and that of the Baron.
I don't know what you're doing in my house, sir, but will you please leave immediately, or it will be the worse for you?
First, I have something to say to you. This woman here, Marguerite Gautier, do you know what she did? She sold all that she had in order to live with me because she loved me so much. It was noble and generous, wasn't it? You shall hear and tell the world how vilely I treated her. I accepted the sacrifice and gave nothing in return. But it is not too late. I know now that I was wrong, and I wish to settle the account between us. I call upon you to witness that I owe this woman nothing. Here is the money I have lately won at the gambling tables. A bagful of golden louis. She shall have it all.
Oh, no.
You are a coward. A despicable coward.
Sir, I will answer that challenge tomorrow morning at dawn.
Nanine? You're awake, madame. How do you feel this morning?
Ill. Yet better. Better because I slept a little last night. Open the window, Nanine, and let in the morning air.
You mustn't catch cold. Remember what the doctor said.
We shall have you as well as ever in the spring. I suppose it was his duty to tell me.
Madam, you mustn't.
It's all right, Nanine. Oh, you're so kind. I'm sorry I'm such a trouble to you. But just open that window now, and later you shall help me to get up. What are these parcels, Nanine?
Presents for you, madame.
Oh, of course. It's New Year's Eve. Oh, I'd forgotten. How much can happen in a year? This time last year, we were all singing and laughing. None of us had been to bed at all. Oh, look. A scarf from Madame Prudence. And a bracelet from the Countess Giray. Oh, he's sent in London. No coming in the States. I'm sorry, but it won't be gone long anyhow.
I'll hurry, madame.
Oh, wait, Nanine. Before you go, will you please read this letter to me? Handwriting's so small, I can't read it myself.
How long is it since you received this letter?
6 weeks.
Why didn't you ask me to read it before?
I was afraid. I was afraid to know what was in it.
It is from Monsieur Duval.
Read it.
Madame, I have learned of the duel between
Armand and the Baron de Vardil, but not from my son, who left the country without saying goodbye to me. I'm thankful to say that the Baron is out of danger, and I know now all that happened. You have kept your word, but I fear that the recent events have injured your health, for I hear that you are ill. I have written to Armand telling him the truth. He is far away in Africa, but I hope he will return to ask for your forgiveness, not only for himself, but for me also. I did you a great wrong, and I wish to set it right. You have great courage. Allow me to assure you of my sympathy.
And my highest esteem and regard. Georges Duval.
I should have asked you to read it sooner. It would have been a great comfort. But why haven't I heard from Armand? 6 weeks and not a word. Nanine, give me a mirror. Thank you. How changed I am. I should hate Armand to see me like this, but where is he? Why haven't I heard from him? Oh, how pale I am. The doctor promised he'd cure me, and I must be patient. But that's not what he said to you, is it, Nanine? I heard him. He said I was very ill.
Oh, madame.
But one may be very ill and still live. Oh, if only Armand would come, it would save me.
Madame, I know the doctor said you were ill, but you feel better today, don't you?
Why do you ask that?
I have a surprise for you, madame. A New Year's surprise, but I wanted to prepare you. A sudden joy might be too much.
There's only one joy in my life. Only one thing I look forward to. My Armand. Oh, you don't mean... You can't mean it.
Yes, madame.
Ma. He's come to see me. He's here.
I tried to send him away, but the doctor said...
Ma. Ma. Oh, go and fetch him.
Yes, madame.
Ma. Oh, I look so pale, so ill. My hair. I have not the strength to comb it.
Marguerite. My dearest.
Ma. Is it possible that you should have come back?
Oh. If I hadn't met the doctor, I should have remained outside the house and never dared to come near you. Oh, forgive me, Marguerite. Forgive me. My father wrote and told me everything. But I was so far away, it has taken me all this time to get home. If I hadn't seen you again... Because it would have been I who killed you. Oh, how good it is to see you again, my beloved. To hold you in my arms. Do you forgive me? Say that you do.
Forgive you? Oh, my darling. It was all my fault. But what could I do? Your father won't part us again, will he? No. You do not see the Marguerite you used to know, dear one. I've been ill. But I'm still young. I shall grow beautiful again now that I'm happy. I shall grow beautiful again, shan't I? You won't leave me, will you?
I will never leave you again, Marguerite. Oh, my lady of the camellias. See what I've brought you?
Camellias. At last, you give me camellias. Oh, my love.
We will go away together to the mountains, where you will get well.
I said this morning that only one thing could save me. I'd given up hoping for it. And then you came. We must waste no time, beloved. Life was slipping away from me, but you've come back, and I'm alive. Oh, tell me again that you love me.
I love you, Marguerite. All my life is yours.
Nanine. Come, Nanine. Bring my clothes. I want to get up.
Oh, madame. Madame, you are not well enough.
I am. I'm well now that Armand is here.
Thank you, Nanine, for the faithful care you have taken of her.
We used to speak of you every day. No one else dared mention your name. Come. Help me, Nanny.
Gently, madame. You are so weak. You mustn't try to hurry.
I don't think I can. Ma.
What is it, Marguerite? Lie down again, my darling, please.
It's nothing. Happiness hurts a little at first. And I've been unhappy for so long.
Marguerite? Marguerite!
Don't be afraid, Homer. I always used to have these moments of faintness. Don't you remember?
Let me hold your hand. You are trembling. Run for the doctor, Nanine, at once.
Yes. Tell him that Armand has come back. And that I want to live. That I must live.
I will hurry.
If your coming doesn't save me, nothing will, my dearest. I've lived for love. Now, I'm dying of it.
Hush, Marguerite. You will live. You must.
Sit close beside me. As close as you can, Armand. Just for a moment, I was angry with death. But I know now that it had to come. And I'm not angry anymore. Because it has waited long enough for me to see you again.
Marguerite, don't talk like that. I can't bear it. Tell me that you're not going to die. That you don't believe it, that you will not die.
Even if I did not wish it, Armand, it would have to be. Perhaps if things had been different, if I could have been the good wife you should have had, I might have grieved more at leaving a world where you are, and a future that was, oh, so full of promise. But as it is, anything that is good in me will be yours forever. Believe me, God sees more clearly than we do.
Don't, Marguerite. Don't.
We've never danced together, you and I, have we? Since the day we met. Oh, put your arms around me, Omar. Just as if we were dancing. Hold me close, my darling.
Marguerite, my lady of the cottage, my beloved.
Kiss me, Omar. Kiss me, my love. My only love.
You have been found guilty of treason.
But I'm innocent.
You were given a fair trial.
I'm not a traitor.
You were seen by witnesses. Do you challenge their honesty?
No, but...
But what, Gavri Karja? But what?
What year is this?
You know what year this is. 1943.
Then that proves I'm innocent. If this is the year 1943... I haven't been born yet.
Our mystery drama, The Old Country, was written especially for the Mystery Theatre by Sam Dan and stars Paul Hecht. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
If there are chores or do-it-yourself projects you avoid because they seem like too much work, maybe it's because your tools don't do enough. Hi, Pat Summerall to say True Value Hardware stores offer hard-working tools like the rugged Homelight 16-inch gas chainsaw. Its powerful engine handles big cutting jobs with ease, and the safety tip prevents kickback. You don't have to avoid tough jobs like cutting trees or lumber when you have the Homelight gas chainsaw, now just $189.95 at participating True Value Hardware stores.
Working hard, you keep on trying. You want to break, there's no denying. So get the taste that's satisfying. Maxwell House for you. Yes, that's good. Maxwell House, only Maxwell House.
A taste, a feeling like no other coffee. Always good to the last drop.
It's that time again, time for the Kmart Colorful White Sale. You'll find big once-a-year savings on almost every item in the department. For example, no iron twin sheets in flat and fitted sizes, just $1.99 each. Blended of comfortable cotton polyester. They're available in your choice of soft pastel colors. Limit 2 while quantities last. Check your newspaper for other fabulous bargains during the big Kmart White Sale now through Saturday at Kmart.
Gabriel Carson is 32 years old and probably makes $2,000 or $3,000 for each year of his age. And for all I know, even more. What with stock options and bonuses and expense accounts, plus all the other perks of modern business. He is part of a new breed. Or maybe a contemporary aspect of an old one. Sharp, adaptable, perceptive, and predatory. And, of course, he holds today's charismatic passport to financial success. an MBA degree from a prestigious university. And no one at International Acceptance Corporation, perhaps the world's largest conglomerate, knows that he was born Gavri Kaja, and that his mother still lives in what is described as an ethnic neighborhood.
For your information, I have never lied about my origins. If I never told anyone, it's because, quite simply, it never occurred to anyone to ask. And I visit my mother every Sunday.
Oh, it's you.
Oh, hi. I would have come earlier, Mama, but I knew you'd be at church.
Mm-hmm.
So, how are you feeling?
All right.
Good.
I'd feel better if I had a son who would come early on a Sunday and take his mother to Mass.
Mama, as soon as I get a chance, I'll do that.
So do it next Sunday.
Oh, sorry, I can't next Sunday.
Uh-huh. And this time, what's the excuse?
Well, they're sending me to Europe.
Why? What do you know about Europe?
The company has opened a branch in Trieste.
Trieste? Well, it's only 200 miles from your father's village. Oh, listen, Gavri, why don't
Mama,
you...
please, it's a business trip. I really have no time.
But it would have made your father so happy.
Mama, I have absolutely no interest in or curiosity about the old country.
Oh, Gavri, I wish I could tell you how wonderful...
If it was so wonderful, why did you leave it? Yeah, now that I think about it, maybe you never did leave it. I mean, this neighborhood, it's like part of the old country, and you married a young man who lived next door?
You're saying I shouldn't have married your papa?
I'm saying this neighborhood has been your whole life. You never left it.
And why should I leave it? All my friends, all the people from my old village are here. Here, come, sit down at the table. Look, I have your dinner almost ready.
Mama, when you eat at noon, it's called lunch. Besides, I'm not hungry. Just give me a glass of water so I can take this pill.
Ah, pills again. For what this time? First you take a pill that will make you sleep. Then you take a pill to keep you awake. In the old country, who ever heard of pills? A man was a man. He liked to eat, to drink, play music, dance, enjoy life. Tell me, Gavri, do you enjoy life?
Sure, I enjoy life.
So how can you enjoy life if you don't have a family?
Mama, please, I'm really too busy.
What do you do that you should be so busy? No, why can't I see the busy? Your papa, when he was busy, I could see it. He was building a house. What do you do?
I create situations.
But where is the house? The pair of shoes?
Well, I'm not a carpenter. I'm not a shoemaker.
What are you?
I'm a strategic planner.
Well, whatever that is, you don't look happy. A mother knows, and the mother knows why. You don't have a woman of your own.
Mama, I could have a dozen women.
Ah, those are women who could belong to anybody. I mean a woman who belongs to you.
Modern women don't want to belong to a man.
I understand. Therefore, you should marry an old-fashioned woman.
Please, Mama.
A girl from the old country. And I found her for you.
Now, look.
Now, she came here a few years ago. She's even been to college, just like you.
Now, look, Mama.
And it hasn't spoiled her. She teaches school. And here she is now. Neda, come in, my child.
Uncle Milan said you wanted these shoes right away, so I... Oh.
And Neda, I want you to meet my son, Gavri. Gavri, this is Neda Bento.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mr. Kaja?
No, that is not his name. What is it you call yourself, Gavri?
Carson.
Mr. Carson.
Neda, come. Please, sit down. You have some dinner with us?
Oh, I have to prepare lunch for Uncle Milan. It was nice meeting you, Mr. Carson.
Miss Benko?
Goodbye.
Mama, did you tell that girl I would be here?
Why should I tell her? Did I tell you?
You placed both of us in an extremely embarrassing situation.
I did it for a reason. I wanted you to fall in love.
I simply don't understand you.
Sometimes when two people meet without warning, see each other for the first time, it's as if lightning strikes.
Mama,
She fell in love with you. I could tell by the way she turned color. Oh, and there was a look in her eyes. She has beautiful blue eyes, no? You see, she's very modest, and that is why she ran away. Did you fall in love with her?
Of course not.
Are you sure?
Look, Ma, I objected to this old country custom of parents arranging a match.
You know a better way?
Oh, we've had this argument before. I am not going to marry Miss Benko, and that's the end of it.
Maybe. You say you're going to Trieste? Gavri, visit your papa's village.
I already told...
What, you're not proud of your papa?
Yes, Mama, but he was from another time, another world. Look, Mama, it's getting late.
All right. Before you go, eat something. Here, come on, give me your plate.
Hey, take it easy.
So, Gavri, do you think maybe you can find time to visit your papa's village?
Look, Mama, I really...
A pity. It might do you some good.
And that's how it would go each time I would visit my mother. There was usually a girl who she would have maneuvered into the apartment somehow on one pretext or another. Although, I must admit that Neda Benko was really the best looking of the lot. She did have the deepest, bluest eyes, but... I mean, she was so obviously wrong for me. Well, I had enough to do getting ready for my trip to Trieste, but finally I got squared away and got there ready to work. But the night I arrived, for some reason I can't explain, I found myself out walking near the docks. Clouds obscured the moon. There was a mist, a fine rain. It was hard to see anything. And then I heard the voice.
Gavri.
Yes, that's my name.
I can see you are Gavri. Gavri Karja.
How did you know?
You look just like your picture.
What picture?
So, Gavri, tell me, where are you going?
Well, you tell me, why is it your affair?
It is my affair because my name is Volk. And I'm concerned with these things. Also because with this revolver, I can kill you in the blink of an eye.
Oh, is this a robbery?
The word came from Gorvan that you might be here.
Gorvan? What? That's the village. It's my father's village.
And his father's before him, and his father. And back for more than 1,000 years.
Yes, but what about Gorvan?
Walk in front of me quietly.
Yes, but...
Carefully. Patrols are out.
Patrol? Perhaps you'd better explain.
Mister, you're making too much noise as it is. Turn here, to your left. Listen. A patrol.
What?
Silence. Flatten yourself against the wall. In this fog, they may not see us. Remember, make a single sound, and I'll be able to make sure of you.
Thanks, Friedrich! Come here! Schnell!
What language was that?
What language do you think? German?
Yes, that's what it sounded like. But why would there be German soldiers here in Trieste?
Are you sure you're all right?
Who are you?
I'm Volk.
Volk? Suddenly, I heard a loud burst of music. It blared at me from the open door of a waterfront cafe. The rain had stopped. The pavement was dry. The mist had disappeared as if by magic. All about me were bright lights and laughter, music, and crowds of people. I mean, where was the man who had somehow materialized out of the fog? The man who called himself Volk. He was nowhere to be seen. Who was he? Had I imagined it? Probably. Well, the next morning I was in our office with our local manager, Francesca Danilo.
I hope you're satisfied with our progress here, Mr. Carson.
My report on the whole is favorable. I know that with the proper supervision, you could very well become our outstanding overseas branch.
Well, thank you, Mr. Carson.
Yes, I must say I hadn't expected to find a woman branch manager.
It's probably due to the war, Mr. Carson.
The war? I mean, that was such a long time ago.
So many men were killed, especially in this part of the world. It became necessary and natural for women to take over.
Yes, of course. I'll be leaving for home the day after tomorrow.
Shall I have my secretary make the travel arrangements?
Oh, thank you.
It's no trouble at all.
Yes. Tell me, Miss Danilo, have you ever heard of a town called Gorvan?
Gorvan? No.
I mean, it's in the Costendil Valley.
Oh, yes. There was very heavy fighting there during the war.
Yes, and have you ever heard of a man called Gavri Karja?
Oh, yes. He was quite a legendary hero. Are you interested in the history of this part of the world, Mr. Carson?
Well, we're in business here. It's good to know as much as possible about the people, the customs, so forth. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. About this Gavri Karja.
The Germans set a trap for him, but he escaped somehow. He later went to the United States where he married and raised a family, I believe. I understand he died some years ago. I could find out more if you're interested.
No, thank you. I was just mildly curious. The next night was my last in Trieste. I had some reports to complete, and I was ready for bed before midnight. I had an early plane. I closed my eyes. I'd just fallen asleep when... Where was I? It's certainly not in a hotel room. It appeared to be a kind of cave.
Get down, Gavri. What? Get down behind that rock.
Hey, you're that man, Volk.
Get down behind that rock or I'll shoot you here and now.
What are you saying?
What he's saying is clear as crystal and just as sharp. If Gabriel doesn't do as he's told, he's as good or as bad as dead. Something is happening to Mr. Gabriel Carson, or Gavri Kaja. He seems to be moving in and out of an extremely strange situation. He's a strategic planner by profession, but he certainly hasn't planned on anything like this. The second act shortly.
I told the guy at the garage I wanted a wheel alignment. He says, you got it. Said I wanted it done right. He says, you got it. Said I wanted it guaranteed. He says, you don't got it. Took my car to Goodyear.
At Goodyear, we'll align your wheels and we'll guarantee the work for 90 days or 4,000 miles. Our limited warranty is good at over 1,300 Goodyear service stores nationwide. Get a wheel alignment now for $19, slightly higher in California. For guaranteed auto service, come up to Goodyear.
I am a smoker, and I smoke about a pack a day.
Sulamar, Antioch, Illinois.
And I thought, wow, my teeth are really getting yellow.
She used Topol Smoker's tooth polish with fluoride.
My teeth started getting whiter, and it gave like a shine to them that they hadn't had in a long time. I was very happy with it, and now I smile again all the time.
Topol Smoker's tooth polish with 3 ingredients to clean and polish helps remove ugly tobacco stains. Topol is gentle enough so you can use it every day. Use only as directed.
Hello, this is Max Moran. Do you have a sight problem that prevents you from reading? I've got good news for you about Choice Magazine Listening, a free service. Every other month, Choice Magazine Listening will send you, free, on phonograph records, 8 hours of selections from leading magazines featuring writers like William Styron, Joyce Carol Oates, John McPhee, Kurt Vonnegut, Art Buchwald, many others. So if you are blind or unable to read regular print, or if you know someone with this problem, write to Listening, Box 10, Port Washington, New York, 11050. We'll also tell you how to get the special record player provided free by the Library of Congress as part of its Talking Book program. So, write Listening, Box 10, Port Washington, New York, 11050, or telephone 516-883-8280. That's 516-883-8280. A public service message on behalf of the nonprofit Lucerna Fund.
Life Begins at 40 was the title of a popular book of a generation ago. And why not? When life begins, there's always been a matter for speculation and debate. However, looking at it a certain way, it may be said that our lives began long, long before we were born. Our lives began when life itself appeared on this planet. In each of us, whether or not we may be aware of it, are racial memories that go back to the dim and long-forgotten dawning of mankind.
Where are we? Who are you?
Quiet. They'll hear you.
Who's going to hear me?
Shut up. You want to get us both killed?
Killed? By whom?
Now, crawl forward, slowly.
Now, would you just wait a minute?
Do you want me to shoot you now?
What do you mean, shoot me now?
Crawl forward. Don't try to call out.
Where are we going?
You know where we're going.
No, I don't.
It won't help you to pretend.
Look, where are we going?
To Gorvan.
Gorvan. Suddenly, it seemed there was an explosion in my head, as if the very word had set off a charge of dynamite. Gorvan. But what was it? Just the name of some obscure mountain village? I closed my eyes. I tried to clear my mind. When I opened them again, the cave, or whatever it had been, was gone. And so was the man named Volk. I was sitting upright in the bed in my hotel room. Hello?
Mr. Carson?
Yes.
This is Mr. Nilo.
Oh, Mr. Nilo? Oh, yes, Mr. Nilo.
Are you all right, Mr. Carson?
Am I all right?
Well, you said you'd be by this morning to pick up the reports on your way to the airport.
Yes, that's right, I did.
Well, it's almost noon.
Noon?
You'll miss your plane.
How could it be noon?
Well, suppose I bring the reports to the hotel and then drive you out to the airport.
Oh, yeah, that's probably the only way to do it.
I'll be at the front entrance in half an hour.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nilo. I jumped out of bed, showered, and dressed quickly. A bellman arrived to pick up my luggage. I followed him out of the room into the corridor, but... No, it wasn't the corridor of a modern hotel. It was a dark alleyway, and I was sopping wet. A pelting rain was coming down all about me, and something hard was being jabbed into my spine. I turned around, and I saw the revolver.
Face the front.
Who are you?
Don't you know by this time I'm Volk?
Look, I won't move another step, not one more step, until you tell me what you want.
I'll shoot you.
Okay, go ahead, kill me, and then I'll wake up. This is only a dream.
You think it's a dream?
Sure, it's a dream.
And the rest of it, that was all a dream, too?
The rest of what?
Gorvan. That was all a dream, Gorvan?
Gorvan? What do I know about Gorvan? What do I know about Gorvan?
Mr. Carson, Mr. Carson.
What?
Mr. Carson, are you all right?
What happened? What am I doing back here in my hotel room?
Well, you were supposed to meet me at the front entrance.
Yeah.
But you weren't there. I waited. I had them call your room, but there was no answer. So I came up to see it.
Yes. We'd better get to the airport, huh?
I'm afraid you've already missed your plane.
Mr.
Carson, you're obviously not feeling well.
Obviously.
You're quite pale. You're shaking. And you're standing there just muttering, Gorvan. What do I know about Gorvan?
Yes.
Gorvan. I seem to recall. That name came up the other day. Wasn't it the name of some remote village?
Yeah, that's right.
May I ask, what do you know about it?
Nothing.
Mr. Carson, why don't you see a doctor?
A doctor?
Something is bothering you.
No. I'm not sick.
Oh, but it doesn't necessarily have to be physical.
Oh, you mean that kind of doctor?
Well, perhaps you need a sedative of some kind.
No, I won't go to a psychiatrist. I don't know how these things are viewed in your country, but in America, for people in management positions, seeing a psychiatrist could be interpreted as a sign of weakness or incompetence.
I understand. Therefore, might it not be best for you to see a psychiatrist here? Far from home?
Yes. Something is happening to me. I don't know. It began as soon as I arrived here.
Can you be sure of that?
Well, it never happened before.
Perhaps it was something that was bound to happen at any time. A very good friend of mine has his office not far from here. I'm sure you could see him at once.
I knew I was being handled, maneuvered, and, well, I don't take to that sort of thing, but it seemed as if I had no will to resist, and I was feeling terribly confused. So she telephoned her friend, and I went over to his office.
Mr. Carson, I am Dr. Zaro.
No, wait a minute. You're not. I know you. You're Volk.
Who?
Volk. A man named Volk.
Who is Volk?
That man, with the gun.
Obviously, I am unarmed.
Yeah, but he waits for me in the dark.
But it's light in here.
There's gunfire going on all around us.
I don't hear the sound of shooting. Do you?
No, but you are Volk.
Why do you insist?
Well, it's the same voice, the same face.
I am Dr. Zaro, Dr. Isvan Zaro. Who is Mr. Volk?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
And what does he want of you?
Well, he wants me to go back with him to Gorvan.
Gorvan?
Yeah, it's a small village high in the hills.
And how would you, an American, know about it?
Well, it was my father's village.
And his name was Carson?
No, it was Karja. Gavri Karja.
I see.
What do you see?
Your name is also Karja.
No, it isn't. Karja was the name that was given to me, but Carson is the name I took.
Why?
Well, because I wanted to get somewhere. It'd be easier, simpler if my name were Carson. And, well, that's all there is to it.
Continue.
With what?
Your story.
Well, I told you the whole story. A man, I don't know, who calls himself Volk, wants me to go back to Gorvan with him.
That's all he wants?
Yes.
Well, if that's all, why don't you go?
Because I don't have the time. I'm quite busy.
You don't have a day or two? When was the last time you were in Gorvan?
Well, I've never been there.
Well, then, how do you account for Mr. Volk?
I can't account for Mr. Volk. That's why I'm here, to see if you have the answer.
You're the one who has the answer. After all, you created him.
You're saying he's a creature of my imagination?
Are you saying he's real?
Well, he seems very real.
How many times have you seen him?
3, 4.
What are your plans now?
Well, I should be on a plane for home tomorrow morning.
And Mr. Volk?
Well, I hope I can just leave him here where he belongs.
What if you see him again?
Doctor, we seem to have lost sight of my purpose for this visit.
And what is that?
I had expected that you would tell me how I could avoid seeing him again.
But you will see him again.
Now, look, Doctor, I was hoping you could help me.
Well, unfortunately, there is no pill or medication. You will have to help yourself.
All right. Tell me how.
Go to Gorvan.
But why?
Because that's where the answer is. If there is an answer.
Have a most pleasant flight, Mr. Carson.
Thank you, Miss Danilo. You've been quite helpful.
I wish I could have been more helpful.
Miss Danilo.
What is it?
There he is.
Who?
Volk. By the information booth. Don't you see him?
No, I'm afraid I can't.
Don't you see that man? In a sheepskin coat.
Sheepskin coat? It's July.
And a fur hat.
Mr. Carson.
He has a rifle.
Mr. Carson, you'd better sit down.
Don't you see him?
No, I'm sorry.
He's coming towards us. Don't shoot! All at once, there was no information booth, but a huge rock. There was no waiting room, no airport, but a steep mountainside, and I was trying to climb it. I had a pain in my chest. My hands were bleeding, and he was right behind me with his rifle.
Move forward.
I can't. Move. Look, I'm tired. I'm hungry. I can't.
Move.
Is that the only word you know?
Move or be shot.
God, I wish you would. Shoot me would be a blessing.
Shooting is too good for you. Shooting is too sweet, too painless.
Why? What have I done? What have I done? What have I done? What have I done?
Mr. Carson.
What? Oh, Miss Danilo, something seemed to come over me. Just for a moment,
What is wrong, Mr. Carson? What is wrong?
I don't know, but I guess there's only one way to find out. Miss Danilo, could you hire a car for me, please? Gorvan was not on any map, but it overlooked the Castendale Valley. The roads were good. They wound through steep, jagged, mountainous country and reminded me of the Adirondacks or the Rockies. And to add to the back-home feeling was the American music on the radio. There wasn't a single soul in sight for miles. Now, where was Gorvan? Finally, I saw the sign, a small stone marker. It pointed directly up the side of the mountain. So I shifted into the lowest gear to start the climb. And then, did I hear voices?
Germans. Yes, they are Germans. Be quiet. Soldiers. Yes, they are soldiers.
Luke, it's you. What are you doing here? Where's my car? What am I doing here? Those Germans. What are they doing here?
You know what they're doing here, Gavrikarja.
Look, I swear to you.
Gavrikarja, they're waiting for you.
For me? Why?
To show them the way.
The way? To where?
Govran.
Why?
So they can kill every man, woman, and child in the village.
And at this point, all of us will have to wait just a bit until the third act. Mr. Gabriel Carson, or Gavrik Kaja, has evidently blundered into a situation which he can neither understand nor control. Whether he will ever be able to do either or both shall be revealed shortly.
If you've been putting money aside, you're right to be concerned about inflation eroding its buying power. That's why you ought to know about Dreyfus Liquid Assets and how it can help you earn today's high money market yields without tying up your cash for months or years. Start with as little as $2,500. Make added investments as low as $100. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, your money is yours whenever you need it. Phone for it, have it sent to your bank, or write a redemption check for cash or to pay your larger bills. You keep right on earning that high yield, compounded daily until your check clears. No penalties on interest, no sales charges, no charge for the checks. It's so simple, sensible, convenient. But find out for yourself. Call toll-free 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus including management fee, charges, and expenses. Read the prospectus carefully before investing or sending money. Discover how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share of today's high money market rates. 800-228-5000. Toll-free 800-228-5000.
Hi, I'm Landon Saunders. This is Heartbeat. Are you depressed? Is it hard to get out of bed in the morning? Do you look forward to, well, nothing? Perhaps some chain of events, something you couldn't control, has affected your life. Maybe you've lost your job or experienced the death of a family member or a friend. Whatever the cause, you're depressed. You're not able to shake the feeling of gloom that hangs over your head. Well, I've got news for you, and it's good news. There's a way to handle your depression. And here's one idea. Decide that you have the ability to decide what your life is going to be like and how you're going to feel about life. To get more suggestions on how to handle depression, just put the word depression on a postcard or in a letter and send it to me at this address. Heartbeat, Hartford, Connecticut, 06142. Ask for the Depression Plan. It's free. The address, Heartbeat, Hartford, Connecticut, 06142. This is Heartbeat.
Going home is one of the great themes of literature. There are some writers who say you can't go home again. There are others who claim that none of us ever really leave. All we know so far is that our hero, Gabriel Carson, or Gavri Kaja, is going to his ancestral home for the first and what might very well be the last time.
The Germans are waiting for me?
Yes,
But why?
so that you can show them where the people of Govan are hiding.
No, look, believe me.
Believe you, a traitor? Now be silent. If you try to call out to your friends, you're a dead man.
My friends? You don't understand. If you would only let me explain, a mistake, a terrible mistake is being made.
Is your name Gavri Kaja?
Yes, but...
The discussion is over.
I can't believe it. Soldiers, German soldiers, why are they here?
You know why they're here. They invaded our country to enslave us.
All right, let's just keep our heads. There's a war, huh? What war, huh? What year is this?
You know full well what year this is.
Please tell me.
This is the year 1943.
No, that's impossible. No, I must be having a nightmare.
You think so?
What do I have to do to wake up?
Enough of this stupid conversation. Now move forward, quietly.
No, I won't do it. I'm bound to wake up?
You won't move?
No.
All right.
Suddenly, he raised the rifle butt over his head. I never saw it come down on mine, but a great white light seemed to burst through my head. And then everything became dark. After a while, I don't know how long, I was conscious of deep pains throughout my skull. I opened my eyes. I was lying on the ground. It seemed to be the floor of a tiny hut. I tried to sit up, but I thought the better of it. Where am I?
Where? In the mountains.
Who are you?
Well, you know who I am.
No, Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember you. You're Neda Benka. What are you doing here?
I live here.
No. I mean, what are you doing here in my nightmare?
Your nightmare? The whole world has become a place of nightmare.
Yeah, I should have woken up when, what's his name? Avok hit me on the head, but evidently the blow only served to drive me deeper into this. Neda, why am I dreaming about you?
Why do you insist on calling me Neda? You know my name is Darinka. None of this will help you, the silly pretense.
Look, why don't you humor me?
You disgraced your village, your people.
Would you tell me what I did?
You have such an innocent look on your face. Oh, one could almost believe you.
No, would you tell me?
Dushan, your cousin, the man I was supposed to marry.
Dushan?
He killed the Nazi officer, and Dushan also died. But the Germans knew that he came from Govan, and they decided to destroy the village and kill everyone in it. Why do you make me recite this as if you don't know?
Because I don't know.
But we were warned. So all of us left for this hiding place. The Germans offered a reward to anyone who would lead them to us. You turned traitor. But we found out. And before you could do it, you had to run for your life. We traced you to Trieste and sent word to Volk, who was living there. Now, what else do you want me to tell you?
It isn't true.
It isn't true that you agreed to betray us to the Germans?
No, it isn't.
It isn't true that even now they're waiting for you at Sorbush Valley to show them the way?
Do you want to listen to me?
No.
Now, look, in all fairness...
You can talk at your trial.
But...
The people are gathering now. In an hour, it will be all over.
With that, she walked out of the hut. I tried to get up, but now I could feel the pains shooting into every part of my body. What was I going to do? With every passing minute, it seemed to be less and less of a nightmare, but if it wasn't a nightmare, what could it be?
Gavri Kaja, your fellow villagers have asked me to preside as judge at your trial.
Wait, it's Miss Danilo.
As the mother of Dusan Brankovic, our martyr, I, Elena Brankovic, accept that honor.
No. You're Miss Danilo, Miss Francesca Danilo. You know me. Then tell these people who I am. Well, tell them.
Who brings the charge? I do. I, Darinka, state the charge. He was seen entering the headquarters of the Nazi regiment in the town of Kaljus.
I never...
Silence! You shall have your chance. He was seen by witnesses.
I listened to the charge. I was fascinated. The way a bird might be fascinated by a snake. I was seen entering the Nazi headquarters. I was seen leaving.
Gabri Karja, what do you have to say in your defense?
I'm sick of it. I'm tired of it. It's a dream. It's gone on too long. All I want to do is end it. But how?
Since you won't speak in your own behalf, is there anyone who will speak for you?
I will.
Look.
Yes. It's been such a hard life for all of us. We freeze in the winter, we starve all the year. And so sometimes the temptation to give up the fight is almost too much for our human strength to withstand. Let us not shoot him.
What are you saying, Vok?
Hasn't there been enough killing? Haven't they killed too many of us already?
If we don't kill him, how can he be punished?
He's already been given the greatest punishment a man can know. He has lost the friendship, the esteem of his village. From now on, he's an outcast. What woman will have him as a husband? What man will have him as a friend?
Let us vote.
There were about 100 people gathered around us. When she asked for those in favor of execution, practically every hand was raised. She nodded her head. 5 men armed with rifles approached. I was placed against a huge rock. The 5 men raised their rifles. No! Don't shoot! You must give me a chance to say something.
You were given a chance. You didn't take it.
I'll take it now. Please listen. Look, everybody, I couldn't have committed this treason. You know why? If this is the year 1943, then I haven't even been born yet.
This is what you wish to tell us?
I was born in America. Gabri Karja was my father. Look at me. Yes, I resemble the Gabri Karja, you know, but only the way a son resembles a father. Look at me closely, all of you. Am I really that Gabri Karja? Am I exactly as tall? Is my face exactly the same?
The scar? Where is the scar? He fought with Dushan. He fought with Dushan over you and lost, which is why he wants to betray us. But where is the scar from Dushan's knife?
That's right. My father had that scar on his cheek. Is it on mine? No. Therefore, I am not my father. I am his son. And I have not yet been born.
We are mad. All of us are mad. We have been driven to madness by hunger and cold and fear.
Wait, Elena. Perhaps this is what we have prayed for. A miracle. Why is he here? Why?
I don't know. Wait. Perhaps I do know. Now look, my father saved the village, right? Which means he wasn't killed here. He led the Germans into a trap.
What kind of trap?
An ambush. Yes. Yeah, that was the story. He told the Nazis he would lead them to the hiding place of the villagers, but instead he took them to a narrow pass.
I know of such a place where a few good riflemen could wipe out a regiment.
Yes, the ravine near Jalvara.
Exactly.
Let me lead them there.
You?
That's right. They think I'll take them to where the villagers are hidden, but instead I will guide them to the Jalvara.
Good.
Yeah.
Now look, if this is the year 1943, the tide of war has already turned against them. They have lost 250,000 soldiers at Stalingrad in Russia. The Americans have already landed in Africa, Sicily, Italy. Next year, they will invade France.
Is that really true?
Believe me, yes.
Let the village vote.
They voted. To believe me, the ambush was prepared. I made my way to where the German SS detachment was waiting. and I reported to the colonel.
What will aid you, Gavri Karja?
They moved to a new place, sir.
You know where it is?
Yes, sir.
Lead the way. Remember, at the first sign of treason, you'll be shot.
Yes, Colonel.
How much further?
Just beyond this ravine.
Move quickly. I don't care for narrow places.
Down, Gavri! Behind the rock!
You are listening to the Yugoslav American Hour, bringing you the disco music of the 1980s. And now...
It was a dream. It couldn't have been a dream. It happened. It happened. I know it happened. I managed to get up the mountain. There was a small, trim, neat-looking house. Beyond it, a few others, a church, a school, a few shops. This was Borvan. I stopped the car, walked to the house, knocked on the door. A woman opened it. She was rather attractive, although no longer young. But there could be no mistake. You are Darinka?
Yes.
And, Elena, is she still alive?
Elena? No, she died last year. But who are you? How do you know me? Why do you ask for Elena?
Who am I?
Well, you seem familiar. I'm sure I know you.
Well, I have come to visit my father's village.
Oh, you are Gavri. Gavri Karja. Oh, come in, sit down. I'll tell everyone you're here. Oh, we will have a celebration tonight. Your father, he saved us all. You know about that, I'm sure.
Yes.
You look exactly like him, except for the scar. Oh, that scar, he got it because of me. He fought a man named Dushan. But the truth, I wasn't in love with either of them.
You don't look a day older.
Older than what? I'm 60.
Will Neda look like you at 60, I wonder?
Neda? Who is Neda?
Well, something tells me she is the girl I'm going to marry.
Good. And of course you will name the first boy Gavri.
Yes, of course.
Gavri Karja. Son of Gavri Karja. After all these years, you have finally come home.
Yes, Darinka. I have finally come home.
As Mr. Stevenson said, home is a sailor, home from the sea, and the hunter home from the hills. All things come home at eventide. There is no place like home. This is a theme that has entranced the poet since time began. Home, be it ever so humble, the magic is still there. And for all of us, it is the greatest magic in our lives. I shall return shortly.
Weekdays on CBS television. Wake up to comedy with One Day at a Time.
You really think you're hot stuff, don't you, Schneider? Ladies in this building, don't call me super for nothing.
Then, keep laughing as Mel lays down the law on Alice.
There is only one rule in the restaurant business, Vera. Get them to swallow it.
And to The Price is Right with the priceless Bob Barker. That's One Day at a Time. Alice and The Price is Right. Weekdays on CBS television. Check your local listings for the time.
Lots of friends are dropping by. Summer fun's in store. With picnic time and camping time, it's country time for sure. Before you all get thirsty, here's a tip that should be made. Get a drink that tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
Get down to your store for plenty of Country Time lemonade flavored drink. Look for the Country Time coupon in this Sunday's paper.
Tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
country. For everyone, there is an old country, a place that exists somewhere else. All of us are immigrants, no matter how long we have been in residence. And the memories of that old country, that other country, remain with us forever. Nothing, no one, remains fixed in one spot for eternity. One day, our descendants shall pick themselves up and leave, just as our ancestors did. And this country shall exist in fond recollection as the old country. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Carol Teitel, Court Benson, and Joan Shea. The entire production...
He was acquired by the Pistons last winter and averaged about 7.
Read and follow label directions. The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
Well, Tocqueville, what are you thinking about as you stare at these picturesque shores? Are you thinking about America?
About America? No. I do not see America. I see more than America. I am trying to make out the image of democracy itself, with its inclinations, its prejudices, and its passions.
Where could I be better off? A study in Jacksonian America. Item 1 in the series Democracy in America. Prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University, under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of 1831, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in Jacksonian America. Where could I be better off?
The month of May, 1831. The President, Old Hickory, General Andrew Jackson. And this is New York City. Over 200,000 people live here. Across the clear, fresh water of the East River, we look at Brooklyn, New York's dairy, a countryside of breezy heights and pasture land and cows. And looking across the beach is a New York clam dealer in an orange check waistcoat, tight-fitting gray gaiters, and a plug hat as tall and stately as a belfry with rips in the sides as if to let the noise of the bells out.
Clams, choice clams, here's your Rockaway Beach clams, fine sand clams.
But his mind is on the New York Consolidated Lottery.
To be had in the greatest variety of lucky numbers at Arnold, 313 Broadway, opposite the Masonic Hall.
10 years ago, the state legislature had forbidden the famous old New York lotteries, but the proprietors are still finding loopholes to satisfy their customers who swarm through the bright May streets to produce the busiest community that any man could desire to live in. In the streets, all is hurry and bustle. The very carts, instead of being drawn by horses at a walking pace, are often met at a gallop and always in a brisk trot. Omnibuses are racketing and terry-hooting through the New York streets with as much hubbub, hullabaloo, and general unmitigated uproar as the most optimistic man might expect in a city 7 times the size.
Get up there, team! Get up, team! Out of the way there, mister! One side, get up!
It is May the 11th, 1831. And on the deck of the fine steamboat President, just coming into New York Harbor, there stand 2 young men, both well-dressed, although both seem very tired. They have been without sleep for some time. They are surrounded by luggage, and they glance back and forth at the sights, as if they were strangers from another planet that had never seen the Earth before. They are strangers, come from France to see this curious new land that is supposed to be a democracy. This one, age 26, is Alexis Charles-Henri Clérel de Tocqueville, son of a French count.
As for the harbor and the city itself, well, picture to yourself an attractively varied shoreline, the slopes covered by lawns and trees, in bloom right down to the water. And more than all that, an unbelievable multitude of country houses, big as boxes of candy. I am much struck by how convenient these little houses must be, and by the attractive air they give the countryside. Such is our impression of the city of New York.
Beside young Mr. de Tocqueville stands his great friend, also a French nobleman, but 3 years older. This young man, wearing a cloak, is 29. His name is Gustave Auguste de la Boninière de Beaumont.
At each instant you glimpse great bays which cut into the shores and form the most picturesque sides. We were full of real admiration. What struck us particularly was the animation given this majestic tableau by the immense number of vessels, brigs, gondolas, and boats of all kinds which cross and recross in every direction.
Tocqueville and Beaumont plunge into the crowd as though into a bath and are lost in the tumult of activity and motion. The carriages rattle through the streets, the carts dance as if they were running races with them, and the ladies trip along in all the colors of the rainbow.
Lord, Mabel, skip into that door right smart, or I declare that carriage is going to splash our skirts.
And as for the passers-by, they look as though they actually had something to do.
Now I tell you what it is. Pardon me. I'm going to let you in on the ground floor of this development. I'm going to let you, excuse me, take an option in the purchase of some real first-rate, pardon me, Western Pennsylvania speculations. Basically, it's a granite quarry, which can
Watch where you're going.
Ma'am, I'm sorry.
So am I.
Now, basically, like I say, the investment is a granite quarry that's financing an India Rubber Company, joint stock, and all enterprise, all pure enterprise, if you want to make money...
Everybody is walking as if he were in a hurry.
Well, if you want to find your way around this country, you'll have to hurry. We firmly believe that if a man means business, he better look as if he meant business. We Americans are born in a hurry and educated at speed. We make a fortune with a wave of a wand and lose it just as fast, and then remake and relose the whole thing in a twinkling of an eye. Our body is a locomotive ripping along at 30 miles an hour. Our spirit is a high-pressure engine. Our life resembles a shooting star, and death surprises us like an electric shock.
The governor of the state of New York, Mr. Throop, looks through his boarding house window at everybody in motion and observes,
"They all seem as if they were running away from an indictment."
And Governor Throop draws out a toothpick and continues to enjoy the May morning and watches the hogs happily rooting around in the gutters, indulging in hearty repasts of offal of every description. And this, too, in the midst of coaches, horses, and pedestrians.
Cholera. That's what you're going to get. Cholera. That's what you're asking for right here in New York City. I wouldn't give you more than a dog's chance.
Well, experience, sir, has proven that the most efficacious and powerful method of keeping the streets of a town in a state of perfect and refined cleanliness is plenty of hogs. And if the hogs aren't doing the trick, then you haven't got enough of them.
Or in 1831, New York City, with its 200,000 people and 11 daily newspapers, is very unequal in style and quality from one district to another. The great avenue of Broadway is striking from its continuous and unbroken length of 3 miles in a straight line. But its breadth, about 80 feet, is not sufficiently ample for the due proportion to its length. It is, moreover, wretchedly paved. And as for 3rd Avenue and 8th Avenue, these are no more than long muddy lanes leading respectively to the remote villages of Harlem and Manhattanville. But New York is now and always has been a port, a city of ships. The sidewheel steamers with their long flaring funnels like postboys' trumpets lie side by side with the forested sailing ships whose long bowsprits hang over the passers-by like sabers at a wedding.
We must quickly find a boarding house and get some sleep.
Do these people never stay still? Look how they chase along the streets. Everyone seems to be afraid to let the next man get ahead of him.
And indeed, an American is always on the lookout lest any of his neighbors get the better of him. If 100 Americans were going to be shot, they would contend for the priority. So strong is our habit of competition.
Look, Beaumont, over there. It must be some kind of parade.
In the early 1830s, New York was a city of parades. Here's Major Downing. He calls himself a major from the state of Maine. He says he's from Maine, rode in one of those parades with the 7th president himself, Andrew Jackson himself, Old Hickory in person and none other. At least he says he did.
I'd like to meet the man that'd disbelieve me to my face with my glass in my hand.
You tell him, Major.
If you'd been out that day, you'd have seen me and the general figuring considerable large, I guess. There never was anything like it in New York afore.
I'll swear to that, Major.
There's many an accomplished liar sitting outside the tavern drinking his whiskey and telling his stories, though certainly the great men are a great deal more accessible now in 1831 than they ever became later.
One thing strikes me at once.
What is that?
Look at the people. Look at their general ease. Most of them seem well fed. Most of them seem well dressed. This is a country where men live well by the work of their hands.
Irish labourers, straight off the boat, get as much as 75 cents a day. Together with lodging, 3 big meals a day, and 6 to 8 glasses of whiskey, depending on the state of the weather. Bread, meat, sugar, tea, fuel are cheaper than in the old country, and wages are triple.
The stores are full of things, some startling enough to horrify the casual visitor.
We observed the open sale of dirks, bowie knives, and a long kind of stiletto called the Arkansas toothpick. These are sold by druggists in whose shops or stores these deadly weapons are hung up for public inspection and sold by them as part of the legitimate wares of their calling, thus plainly indicating that weapons to kill, as well as medicine to cure, could be had at the same shop.
A city of green trees and fresh paint. A lively, new, sparkling city for all its roughness and vigor. Towards each other, the citizens are forthright and breezy, as when the clam dealer calls on the governor of the state.
Hello there. Brought some fresh clams for the governor.
Hey, sitting in the parlor, picking his teeth. Go right in.
Hello there, Mr. Garrett. Step right in.
Morning, Mr. Governor. Brought you some clams.
Well, that's just fine. Pull up a chair and bite yourself off a chew.
One man's as good as another, if not better, and people don't forget that elected officers are nothing but their servants. Towards women, however, the attitude is usually very different.
There are no women around here. The females are ladies, should be treated accordingly as the precious repositories and fair blossoms of virtue, beauty, and high morality. And anyone who suggests these dainty creatures should have their innocence sullied by too much education or the toil of commercial or political affairs deserves the active opprobrium of all decent men.
Equality and easy manners, then, and pride. Such pride. Boasting is a virtue, and a good boaster is a man to be admired.
When the ancient, respectable, and patriotic Tammany Society celebrates its 42nd anniversary tomorrow, May 12th, I shall propose the toast to democracy, the finest institution devised by the mind of man, especially suited for the greatest people on earth, the fortunate inhabitants of the greatest country on earth, under God's special protection, America.
Equality, boasting, and business. This is a city of merchants and men of affairs. Even in the streets full of hurrying people, business goes on as usual.
I'll go 30 cents a pound.
I can't cover the cost of shipping at that price. 32.
That takes up all my profit.
You do better than that now with your markup.
There's overhead charges. 30 and a half. If that's what I'll make it, 30 and a half.
And yet, amid the bustle, there are some who sit calm, like this old gentleman here with a white beard and whiskers and the clean-shaven top lip. He's reading the Mercantile Advertiser at the foot of Cortlandt Street and seems undisturbed by the bustle.
What bustle? This is the 11th of May. You've been here the 1st of May, you'd seen some bustle.
Well, why the 1st of May? What's so special about that?
Why, New York City, the 1st of May is moving time.
Well, how do you mean, moving time?
Time universal flitting. Time when everybody moves. People here are very locomotive in their habits. They are anxious to better themselves, see? It's the day of all others in the year when the good people of this town have one and all agreed to play at the game of move-all. 1st of May, they're all at it with all their might. 2nd of May, everything will be quiet. It'll all be settled again.
Did you move the 1st of May?
I most certainly did. I moved every May Day for the last 40 years. Everybody does the same. People can't bear not to be like their neighbors. Oh, it takes a live fish to swim upstream. Well, good day to you. Nice fresh day.
And it is a nice fresh day, perhaps a little too fresh. For down here by the water, there's quite a wind. Look at that poor lady, tacking along with the wind behind her skirts and flounces.
A lady has a time of it when the wind blows and the dust is flying in clouds, as it does in New York almost all day long. I encountered a puff at the corner of one of the streets, and there I stood holding my hat with one hand and my cardinal cloak, which has 56 yards of various commodities in it, with the other. I thought I should have gone up like a balloon and stood stark still until I came near being run over by a great hog which was scampering away from some mischievous boys. At last, a sailor took compassion on me and set me down at the door of a store. As he went away, I heard him say to his companion,
"Damn my eyes, Bill. What a press of canvas the girls carry nowadays."
But this lady is not the only one to complain of the wind, for as we near the waterfront, we see the air full of plug hats and people chasing after them.
Catch it! Catch it! Don't step on it, you confounded blockhead!
But particularly notice this. See the pieces of paper sailing about, together with a variety of vegetables, pieces of linen, and other materials, entirely interrupting the view. Where does all this come from? Is it garbage?
No, sir, it is not. All those commodities come from hats. And no nation on earth uses a hat for so many purposes as a Yankee. It serves him at once for a head covering, a writing desk, a larder, and a portmanteau. In it, the merchant deposits patterns of various descriptions. The doctor uses it as an apothecary's shop. The married man, returning from market, converts it into a depository for potatoes and other vegetables. And to the traveler, it serves as a knapsack.
Look, 66 Broadway. Room for rent.
A boarding house.
1831. Now, let me see. I was in New York City at the time. My husband had gone to his long reward. He used to work as a speculator, trading in commodities, you know. You can make a lot of money that way. He didn't, but he sure tried hard. A fine man. I guess that's what killed him. So I opened a refined boarding house for ladies and gentlemen of standing and position, number 66 Broadway, just down the street from the American Hotel. These two French gentlemen came in off the steamship President, and I never saw two fellas look more tired. They just rolled into their beds in the middle of the afternoon, and I guess they must have slept clean through until 8 o'clock next morning, when I told Kitty to ring for breakfast. All right, Kitty. All the cold meats are on, and the lobster will be ready in a moment. Might as well let them have the gong soon as it's 8 o'clock.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Kitty, let them have it. Morning, Mr. Griggs.
Morning, ma'am.
Do any studying last night?
I reckon I did. I've just about proved that the Babylon of the Apocalypse refers to the Scarlet City of London, England.
Mr. Griggs from Kentucky. Very keen Bible student, though just a piece biased about proving England's downfall. Good morning, Marquis.
Good morning, madame.
I hope you passed a good night, Marquis.
The wrongs of my unhappy country.
Get the bagwig and the ruffles. That gentleman's a real French Marquis. That's the way they call it. I believe right now the Marquis is teaching dancing to young ladies of refinement and... Morning, Major General.
Morning, ma'am.
You look fit as a fiddle this fine morning, sir.
An old soldier usually comes out pretty fit, ma'am.
The Major General's from Vermont. A regular walking encyclopedia about the war, if you ask me. Morning, Mr. O'Brien.
Oh, morning, ma'am.
One moment, Mr. O'Brien. I wondered if we might have something on account on that little bill.
Well, I tell you, ma'am, I've got a job this morning at the Hudson River docks checking consignments. And whatever I get, you can have half of it. No, you can't say fairer than that.
I'd rather have the whole of it. But you can't say too much to the poor fella with his ribs all sticking out. He has to stand up twice to cast a shadow. A lot of Irish gentlemen are over here to live cheap, even though it cost them a year's wages to get here. Morning, Mr. Beasley.
Morning, ma'am.
Any luck yesterday?
I thought I saw one of them over near the courthouse, but he'd give me the slip.
Well, I hope and trust you have better luck today. Mr. Beasley is from the Carolinas, indigo planter. He's up here on business and keeping his eye open for half a dozen of his slaves that ran away. He's heard tell they're in New York City at present. I hope he can make those slaves realize that every time they run away, they deprive a gentleman of his lawful property. Morning, gentlemen.
Morning, madame.
Good morning.
Now, let me see. Which of you gentlemen is which?
I am Mr. de Tocqueville, and this is Mr. de Beaumont.
Mr. Tocqueville's the little one. Mr. Beaumont's the big one. Well, I hope I can remember that. And you gentlemen are from France?
That is perfectly correct.
Well, you can't start the day on an empty stomach, and you will if you don't step lively. Why, it must be 8:05, if it's a minute. The gong here goes at 8 o'clock, you know, and I wouldn't answer for there being many victuals on the board by 1:15.
Then we had better hurry.
Sit wherever you like. If there's any left, there's fish, ham, beef, boiled fowls, eggs, pigeons, pumpkin pies, lobsters, vegetables, tea, coffee, cider, sangaree, and cherry brandy.
We can sit here.
Yes. Beef?
Thank you. Potatoes?
Thank you. Cabbage?
No, thanks. Coffee?
No, not at this time in the morning. I'll have brandy.
Beaumont, look at the ladies.
It is also too early in the morning to look at ladies.
No, I'm serious. You notice they are completely dressed for the day. Everything complete and finished. And here it is only breakfast. At this rate, a lady would be ready to receive visitors at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Things will be very different here in America. See how fast you must eat. This food is melting away before our eyes. More beef?
Thank you. More potatoes?
Thank you.
Oh, some of them are leaving already. Certainly there seems to be very little formality in a democracy.
Then you and I shall gobble our breakfast as though we were Americans and hurry out to see the marvels of New York. Let me see. Where are we?
This is the Bowery.
And this is Bayard Street. Now, look at that hotel.
The North American Hotel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 floors. And an exchange table attached.
Never mind that. Look at the roof. What I want you to notice
But I do mind it. I want to notice everything and make a note.
Look on the roof beside where the American flag is flying. There is a wooden statue of a poor boy with ragged knees and elbows.
Oh.
Now, why should the management put such a thing on their roof? Surely there must be some instructive story connected with it.
Yes, sir, there surely is. And you'll find it's a tale of American industry, American opportunity, and American courage.
Are those things abundant here?
Sir, those virtues and many others besides are always found in America and never found in other countries. Now, sir, 38 years ago, a poor boy came to this town, a poor Yankee boy, named David Reynolds. He was 12 or 14 years of age at the time, without a crust of bread to feed him, without a copper in his pocket. Weary and hungry, he leaned against a fine elm tree, since cut down, made into lumber, and sold at a good price. That elm tree stood where the North American Hotel now stands. While young David Reynolds was leaning against it, luxuriating, you might say, in his beautiful shade, he racked his little brains to try and devise some means of procuring for the sustenance of his childish needs a livelihood that should be both honest and honorable. While he was thus reflecting how to get his dinner, a gentleman came up to him.
Name?
I beg your pardon, sir.
I wondered if you knew this gentleman's name.
This gentleman's name, sir, has not been handed down to posterity. May I proceed?
Pray do.
Thank you, sir. The gentleman, whose name has not been transmitted to us, approached this poor friendless boy and asked if he were willing to carry the gentleman's trunk down to the wharf. The boy eagerly consented and received for his labors the sum of 25 cents. Now, what do you suppose he did with it?
Spent it on food.
Perhaps he reserved some to pay for his night's lodging. Or was he prepared to sleep in the street?
He was prepared to do anything, sir, providing it was honest. I'll tell you what he did. He did an American thing. With a little of the money, he bought food. And with the rest of it, he bought fruit, which he offered for sale beneath that same elm tree. American initiative, sir, grasping the opportunity. He soon disposed of his little stock to advantage and spent that night richer than he had ever been before. On the morrow, he repeated the transaction. Soon, he had a fruit stall under the tree, then a small shop, then several houses on either side. Finally, he acquired such an estate that he pulled it all down and built this magnificent hotel. On this plaque, which he caused to be erected, he has set out his own story. And you will perceive it concludes with these words. The tree was cut down, but from its beloved trunk he caused his image to be carved. That's it up there. As a memento of his own forlorn beginnings and his grateful recollections. From a penniless, ragged boy, David Reynolds rose to be one of the most prosperous citizens in his community and the owner of the finest hotel in New York City and possibly the world. That, sir, is an American story. And I myself am David Reynolds at your service.
Sir, I'm enchanted to make your acquaintance.
Delighted. But tell me this. Do not your fellow citizens hold against you in some way these humble origins of yours?
They do not, sir. Most emphatically not. I am a man of property and position, and in New York that speaks for itself. Oh, I trust, by the way, gentlemen, that you are yourselves not in need of lodgings, because if you are...
No, thank you, sir. We are already accommodated. And in any case, we must very shortly leave the city. We hear New York is not America, and we want to see all the country.
You should see it all. The finest country in the world. Ask any American, and he'll tell you, where could I be better off? Goodbye, gentlemen, and remember that little American story.
I think he is right. That is an American story. A poor boy rising to be a large property owner, enjoying the respect of his community.
But chiefly because of his money.
Perhaps it is the symbol of position, as blood is with us.
This is indeed a new world.
And one to which we had better become accustomed. I am going to find out about this place, Beaumont, because I think in this country we can perceive something of the future of our own.
Democracy?
Yes. America is only my setting. Democracy is my subject. It appears to me, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that sooner or later we shall arrive, like the Americans, at an almost complete equality of condition. But first, we must collect the facts. We must dissect American society and search out the elements of which it is composed. We must ask useful questions. The smallest conversations will be instructive. There is not a man, on whatever rung of society he finds himself, who cannot teach me something.
You have just heard Where Could I Be Better Off? A study in Jacksonian America. Item 1 in a series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen, script by Lister Sinclair, music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. For information about the use of these de Tocqueville dramatizations for study or discussion and how to secure these new materials about American democracy at a reasonable charge, write to the American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. Now, this is Ben Grauer inviting you to join us next week for Item 2, The Governor in the Boarding House, on Democracy in America.
Wherever you travel in the USA, stay well informed. Tune to Radio NBC.
Good evening. This is William Bendix. Within the last year, your life and my life and the world we live in have been changed. It is difficult for us to understand that the way we lived yesterday and the way we thought yesterday will no longer do. The dropping of the atomic bomb has brought us, all of us, to the beginning of a new day. And we must start thinking in new ways and in broader terms. It is our only chance for survival.
Across the land, and their names were War, Pestilence, Famine, Death. And to these now is added a fifth horseman, the threat of the atom.
The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Fifth Horseman, written and produced by Arnold Marquis. Here is the plain truth about the awesome significance of atomic energy and the hour of decision which faces mankind. Starring William Bendix, this is the second in the series titled Dawn.
On my last run that night, I'd been watching a woman sitting all by herself about halfway up the left aisle. Sharp-looking dame, about 35. Not the kind of a dame that usually rides on the subway. Anyway, not on my run. She was the woman I'd seen that same afternoon walk into the Belvedere Hotel. Yeah. She met some guy in the lobby, and they certainly were cozy.
Please, head off. Forward. All aboard. Step forward, please. Step forward. Forward.
Well, Frank Wharton gets on at this stop. You know Wharton, the guy that manages all those big office buildings and apartment buildings. And he goes up and sits down beside this dame.
Well, what are you doing out this time of night, Stephanie?
Visiting with a sorority sister of mine.
Mm-hmm. How's Otto?
Oh, fine.
Suppose he'll be at the station to meet you.
Yes. I wanted to spend the night with my sorority sister, but,
Yeah.
How's Emily?
Emily? Oh, fine. I'm pretty busy these days, forming a syndicate to put up a coliseum, you know.
Oh, Coliseum.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes, I read about that.
Sitting right behind Wharton and this dame is a woman, a fine-looking woman, and a man, about 40. I could see they didn't know each other. First time I looked at the man, I said to myself, there's something special about that guy.
My two sons are big enough, I suppose. One of them's 7 and the other one's 9. But I'm uneasy when I leave them alone like this.
You couldn't take the children along?
Well, no. I got my husband's call at the home of a friend, and there wasn't enough time to get home and get the boys and get down to see my husband before he left.
Bad.
I thought I'd be home before this, but my husband's plane was delayed.
Well.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to knock those papers off your lap.
That's all right.
Oh, here. Some of them went right down under my feet. I'll get them for you. There.
Thank you.
Bulletin of Atomic Scientists. The implication of atomic energy, the atom bomb, an absolute weapon. Well, pretty heavy reading, isn't it?
Depends on what you think is important.
Sitting right across the aisle from this woman and this scientist was Congressman Cumshaw. You know Bertram Cumshaw. Whenever Cumshaw is around, which is a lot of the time, he's downtown talking to the other politicians in the machine.
I didn't get your name.
Polzer. Sig Polzer.
Oh, yes, Polzer.
Mr. Polzer, have you thought far enough to realize that OPA was regimentation, and regimentation leads to communism?
Well, have you thought far enough to realize what would happen to this country without OPA?
Mr. Polzer, what's your business?
Me? I work in the McKibben plant.
Uh-huh. Well, we get a little different perspective of things in Congress, Mr. Polzer. And let me tell you that we've got to stick by free enterprise. Law of supply and demand will take care of everything else.
Well, we were heading down under the river. The mother of those two boys was listening to that special-looking guy who turns out to be a scientist. I watched him. The guy talking very quiet, and the woman with that blank look that people have when their mind is 1,000 miles away. In the seat in front of them, Frank Wardle was talking very personal to Stephanie. And from what I could get, he wasn't talking about business either. He was getting very chummy. All of a sudden, the train stops.
Oh, I couldn't on Tuesday. Oh.
That was Stephanie.
Well, what's wrong here?
Take your seats, everybody. Take your seats. Turn on the light. Keep calm and keep your seats.
Heavens, it's dark.
Something's happened. We're right under the river.
Are we really?
Yes, I think we are.
Turn on the lights. Conductor, turn on the lights.
Come on, turn on the lights. Let's go.
I snapped on the emergency lights. And what I saw almost scared me. People in the aisles. Some of them jammed against the doors. Some of them standing on the seats.
Everybody in your seats, please.
Look at this. People trapped 30 seconds in the dark, and look at them.
Yes.
Are you scared, Stephanie?
Not me. I'm in no hurry to get home.
Well, we've got to get out of here. Look here, conductor, what's holding us up?
Well, they're trying to find out now.
Well, I've got business to attend to. Man waiting for me out in Exmoor, right now.
As soon as they find out what's happened, we'll start.
I hope we won't be delayed too long.
I hope we won't, too.
Never can tell.
Look here, conductor. I'm Congressman Cumshaw.
He had that way that politicians have.
Your company operates under a franchise from the state, and you have some responsibilities to the public. Do you realize that we're right under the river? Now, found out what's happening. Let's get out of here.
I went up to the head end. The motorman was trying to find out what was wrong. I stayed and helped him for about 20 minutes. Then I went back into the car.
I've got business, Stephanie. Man who's going to be in on the syndicate's waiting for me in Exmoor right now.
Here comes the conductor.
Well, what did you find out?
There's no power.
Then we're trapped. Well, I'm going anyway. Get out of my way, conductor.
Sit right down where you were. Pitch black in that tunnel out there. We don't know what's happened. You'll get killed.
Get out of my way.
You're going to stay right where you are.
Let go of me, you...
Polzer jumped up and helped me.
Back in your seat. Ain't it got any sense? Take your hands off me. Do you know who I am? Yes, I know who you are. You and all your buildings and your promotions. So what? Then let go of me and let...
Polzer and I shoved him back in his seat beside Stephanie. And then the scientist started to talk.
You should not be frightened by this. You may have to live this way, if you live at all.
What are you talking about?
You're in the business of building management, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
What do you suppose is going to happen to all those wonderful buildings if there's another war?
I'm not worried about that. You got bomb shelters under them?
Underground shelters will be of little use if another war comes. It'll be an atomic war.
You seem to know.
I do. You could build shelters deep enough and cover them with enough lead and concrete to protect people from an atomic bomb explosion. But you couldn't keep all the people in these shelters all the time, unless you put all your factories and shops and offices there, too. So it's time you recognize those buildings and that Colosseum of yours may be just empty dreams.
Look, all I'm interested in is getting out of here. We're trapped and under the river.
That's right. We're in a steel tube 10 feet underwater. Good protection against radiation if an atomic bomb explodes overhead. You know what? A few years from now, tunnels under the river may be as choice locations as Park Avenue penthouses are now.
Do you suppose that something could have happened
I don't
to
know,
the...
Mrs. Groper.
Well, I want to get out.
We're trapped under here the same as we're trapped in the New World. It's dark. There's very little light. And no one knows how long that light will last.
Everybody in the car listened. I, too. At first, I couldn't quite get what he was getting at about the world or about the light. But what he said about people and shops and offices and even penthouses being underground, that hit me like a load of bricks. Everybody having to live underground like rats in a hole.
We have reached a turning point. A new world is emerging. A different world. And we'd better recognize it. Are we going to change with it? Or are we going to let it be destroyed first?
We've always been able to take care of ourselves.
We will never again have this chance. Not with rockets and jet planes and saboteurs armed with atomic bombs. Atomic bombs will be bursting in our cities in a war 10 or 20 years from now. As sure as blockbusters hit Berlin and B-1s and B-2s hit London in World War II. A government worth its salt will not wait for this to happen. It will order most of the people out of the cities long before war comes. Disperse them over the country. With the cities half deserted, what will happen to your fine buildings and that Colosseum you're thinking about? I'll tell you. They'll fall in with decay.
That stopped Wardle. Everybody settled down, and I went up to the head end to see the motorman again. We decided the best thing to do was for him to take his electric torch and walk ahead up the tunnel and try to find out what happened. And for the trainman to walk back. And for me to stick with the passengers. When I came back and told the passengers, Wardle blows his top.
And what are we going to do here?
You're going to wait.
The air. Is the air still all right?
I think so.
We've been down here more than 3 hours now.
Unless there's been a fire somewhere along in the
Fire?
tunnel.
My poor boy. It's just hot. And they're alone.
The scientists sat there and answered questions about the bomb and all as fast as they fired them at him. Polzer, the fellow that worked in the McKimmon plant, went over and leaned over him.
You said if an atomic war approaches, the government will order the people out of the cities.
If they don't do it before, it may be too late.
Well, they can't move me out of the city. I own my own home. All my savings are in it.
Your factory will be closed by the government and moved possibly to Wyoming or the Dakotas.
Ooh, what about me and my family?
What will be left to you but to follow? There'll be no jobs in the city. And if you insist on staying behind, you might be ordered to follow it.
What are you talking about?
The cities will be the targets. Who will buy a home there? Even in World War II, many people who lived close to aircraft plants and military installations sold their homes for ridiculous prices and moved to where they thought they'd be more secure.
Cumshaw walks up to the scientist, and I can see that he's got something in his craw. So I moseys up right behind him. He puts his hand on the scientist's shoulder and pulls him around.
What are you talking about? The government moving people away from their homes. That's against the Constitution and the rights of the citizen.
Yes?
Yes. I've fought against dictatorship of this kind all my life, and I, for one, won't stand for it.
You fought to save your country?
To save the rights of men and free enterprise.
If you want to keep fighting for freedom, Mr. Congressman, you had better start fighting for permanent peace first. If you do not, everything else you fought for will mean nothing. There can be no individual freedom under the threat of atomic war, but only ruthless regimentation.
Regimentation. That's what I mean. Take OPA.
If we do not have permanent peace, we will have to have permanent regimentation, much tighter than OPA. A non-regimented nation will never be able to take a blow which might kill 1/10 or even 1/3 of its people in a single day.
Kill 10 million people in one day?
Yes. Or 20. Or 40. And the same number in other countries.
I don't know anything about this, but what about our Army and Navy? Can't they protect us?
What armies or navies did in any war so far would be of little use in a future war. How can you stop atomic rockets hurtling through space across the ocean? How can you keep atomic bombs from being smuggled into the country in small pieces and assembled? How can you keep our cities from being mined with such bombs, which can be set off by remote control?
But we've got the bombs.
That's the thing. We've got the bombs and the secret how to make them. And if we aren't foolish enough to give it away, who's going to attack?
Yes, we've got the secret.
Everyone looks at the scientist to see what he's going to say. It seems to me Stephanie is right. Cumshaw stands there over the scientist with that self-satisfied look on his face. But he didn't phase the scientist.
There's no such thing as keeping the secret. The principle is known. There are no fundamental secrets about the atomic bomb. Could we keep the secret of flying after the Wright brothers flew the first plane? Could we keep the secret of the automobile after Ford first built it? Could the Germans or the Russians keep the secret of the rocket guns? No. Once the principle is known, and it's been shown that the thing can be made to work, there is no way of stopping any nation from making it. No matter how much we dislike it, it is only a matter of time, and a short time, before all the big nations will know how to make atomic bombs. And will make them.
Stephanie came over to me.
I think he's right.
That's the way I got it pegged, I said. And then Wardle barges in again.
I don't care whether he's right or wrong. When are you going to get us out of here, conductor?
Stephanie steps in before I could answer.
Why don't you do something about it, Frank?
I tried to get out and walk, didn't I?
To save yourself. Were you thinking about this woman here with two small kids home alone?
I'm all right. The children are, well, Timmy's 9 years old.
And what are you thinking about, Frank? Your property. And your syndicates.
Wait a minute, Stephanie. You got me wrong. Let me tell you something.
Cut it out. How long have we been down here?
Nearly 6 hours.
What are we going to do for food? What if the tunnel is caved in? Or something happened to the city over us?
The river is over us. Conductor.
Yeah?
You care if I go up front and see if I can help get the thing going?
No, I'll go with you.
Anybody else want to give me a hand? You, Wardle?
Oh, I don't know anything about things like that.
You don't know anything except what you've got. And what you want. And what you're going to do. Come on, Sig. I'll go up there.
Polzer was a mechanic. I left him and Stephanie up the head end. And when I come back, Wardle was talking to the scientist again.
Did I understand you to say that an atomic attack would kill 40 million people in one day?
Unless our cities are dispersed.
They'll never be dispersed. That's invasion of private rights, and the rights...
Oh, shut up.
That's regimentation.
Well, suppose our cities were dispersed.
In that case, perhaps only 2 million would be killed by the same number of bombs that would kill 20 million now.
2 million? That would bankrupt the insurance companies.
Some British companies are already putting clauses in their policies. Not responsible for deaths due to atomic bombs. But it really doesn't make a lot of difference anyway. Because most of the assets of the big insurance companies are tied up in properties that would be destroyed. Even if an insurance company were not bankrupt by millions of deaths, most of its assets would be a pile of rubble and ashes after the first attack.
Cumshaw was getting wise to himself. He was trying to keep from looking like a chump. He saw that he had his hands more than full with the scientist, so he comes up with another angle.
Very well. You're a scientist. I don't know anything about science, but I know this, that if we corner the raw materials, how's anybody else going to be able to make atomic bombs?
You mean corner all the uranium ores of the world?
Yes. Go out after it. Buy it up.
But they wouldn't sell it.
Well, that's one thing. The only way we could get control of all the known uranium deposits would be conquering the lands they're in. The other thing is that every nation on Earth has been on an intensive uranium search for the last year or more. And we don't know where all the uranium deposits are.
Maybe the tunnel has caved in. We've been down here 7 hours now.
Wardle was beginning to look bad. Sweat was standing out all over his fat face.
It should be dawn pretty soon.
Go on. Hey, conductor. What happened to the motorman and the trainman that went out?
I don't know.
They never came back, did they?
Listen to the silence.
The lights are burning out.
Conductor, don't you have any more batteries for the emergency lights?
That's the last of them.
Somehow it doesn't seem so bad to me now. I mean for myself. I'd always hoped that I could at least bring my children up. It's only them. What'll happen to them up there in this atomic world that I'm concerned about? They're not old enough to have any part in the decisions that must be made. And yet they will have to suffer if the wrong decisions are made. Won't they?
Yes, they will.
The light is glimmering out. It's going out.
Timmy's 9. Dickie's 7. I suppose they fell asleep waiting. They'll wake up looking for me. But I'm not so concerned about that. I'm frightened of what's ahead of them. What, if there is to be an atomic war, what should we teach them? I mean, isn't it only fair that somehow we prepare them for what they will have to face?
The lights went out. The lights are out. I hate darkness. I can feel it. I can feel it.
I could feel it, too. The blackness closing in, making me all alone. Trapped down there in the darkness. Not a sound. Blackness and silence. I tried not to think. Down under the river and the city in that blackness. Buried alive. No one said a word. I felt like screaming.
What on earth can we? I mean, could we teach our children? Our school books don't prepare them for the kind of future that's ahead of them.
Unless war can be completely eliminated, our school books will have to be rewritten. But the hour is late.
Then the lives of my children, and all children, are really in the balance.
That is right. Your children and the millions of other children in this country and in the other great countries of the world. Something has happened which has never before happened on Earth. A new force has been unleashed. An atomic bomb is not just another weapon. It's a decisive weapon. It's a weapon of saturation. Even if 90% of the atomic bombs directed toward one target were warded off, the other 10% would destroy us. And even if all atomic bombs could be prevented from falling on us, atomic bombs could be smuggled in to destroy us.
When he stopped talking, it was like everything stopped. The blackness rolled over me like an ocean. Not a person in the car moved in the darkness. I could feel my heart pounding at what he said and what it meant.
Isn't anybody going to do anything about getting us out of here? Are we just going to sit here and suffocate and die?
What have we to be afraid of here? It's those up there that we should weep for. I for my boys, my husband. You for your people. Deep inside me, I have been trying to tell myself that an atomic war will never come. I have been telling myself that it's too terrible. That no nation would dare to start an atomic war.
Terror has never stopped a war. When the attacking nation thinks it has a chance of winning by striking first, it doesn't count the cost. Fear of reprisal didn't stop Germany. It didn't stop Japan. It will not stop an atomic war.
You're a warmonger.
It was Congressman Cumshaw. I couldn't see him, but he seemed to fill the darkness.
Why don't you shut up? Don't you think this woman and all of us have got enough to incite us to panic without your rebel-rousing about how we're going to be blown to kingdom come by the atomic bomb?
Nobody said a thing. But I knew the scientists would talk.
Mr. Cumshaw.
Don't try to hand me that nonsense. I've seen your kind in Congress.
It should be clearly understood that no scientific discovery, no gadget or instrument of any kind will save us from ourselves if we fail in the responsibility that is now before us. We have reached a turning point in history. Everything is changed. We stand at the dawn of a new day. We have the opportunity now to end war forever. It is our only chance.
Only chance? What chance?
The lights are on. Everyone, all of a sudden, the lights were on. And everybody was in the aisles yelling and laughing and crying. The scientist just sat there in his seat, looking at all of us. And all of a sudden, the train started to move. And here comes back from up front the guy that works in the McKibben plant. And Stephanie, the gal that went up there with him.
Here, help to fix this.
Congratulations, Folger. Congratulations.
Who's running the train up there?
Well, the engineer. He came back after the power went back on. What was wrong?
Just the switch.
Somebody ought to be made to answer for this. Somebody's responsible. There ought to be an investigation. Yes, keeping us trapped down here under the river all night. And me with a man waiting out at Exmoor to sign the syndicate papers for the Coliseum.
What did you do about getting out of this jam? What do you do about anything that doesn't pay you money?
Now, wait a minute, Stephanie. Wait a minute.
When the chips were down, it was the little man. It was Sig Polzer that did something about it.
Well, Stephanie, about Wednesday.
Skip it. I'll be glad to get back to Otto.
The scientist and the woman and the two kids just sat there without paying any attention to the jabbering that was going on around them.
Stephanie's right, isn't she?
About the little people?
Yes.
Yes, she is. It's the people we meet in our everyday lives, the ordinary people, who must understand the jam we're in and must help us find a way out.
Oh, look. We're coming out into the light. A new day is starting.
Yes. It's dawn. I hope it'll be a nice day.
Nothing ever looked so good to me as that light as we came up from underground into the dawn. I was beginning to see what this scientist meant about the new day. Everything's still looking the same, but everything different. And as we rolled along, I looked ahead at Sig Polzer and Stephanie, sitting up there together, and Wortle sitting up there in one seat, all alone, and Cumshaw sitting in another, and the mother sitting there beside the scientist. And I wondered if they'd change, too, or if they'd go back to living just like they did before. The train kept rolling, and I just kept looking at them and wondering.
William Bendix will return to the microphone in just a moment. You've been listening to the second program in NBC's new series, The Fifth Horseman, written and produced by Arnold Marquis. The plain truth about atomic energy and the hour of decision which faces mankind. And now, Mr. Bendix.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, playing this role tonight gave me a deeper understanding than I've ever had before of the meaning of the atomic bomb. It's important that all of us realize what we are up against. It's no picnic. We can have a better world or no world at all. But we've got to make it. Good night.
Listen to next week's program of The Fifth Horseman, titled Promise, the story of the new world that can be built with atomic energy. The original music was composed and conducted by Thomas Peluso. The Fifth Horseman came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting.
We have it every day. We sing
sing this song. It will make us strong, and it makes us shout, hooray! It's good for growing babies and grown-ups to eat. For all the family's breakfast, you can see cream of wheat.
Cream of Wheat, the great American family cereal, presents Let's Pretend. Well, thank you for a very swell welcome, pretenders. Well, how about a story? Let's go is right. Gwen, Sybil, front and center.
All set with the story, Uncle Bill. One of our all-time favorites. It's Rapunzel.
Oh, that's the one about the girl with the long golden hair?
That's the one, Uncle Bill. And it's Anne-Marie Geyer's turn to say how we travel. Well, how about our own special express train with no stops between here and Let's Pretend?
All right, a special train it is. All set, everybody? 1, a 2, a 3.
This train for Let's Pretend, Rapunzel, and points beyond the moon.
Once upon a time, in the Nightingale Kingdom, there lived a young and devoted couple named John and Marion. Next door lived a witch in a garden filled with magic lettuce, which would heal any illness. Marion, the young wife, was very ill, and her husband braved the danger of the witch to buy some of the lettuce. The witch refused. Our story begins at midnight in the witch's garden.
I've caught you.
Oh, let me go. Please, let me go.
Trying to steal my lettuce, were you? After I told you you couldn't have it. I have quite a score to settle with you.
I wanted to be honest, but you wouldn't let me be. And my little wife says she will die unless she has some of the magic lettuce.
A likely story.
Oh, have pity on me, witch. I didn't want to steal it. I tried to buy it first. Please understand and forgive me.
Well, you were honest with me. All right. I'll make a bargain with you.
What is it?
You may have all the lettuce you want if you will promise that should you ever have a daughter, you will give her to me for my own.
Oh, no. I couldn't make that promise.
Very well, then. That was your only chance, and you refused it. Now I shall put a curse on you and your wife. Prepare from henceforth.
No. Don't hurt my little wife. I promise. I swear our first daughter will be yours.
Very well. I have your word, and I'll hold you to it. Now take the lettuce and go back to your wife and tell her the good news.
Oh, my sweet, sweet baby. Look, John, look how she wrinkles up her funny little nose.
What shall we call her, Marion? Something that goes with her beautiful golden hair. Look, dear, how tiny she is. And even now her hair touches the ground.
The name must be as beautiful as she is. But what shall it be?
I'll settle that. You didn't expect to see me so soon, did you?
What are you doing here, witch?
You promised your first daughter to me. I've come for her. That's what I'm doing here.
Oh, no, witch, don't take my baby.
Why, a bargain's a bargain. You got the magic lettuce you wanted. I was to have your daughter. She's mine. And I know what I shall name her. Rapunzel. That means little salad, for that's how I got her. If you hadn't wanted the salad, I shouldn't have had her.
You can't have her, you say.
You can't take our baby. I won't let you.
No, all right. You brought this on yourself. Mother of witches, attend me. Turn these people into stone until I have taken the child that belongs to me away. Rapunzel, come here.
Yes, Godmother. What is it?
Listen to me. Tomorrow you pack your basket, comb out your hair, and braid it tightly, and be ready to go with me.
But, Godmother, you know I can't manage my hair by myself.
No, I'll help you. I don't intend to have it trailing over the meadow and have everything you want packed in your basket. For you'll be gone a long time.
Where are we going?
To a high tower I have built, where there'll be no stairs for busybodies to climb and no prying eyes to interfere.
But how can I go up and down from the tower without stairs?
You can't. That's the reason I'm taking you there. And you'll stay there until I see fit to bring you back. Until then, you will see only me.
Why do you punish me as if I'd done something terrible?
I'm going to turn you into a powerful witch.
Oh, no.
And there's a reason why you have such long golden hair, too. You see, you'll climb up first on a rope ladder, which I'll take away once you're up there. And after that, when I come to see you, I shall stand below the window. When I call, you will let down your long braids, and I shall climb by them.
Oh, how awful. Why do you do this to me?
Because I know what is best for you. Now, pack your basket and start braiding your golden hair.
Oh, no, please, Godmother.
Another sound out of you, and I shall beat you until you can't stand. Do you hear me?
Yes, Godmother.
Now then, get ready for the tower.
Lonely I am. Hello, little bird. Are you sorry for me? At least you're free. You aren't locked in a cage as I am. Oh, well, if the birds find comfort in their song, perhaps I can, too.
Listen, Edward. Do you hear that lovely voice?
Yes, I do, Your Highness. But I see no one. Where does it come from?
By all the gods, I intend to find out. A voice like that must belong to a very beautiful girl. Listen.
Look, Your Highness. There's a tower that reaches far above the trees.
Why, so there is. Strange, we've never seen that before.
Sire, listen. The voice comes from the tower.
You're right, it does. And how sweet it is. Edward, I must know the possessor of such a voice.
Shh, there's someone coming. Creep in these bushes, Your Highness. Let's see what happens. Perhaps we'll find out something important for us to know.
They tear a person to pieces with their thorns and stickers. Rapunzel! Rapunzel, let down your hair that I may climb without a stair.
Why, Godmother? Are you coming up to the tower?
Certainly I am. Let down your hair. And stand still, idiot. This ladder is bad enough to climb without you weaving around. I want you to stop that singing. Hold still. Your voice echoes all through the forest. No one is to know where you are. Here. That's a climb. Here. Here are your supplies for the month. Did you understand what I've said? Stop that singing.
Godmother, I shall die if I can't sing. I would want to. There's nothing else to live for.
Oh, yes, there is. You'll live and learn to work enchantments and mix magic potions. And you'll grow old and ugly like me. Then I won't care who sees you, for nobody will want to. Now, let down your hair. I must get back to my hut and dig in the garden.
Oh, why did you adopt me? Why don't you kill me and be done with it?
I enjoy thinking what an excellent magic worker you'll be.
I won't be a witch. I won't.
Stand still now. And remember, if I hear you singing, I shall come back and beat you.
If you do, I won't let down my hair for you to climb on, even if I starve. And I shall sing too, you wicked, wicked woman. I won't stop.
Except for this disobedience, wait and see. She'll pay for this. Wait and see.
The old woman is gone, Your Highness.
I can hardly believe my ears and eyes. Did you see that lovely face as the girl leaned out of the window? And those unbelievably long braids of golden hair. Oh, she's exquisite.
Yeah, we've stumbled on the strangest thing I've ever heard of, Your Highness.
Edward, do you know what I intend to do?
Knowing you as I do, I can guess.
You're quite right. Tonight, when it's dark, I shall return. I shall call as the witch did and Then we shall see what happens.
I rather imagine that's what you do.
You'll come with me and be the lookout to warn me if the old hag returns.
Yes, sir.
I don't want harm to come to the girl. Come, we'll return at dusk.
Having imprisoned the lonely Rapunzel in a tower, the witch reaches her by climbing up the long golden braids of hair. But one day, a prince rode by and heard Rapunzel singing. He hid in the bramble bushes, saw the witch climb up, and saw Rapunzel's beautiful face as she leaned out. He was determined to investigate. It is now dark as the prince and his friend Edward stand at the foot of the tower.
Ready, Your Highness? Make your voice light.
Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair that I may climb without a stair.
Why, Godmother, what are you doing here? You've never come to me before after dark. And your voice, what happened to it?
The night air makes me hoarse. Let down your hair instantly.
Oh, it pulls. It seems you're heavier than you've ever been. Oh, please, try to be careful. I'm glad you... Who are you?
Please, little lady, don't be frightened.
But I am. Oh, go quickly, please. The witch will beat me. Go away.
Please, beautiful lady, I wouldn't have harm come to you for all the wealth in the kingdom. Please believe me and let me talk quietly with you. Won't you?
I can't be frightened when I hear the gentleness of your voice. But how did you know I was here?
I heard you singing, and the beauty of your voice alone was enough to intrigue me. Oh, little lady, what are you doing shut up like this? Who are you? What's your name? Please trust me and tell me about yourself.
I do trust you. My name is Rapunzel. My godmother is a witch, and... Oh, sir, the most dreadful thing of all. She intends to make one of me, too.
Oh, unspeakably awful. It mustn't be. You mustn't stay here any longer. It's not fair. You have a right to a happy life of your own.
You're kind, but you don't know the power of my godmother. She would kill me before she'd let me go. Who are you, please?
Oh, Mademoiselle, permit me. I am Prince Terence.
Oh, a prince, did you say? A real prince?
To the rest of the world, perhaps. But to you, lovely one, just an ordinary person who kneels at your feet and kisses your hand in tribute to your perfect beauty. Oh, my dear, I want to be your friend and help you.
It's no use. The witch would find out, and she would do terrible things to both of us. How can we get away from her? She'll kill us both or enchant us if she finds out. I can't have harm come to you. What shall I do?
Leave that to me, Rapunzel. Tomorrow night I shall bring a rope ladder. Then I'll adjust it, help you, and we shall escape. Will you be ready?
Yes. Oh, how happy I shall be to get away from here.
And with me, my dear.
And with you, my prince.
Bless you. Until tomorrow night, then. I hate to use this golden hair, but I must. Just once more, you must endure it, my dear.
I don't mind.
What a lucky man I am. Be ready, my sweet, and we shall leave this hideous place forever. Good night.
Good night. My heart is singing with happiness. Good night, my dear.
Rapunzel! Rapunzel, let down your hair that I may climb without a stair.
I didn't expect you, Godmother. It's almost dark. I was just about asleep. Won't you come back tomorrow?
Give me the ladder instantly. How dare you question me?
Very well, Godmother. There it is.
Yes.
Oh, please be careful. You're pulling my hair terribly.
I mean to. I heard strange whisperings in the wind, and I came to find out what they were. Help me over the window. That's better. What's this? Why is your basket packed? And you're all wrapped up. What's going on here, Rapunzel?
Why,
I was right. You have tried to trick me. A screech owl called 3 times last night to warn me. That's what he meant. Come here to me. Look at me. What's happening here?
Oh,
Godmother, I dare not lie to you. But please, I beg of you, please let me go. Let me be happy with my prince, please.
Oh, you try to deceive me. Me, a witch who knows your every thought as soon as you do. Very well, I'll teach you to deceive me. Give me those scissors.
Don't hurt me. What are you going to do?
I'll show you. There go your golden braids.
You've cut off my hair. How can he climb to save me now?
I'll show you how. And just wait until he sees who's holding these golden braids for him to climb.
What shall I do? Oh, I don't know what
If you want to live, keep still. Tell him to come up. If you don't want him with a broken neck, say nothing else. I warn you. Tell him to come up.
Come up, my prince.
Just once more will I use your lovely hair for a ladder, my dear. And then we shall... You don't seem happy, my lovely lady. What's wrong? Aren't you glad to go away? Aren't you glad this is the last...
Aren't you glad to see me? Quite a surprise, isn't it? Better stay on the windowsill. You'll be more comfortable.
Get out of my way, old woman. I don't want to hurt you.
No, well, I'm different. Prepare to reach the ground more quickly than you came up.
What?
There you go. Don't let him fall and kill him. No! Now then, my fine young prince, pick yourself up out of those thorns and brambles, if you can.
You beast. You wicked woman. Oh, my love, I'm coming to you.
Don't jump, you idiot. You'll break your neck. Don't you?
Let me go. I'm coming, my love. I'm coming.
Oh, my precious love. Are you all right? Where are you? I can't see you, Rapunzel. The thorns have blinded me. I can't see. Please speak to me. Tell me you're all right.
I'm all right. Oh, my dear, your eyes. Your poor blind eyes. And you did this for me.
What do I feel? Tears? Are those tears from your eyes on mine, my dearest love?
Wicked woman, I could kill her. Oh, my beloved, I shall never leave you. Never. We will be married at once, and I'll take care of you always. And my eyes shall see for both of us.
Don't weep, Rapunzel. My face is wet with your precious tears. And just to know that you care for me, that you'll marry me... Rapunzel, my eyes. I'm not blind. I can see.
You can see?
Your tears falling on my eyes have healed them, my dear. Look at me. My eyes are well again.
Oh, thank heaven. Thank heaven for this miracle.
The miracle of love, Rapunzel.
And the witch. That dreadful woman has failed in every wicked thing she's tried to do.
Evil can never overcome good. And our love for each other has destroyed her power. She's the prisoner in the tower now, and she shall stay there until she changes her ways. She'll never see you again, my dearest. For within an hour, the wedding chimes at the castle will ring, and you shall be my queen. Come, my dear.
To the ends of the world with you, my prince.
Pretenders for today were
Gwen Davies,
Sybil Trent,
Rapunzel,
Marilyn Erskine,
her father,
Bill Lipton,
her mother,
Anne-Marie Geyer,
the witch,
Miriam Wolfe,
the prince,
Albert Allen,
his friend Edward.
Jack Grimes.
Original music was composed and conducted by Maurice Brown. Rapunzel was adapted for radio by Nyla Mack and directed by Albert Ward. Would you like to see a broadcast of Let's Pretend? Well, if you live in or near New York, just drop a postcard to Cream of Wheat, CBS, New York, for your tickets. They are absolutely free. This is Bill Adams saying, remember to eat Cream of Wheat, the great American family cereal. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Brought to you in part by True Value Hardware, your store of first choice.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the world of your own terrifying imagination. There are people who suddenly find themselves tortured and taunted by a fragile wisp of a memory. It's a memory of something they may have said or something they think they did. Exactly what it was has been long forgotten. But now it must be paid for. And the price? Life itself.
Yes?
Are you Mrs. Louise Goodman?
That's right.
Are you sure?
Why, of course I'm sure.
It's just that I don't want to make a mistake.
I'm Mrs. Louise Goodman. Who are you? And what is it you want?
I want to keep my promise.
Promise? What promise?
I promised I'd kill you. Remember?
Our mystery drama, A Little Night Murder, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Tony Roberts. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Downtown at night, the city is a deserted place. The lofty office buildings, those gleaming towers of glass and steel, stand quiet, empty and foreboding, like ancient temples. And like the ancient temples, they also have their priestesses. These are the ladies who enter at night with mops and brooms and vacuum cleaners to clear away the debris of the day's worship and purify the offices for tomorrow's rituals. We are concerned now with one of these, a sturdy, middle-aged woman named Mary Margaret Cannon. Steady, hard-working, no nonsense. But on this Friday evening, something seems amiss. Mary Margaret is pale. She's nervous. And every now and then she stops working and just listens.
Someone there?
Hello?
Terry, I'm scared.
Scared? You? Oh, now, Mary, what would you be scared of?
I don't know. It's these murders.
Murders?
These women who've been getting killed.
Well, I'll come and stay with you if you want.
Oh, please. I'm so nervous, so jumpy. I'm so scared.
Yeah, but why?
I just don't know. Terry.
Yes?
I hear someone coming.
Are you sure?
I hear someone. Terry.
I'll hang up and call the police.
Oh, no, don't. It's just the guard.
Yeah, you see? Now, is everything okay?
Oh, yeah. Look, you just forget I called and get your rest. Oh, good evening, Tom. Oh, you're not Tom.
No. I'm the new man, Mrs. Cannon.
Oh, well, what happened to Tom?
He called in earlier today. He said he was sick. They sent me down to relieve him.
How'd you know my name?
Oh, Tom told me. I asked him, who's in the building tonight, and he said, just Mrs. Cannon.
But
what?
Tom, Tom doesn't know my last name any more than I know his. We're just Mary and Tom. How did you know?
Why shouldn't I know your last name? You know mine.
How? How would I know your last name?
It's Jackson. You remember? Little Peter Jackson.
I never saw you before in my life.
Oh, you did. Yes, you did.
What do you want?
I want to keep my promise.
What promise?
I promised I'd kill you.
Why do you want to kill me?
You don't remember? Well, let me refresh your memory, Mary Margaret Cannon. 23 years ago, you lived on Baxter Street, and one morning you walked into a little grocery store. Now you remember. You have exactly 30 seconds to live.
Oh, please don't kill me, please.
You should be saying your prayers.
But I told the truth.
If it was the truth, then God will forgive you. Pray, Mary Margaret Cannon. Pray.
Oh, listen. My husband and I, we have a little money put aside.
And I know exactly how you got
it.
it.
You can have it. All of it. Only don't
pray. Pray, Mary Margaret.
Jackson! Peter Jackson! Maybe 30 years old, tall, thin, blonde.
Don't shout. No one can hear you.
They'll hear me. They'll arrest you and hang you. His name is Jackson. Jackson, Peter Jackson. Oh, no, don't. They'll catch you, Peter. They'll catch you.
Number 4. Mrs. Mary Margaret Cannon. Number 5, coming up, Miss Alice Maitland.
Captain Blake. Yes, Commissioner. Commissioner, I understand you. Listen, if you think somebody else can run it better, then get somebody else. I agree, sir. Yes, sir. No need for any of us to blow his stack. Absolutely, sir. Yes, I'll keep you informed. Wow, we got a pretty good one here. Is this your first mad killer assignment, Lou?
Yeah, I guess so, Captain.
Mad killers, mad bombers, mad stranglers, you name it. You get one every 10, 15 years. You can count on it. You get a rash of absolutely senseless killings. No motive, no rhyme, no reason.
Should we talk to her husband again?
What for? All he's going to tell us is what a great lady she was and how neither of them ever had any enemies.
Captain Blake, just suppose it isn't a mad killer.
4 murders in 11 days. Number 1, Mrs. Martha Denson shot while parking her car late at night. Number 2, Mrs. Janet Drew shot in her backyard. Number 3, Mrs. Louise Goodman shot in her apartment. Number 4, this cleaning lady shot while at work.
Well, could there be a connection? Did they have something in common?
There's no pattern. None of them knew each other as far as we can make out, or even had anything in common.
Yeah, that we know of.
It's the toughest situation in our business. A mad killer.
Okay, he's a mad killer. Every killer is mad. But does this one have a method to his madness?
Yeah. He uses a .38 caliber revolver and shoots women.
The last one, Mrs. Cannon, that's the problem.
What kind of problem?
Well, he's a mad killer, you say, so he wanders around, and if he gets a chance, he'll kill. He sees a woman alone in a parking lot.
1230 WCOL.
He sees Mrs. Drew in her backyard. He shoots her. He sees Mrs. Goodman alone in her apartment. He shoots her. Okay, how do you account for Mrs. Cannon?
You're dealing with a madman, Lou. You can't account for anything he does.
All right, 3 women are targets of opportunity. They happened along, or he happened along, and that was it. But he went out of his way to kill Mrs. Cannon. Look, he had to slug the night watchman. He had to take the elevator up 12 stories to find her. It means he wasn't just out to kill any woman. He wanted that woman. Why?
That's good thinking, Lou. And if this were almost any other kind of case... Blake. What? Oh, no. Not another one. Okay, all right. Send her in. Did they tell you about nuts? while you were getting your college degree. This one coming in sounds like a 14-carat nut to me.
Captain Blake?
Yes, I'm Captain Blake. This Detective Parker.
How do you do?
Huh?
I'm Miss Maitland, Alice Maitland. I own a bookshop on 3rd Street, and... well, it's about the murders.
Do you know anything about the murders, Miss Maitland?
I know who's going to be killed next.
You do? Who?
Me.
Why do you say that?
I have a premonition.
I see.
I know what you gentlemen must be thinking. You're convinced I'm a hysterical woman or a crank.
No, but
Miss Maitland, do you have any enemies?
I don't know of any.
Well, we know there's a homicidal maniac loose. It's true he may strike at anyone.
That's not why I'm here. I know he's going to strike at me.
Well, what reason would anyone have for killing you?
What reason was there for killing those other women?
You say your shop is on 3rd Street. I'll see that the officer on the beat keeps an eye on the place.
Yes. I just thought I should tell you. That's all anyone can do, I suppose. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Maitland.
Now, Lou, you have just conversed with an authentic member of the Nut Club.
I don't know about that, Captain.
She's a charter member. She belongs to the I'm the Next Victim chapter.
I still say she's not a nut.
Maybe not. Maybe she's just some poor little dame half scared out of her wits.
Oh, she was calm. She was very calm. As a matter of fact, it's as if she knows what she's talking about.
May I help you? Oh.
Hello. Remember me?
Yes. You're one of the detectives I spoke with.
Yeah, Lou Parker. Tell me why you came to police headquarters with a story that, well, rationally, it doesn't make sense. You said as much yourself. You felt that you had made yourself seem somewhat ridiculous. But now, well, forget all that. I'm willing to assume that your story is true, that you really are next on the list.
Then you do believe me?
I'm willing to accept what you say, but you have to help me. Does anyone have a motive for wanting to kill you?
No.
You never did or said anything that may have hurt someone?
I can't remember.
A disappointed boyfriend?
I never really disappointed anyone that way.
And yet you insist someone wants to kill you.
I know it sounds ridiculous.
There's a reason for feeling the way you do. If only we could uncover that reason.
Excuse me, that's my phone. Hello? 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 Hello?
Miss Maitland?
Yes.
What is it? You seem rather pale.
Oh?
What happened?
When I picked up the phone, there was just a click on the other end. As if someone had just hung up.
Well, why should that seem to upset you?
Well, because it's happened before.
It has?
Yes.
Frequently? I mean, often enough so that it really isn't just an accident?
3, 4, perhaps 5 times a day.
When did it start?
Oh, I'd say about 2 weeks ago. I remember it happened 3 times the night the first of those women was murdered.
Well, why didn't you tell us this before?
I didn't think it was anything important.
May I use your phone?
It's back there in the office.
Okay, I'll only be a moment.
May I help you?
Yes. Is your name Alice Maitland?
Yes. Can I do anything for you?
Well, you see, I came here because I have to keep a certain promise I made.
Say what you will about this young man. He has at least one redeeming feature. His word seems to be as good as his bond. But will he be able to keep this particular promise? This problem will be our primary concern when we return shortly with Act 2. At one time, a young man named Peter Jackson has made the same promise to several women. A promise that he would kill them. So far, he has kept his promise 4 times. Now, he is in a bookshop owned by a Miss Maitland, apparently ready to fulfill promise number 5.
I came here because I have to keep a certain promise I made.
You made a promise?
Oh, yes. And I came here to keep my word.
Miss Maitland, I think we're... Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had a customer.
What sort of promise are you talking about?
I had promised a special person I would buy her a book. And I came in here to...
Any particular type of book?
Yeah. Yes, a good murder mystery.
Oh, well, we have the latest Jonathan Merriweather novel.
No, I don't dig him. Nothing happens. You got anything by Mike Stilson? Now, there's a guy who really writes murders. I mean, he kills somebody every other page.
Oh, we're sold out on the latest. It's called Blood on the Streets.
Yeah, that's the one in which this guy kills all those dames.
Look, if you're interested in that kind of stuff, all you have to do is read the newspapers.
Do I tell you what to read, buddy?
Sorry.
I could order the book and have it day after tomorrow.
Oh, no. That'll be too late.
Well, try us again.
Sure.
Well, there's a guy with gruesome tastes.
Well, takes all kinds.
Hey, you know, he's a great Mike Stilson fan, and he thinks nobody knows it.
Who?
My boss, Captain Blake.
You're kidding.
Hey, this is the very first time I've ever seen you smile.
Oh, I smile a lot. It's just recently.
I told Captain Blake about the calls.
And?
Well, you never know. He just grunted and said, I'll stay with it. But what time do you close?
Just about now.
I'll take you home.
I live in this building, 2 flights up.
Well, how about some dinner?
Oh, you don't have to.
You asked for police protection.
Is that the reason? Line of duty?
Well, yes and no.
I'd like to. Except that, well, it's the end of the month and I'm swamped with paperwork.
Well, this neighborhood seems safe enough. It's busy.
And that diner across the street stays open all night.
Look, keep this card handy at all times. It's got a special phone number. Now use it. Anytime you're disturbed by anything at all, no matter how slight or trivial, don't feel embarrassed. Just get on the phone.
But I've already told the officers everything.
Yeah, I know, Mr. Cannon, but I just have one more question. It's very important.
What could be important? Mary's dead.
You said that Mrs. Cannon had no enemies.
I'll take that back. She had a great many enemies.
But when we asked you last night, you said she had none.
Sometimes when you think about a question, you see it in a whole new light.
Can you name some of these enemies?
She was good. She was honest.
I'm sure she was, but just tell me this. During the past 10 days or so, would the phone ring and then go dead as soon as you picked it up?
Yeah, now that you mention it, yeah, it happened.
Often?
At least 2, 3, maybe 4 times a day.
I see. Is the name Alice Maitland familiar?
Alice Maitland.
Think.
Alice Maitland. You know, there is something familiar about it. The Alice Maitland.
Think of the type person with whom you could associate that name. Now, would she be a movie star, a librarian, a teacher, a woman who might own a bookstore?
No, none of those. I think of a little girl.
A little girl named Alice Maitland. Did she live in the neighborhood?
You know, these past couple of years, my memory, it just comes and goes. Right now, it's gone.
Well, if ever you remember why and how you know Alice Maitland, call the number on this card. I'll have another cup of coffee, please.
Are you waiting for somebody, mister?
Well, not exactly. Why do you ask?
Oh, well, now you've been sitting around for hours drinking the stuff. The coffee in this joint that good?
Look, don't be frightened.
Oh, who's frightened?
Well, you are, so Just look at this.
Oh, you're a cop.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I was beginning to think that you could be that mad killer.
Well, it could be just about anybody. I hope I didn't scare you too badly.
Well, the truth is, I wasn't that much scared for myself.
No?
But you've just been staring at that building across the street. I got the idea you were watching for something. Are you?
Well, maybe.
Could I have change for the telephone, please? Thank you.
Now, where have I seen him before?
What did you say?
Nothing. I was just talking to myself.
You do that a lot, don't you?
Do what?
Talk to yourself.
Well, that was a short call.
She wasn't home.
Oh, it's too bad. Did you find the book?
What book?
The one by Mike Stilson.
Oh. No.
Well, keep looking.
You know the best way to stop talking to yourself?
No.
Get married.
The light went on in her room.
What's that?
He went to the booth. He only had time to dial, and the light went on in Alice's apartment.
Who's Alice?
It could be a coincidence. Wait a minute.
Hello?
Alice, it's Lou Parker. Did I wake you?
No. I'm up.
Did your phone ring just a minute ago?
Did it ring? Well, I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Well, I'd fallen asleep, and, well, I must have been having a bad dream. I think I heard the phone, but it could have been in the dream. Anyhow, I did wake up suddenly, and I turned on the light, but I didn't hear the phone ringing anymore.
Could it have been the ringing of the phone that woke you?
I don't know. Did I hear it ring, or did I dream it was ringing? Why do you ask?
I'm just checking. Anyhow, I'm glad you're okay. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
Oh, that was a short phone call, too.
Yeah.
How is she?
Who?
Your girl.
Now, how do you know I call my girl?
I told you I read character.
Do you also read the future?
Like an open book.
Well, I sure hope so. Captain, we got ourselves the killer.
Oh, how can you be sure of your guy?
I saw him in the bookshop.
Does that make him a suspect? Maybe he likes to read.
Then again in the diner.
He may have been hungry.
He didn't eat. He just went into the phone booth. He didn't even make a call. He was in there just long enough to let the number ring, and then he was out.
So?
So the light went on in Alice's, Miss Maitland's apartment.
You mean he called her and hung up?
Well,
what?
She isn't sure.
How can she not be sure? The phone rang or it didn't?
It isn't that simple. You see, she was asleep and she can't be sure. If it was the ringing of the phone that woke her up, or if the ringing of the phone was part of her dream.
Good luck.
Look, Captain Blake, there's something about this guy. He's young, about 30-ish, thin, blonde, a very hard line to his mouth.
Lou, I think you better report in for general duty. This case is getting to you.
Well, Captain, please.
It's no reflection. It's even to your credit. It shows you care about people.
Captain, let me have one more day.
All right, Lou. 24 hours.
I'm sorry I've caused you so much embarrassment, Lou.
That's all right.
Captain Blake is unhappy.
He'll get over it.
He thinks I'm crazy.
Well, he thinks most people are crazy.
Lou, you can't keep guarding me forever.
He has to strike at you soon. That's the pattern. He's done 4 murders in 12 days. That's one every 3 days. This is the night of the 15th day. He's due. Unless
what?
Unless I've scared him off for a while. No, keep away from your window.
Why?
Well, if he's around, we'll be tipped off. But could I have scared him away? After all, how would he know I'm a cop? You never saw him before?
Never.
We have to assume he's our killer. And what is the only thing we know about him besides his general physical description?
We know he wanted a book by Mike Stilson.
Blood on the Streets.
But he could have made that up on the spur of the moment.
People rarely make things up in the spur of the moment. He knows what he's doing. He's out to frighten you. The phone calls are a part of it. That book. There's something in it that would cause you to be frightened. But what?
I don't know. I've never read it.
Well, he figures you did. After all, you own a bookstore.
I have to sell books by Mike Stilson, but no one can force me to read them.
Well, the clue is in that book. Wait a minute. Captain Blake, it's Lou Parker.
Do you know it's 2 a.m?
Yes, sir, but I'm calling in the line of duty.
You live dangerously, Lou. What is it?
Captain, you've read all the books by Mike Stilson.
What?
Don't deny it, sir. It's a known fact throughout the department.
You mean you woke me up at 2 a.m. just to ask?
Line of duty, sir.
If I read those books, it's only because I get a good laugh at how unrealistic they are.
Captain, what's the story of Blood on the Streets?
Lou, I hope your patrolman's uniform still fits.
I'll be able to prove this is the line of duty. Yeah, Alice, pick up in your extension.
Well, in a nutshell, a bunch of spoiled, rotten, rich kids are kind of high. They're joyriding in this sports car, and they run down and kill this harmless old gent. The harmless old gent has a son. The son comes back from Vietnam. He swears he'll have revenge, so he shoots the joyriders one by one.
That's it?
That's it. And it better be line of duty.
Well, Alice?
No. I was never involved in anything like that.
Does it remind you of something that might be similar?
No.
But it has to. Think. I hope you don't mind if I answer your phone. Hello?
Detective?
Yes.
He's here. You know, Blondie. He's sitting at the counter. He's having a ham sandwich and a glass of milk.
Thanks.
Look, he can't see me, but I can see him. Oh, he's headed for the phone booth.
Oh, good work. We better hang up.
What is it, Lou?
Well, right now, right here and now, we're going to find out. If that telephone should ring...
Whatever his faults, and we have already witnessed a rather grievous one, at least young Peter Jackson is something of a sportsman. In his own way, he warns his intended victims. He even tries to give them clues. This time, has he given one too many? We'll be back shortly with Act 3. What would our civilization be without the telephone? Imagine your life without it. And the way the telephone works, it requires two people to complete a call. However, some of the most eloquent conversations can be carried on when there's no one at the other end, as you shall hear.
Answer it, Alice. Answer it.
Hello? He hung up.
Now I've got him.
Where are you going?
You stay here.
Hi, Detective.
Where is he?
Blondie? Well, I told you he went into the phone booth. He didn't stay in there more than a couple of seconds, and then he ran out of here.
Did you see which way he went?
He didn't even pay his check.
Which way did he go?
Look, you got nothing to worry about. You'll get him.
What are you saying?
He ran into a cab that's usually parked outside.
All right, could you describe
I don't have to describe. I know.
Look, all I want is...
I know the cab driver. He's a school teacher for days, and he moonlights. His name is Vic Wilson.
Does he have a radio?
They all have radios. How could he make a living?
What's the company?
Oh, what a great witness I make. Jefferson. You even got the number on a card in the phone booth. Blondie's in for it, huh?
Jefferson Cabs,
This is a police call. You have a driver, Vic Wilson. He's on a job right now. The minute he checks in, have him report back to the diner at 3rd Street, to Detective Parker.
Detective Parker?
Yeah.
How do I know it's...
My badge.
Get in. Can't be too careful of that maniac running around loose.
Where'd you take your last fare?
790 Crest.
Oh, what is it?
It's an apartment building.
How big?
6 family, I'd say.
Attached?
No, it's all by itself. There's an empty lot on either side. They're renovating the neighborhood. It's about time.
He lives there, huh?
Yeah, I've been taking him there for the last couple of days. He comes out of the diner, he gets into the camp, that's where he goes.
That's good enough.
Is he a bad boy?
Well, you wouldn't give him a star for good conduct, teacher.
Throw on those searchlights, Haggerty, and hand me that bullhorn. We know who you are, and we know you're in there. We'll give you exactly 60 seconds to come out. Walk out the front door with your hands in the air. Keep behind the car, Lou. A nut like this one might want to take some people with him. You've had your minute. Come out, or we'll come in. All right, let's get in there fast. Open up, police. All right, stand to the side of the door, Lou. Cover me.
Who is it?
It's me, Lou.
Lou, what happened?
Well,
You didn't get him.
no, we didn't get him.
Maybe it was the wrong house.
No, the cab driver insists that's where he's been taking him.
Then what happened?
Oh, he's smart. He has himself dropped off at a false certain address in case he's being tailed, and then he sneaks out.
Makes sense.
Of course, Captain Blake doesn't believe a word of it.
But, Lou...
Oh, come on. 6 families live in that house. 6 ordinary, law-abiding families, and we rouse them at 5 in the morning and search the place.
How angry is Captain Blake?
Well, if he ever gets over it, I may wind up working nights in charge of the property office. Otherwise, I'm pounding a beat down along the docks.
It's my fault.
No.
How do I really know I'm in danger? Why isn't this the product of an overwrought imagination?
And the phone calls?
Coincidence.
And the guy in the bookshop? And we see him again in the phone booth just before your telephone rings?
It could all be coincidence.
I can't accept that.
Captain Blake does.
As far as I'm concerned, you're in danger. And you're convinced of it too, aren't you?
But I don't have to be right.
We can't take any more chances. Now, I'm going to stay here with you for another hour. By then, the stores will be open and we'll buy you a small .25 caliber revolver.
No.
I'll arrange for a permit and I'll show you how to use it.
But I can't stand the sight of a gun.
Alice, if a man is determined to kill you, all the advantages are on his side. We have to reduce the odds.
I couldn't own a gun. I couldn't use one even if it meant saving my life.
Now, Alice, I don't want to say that sounds silly, but...
I don't think I can ever forget.
Forget what?
Well, I was standing right next to a man once who was killed by a gun.
When?
Oh, years ago. I was about 6.
Who was killed?
A very nice man. He was our grocer, Mr. Jackson. It was the day after New Year's, and Mama sent me out to buy... To this day, I remember a quart of milk, a half pound of butter, and a jar of strawberry jam. And then this man came in. He had a gun. It was a holdup. And suddenly, there was a loud explosion and a terrible flash of light. Oh, it was terrible. Mr. Jackson fell to the floor. He was dead. And the man ran away.
Was he ever caught?
Oh, yes. Just a few hours later. I had to go to the station house to identify him.
Do you realize what you've just told me? This is it. You identified the man. He was sent to jail. Now, years later, he wants his revenge.
But that's not what happened.
No?
Well, you see, I was so frightened. I wasn't sure. I really couldn't identify him. And he went free. So why would he want to kill me now?
Then that gets us nowhere either.
The others couldn't identify him either.
The others?
Yes. There were other people, but no one was sure of him.
Now, if you had identified him and sent him to prison, it'd make sense to suppose he'd want revenge, but you didn't. Now, whoever and wherever he is today, he's happy. But the fact that you failed to identify him could have made someone else unhappy.
What do you mean?
Oh, the book, Blood on the Streets. It's about a man who killed people who did his father an injury. Did this grocer have a son?
I think so. I think a little boy used to play in the store. But it's so long ago. Who could that be?
I'll take it. Hello?
Mr. Parker, it's Terry Cannon. Remember me?
Yes, Mr. Cannon.
They said I could reach you at this number. Anyhow, it came to me.
What came to you?
Well, I was trying to puzzle out why the name Alice Maitland was so familiar. Well, sir, about 23 years ago, Mary Margaret was in a grocery store, and a man was killed in a holdup. I took her down to the station house to identify the gunman.
And could she?
Well, no, sir, she really couldn't be sure. Anyhow, another one of the witnesses was a little girl. Her name was Alice Maitland. And I remember her because she was the most terrified little thing I'd ever seen in my life.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cannon. I've got you. Finally, I've got you all tied together.
Who?
You and those women who were killed all come together in a little grocery store some 23 years ago. Finally, now we know who we're looking for. I'd like to see the look on Captain Blake's face when I tell him
You won't
this.
live to see that look, friend.
Lou!
I know you got a gun in the shoulder holster. Just lay the phone down. Slow. Easy. Now, raise the hand. Slow. Easy. That's fine. Just keep them there.
I guess your name is Jackson.
Peter Jackson, Jr. You figured it out. So I figured I'd have to come back and get both of you. Hands stay up.
Well, it's too late, Peter. We know about you.
Yeah, you know about me, but the other cops don't. See, I was in the house across the street when you staged the raid. I thought I'd die laughing. I learned never to get dropped off where I live. That way you don't get surprised.
You won't get away with it.
Oh, I'll get away with it. She's the last one. I'm sorry about you, but I'll walk out of here. And who'll know it was me?
But why her? She was just a kid.
She lied.
But I didn't know. I really didn't know.
Yeah, that's what they all said, but they were lying. They were bought off. All of you were bought off.
Come on, Peter, talk sense.
My father is murdered, and the law lets a killer go free, and you want me to talk sense? Does it make sense that 5 people who were standing right there couldn't recognize him?
But I couldn't be sure. I really couldn't be sure.
My father, he never hurt a soul in his life. If a hungry person didn't have a penny in his pocket, he could still walk out of that store with a loaf of bread or a bottle of milk.
If your father was that kind of man, what would he think of you, killing innocent people?
My father believed in justice.
But you knew who the killer was. Why didn't you go after him?
Yeah, I did, but I was cheated. I spent years on his trail, and when I finally caught up with him, he was in his grave. Well, my father wasn't going to be cheated out of everything. If I couldn't have the killer, at least I could get the people who helped him.
Let me explain something.
No, you don't want to explain anything. You want a store. You want a chance to go for your gun. Well, you won't get it. See, I'll kill you first, and then her. There's such a thing in this world as justice. If the law won't give it to you, then you make your own.
And that's why you're doing this? For justice?
That's right.
That's wrong. You're doing it because you love to kill.
That's a lie.
Ah, it's the truth. Look at yourself. Look at how you're enjoying this.
I'm doing what has to be done.
You killed those 4 women and you enjoyed it.
You have 30 seconds to live. Say your prayers.
How long do you think you have to live? You're going to keep killing and you'll be caught. You can't stop.
I hate killing.
Come on, you love to see people under the gun, how they squirm and sweat. You're eating this up. Look at your face in that mirror. Look at that grin. Like a wolf. See how flushed and excited you are. Look at yourself. Look. I'm gonna break your arm. Drop it.
Very good work, Lou. Very good. One more second and we would have had to gun him down. This way we can take him home alive.
Captain Blake.
Somehow, I'm going to get back here. Get back to you, Miss Alice Maitland. I'll keep my promise.
Haggerty, Gordon, cuff him. Hustle him back to headquarters.
Look, Alice, don't worry about him.
You all right, Miss Maitland?
Yes, I think so.
You shouldn't be. It was a rough experience.
Why did you come back, Captain?
Well, I guess we both solved it, Lou. You broke it by pure and simple brain work. I waited for a miracle.
Oh, did you get it?
Yeah, I got it. I got it because of this little machine. Mary Cannon was killed in an office. She managed somehow to throw the switch on a dictating machine. A secretary came into work this morning, and she heard Peter Jackson, and she didn't stop running till she got to my desk. Listen.
His name is Jackson. Peter Jackson. They'll catch you, Peter. They'll catch you.
Number 4, Mrs. Mary Margaret Cannon. Number 5, coming up, Miss Alice Maitland.
You see, Lou? There's your whole story.
Of course, that isn't our whole story. For instance, you might want to know what happened to Peter Jackson. He's in a hospital for the criminally insane. For his sterling leadership in cracking the case, Captain Blake will probably become the next chief of police. Detective Parker will probably become Detective Sergeant Parker. And Miss Alice Maitland will probably become Mrs. Lou Parker. So you see, sometimes we can give you a happy ending. I'll be back shortly. The story you have just heard was concerned with the most precious concept the human race has ever created: justice. And when you think of Peter Jackson, perhaps he proves the point made by a great poet. When a man takes justice in his own hands, he will soon shape her to his own ends. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Susan Grossman, Jack Grimes, Bryna Rayburn, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Ohio's favorite music is on 1230 WCOL Columbus.
The Mutual Broadcasting System, in cooperation with Family Theater Incorporated, presents Some Rain Must Fall, starring William Lundigan and Betty Arnold. Jimmy Gleason is your host.
More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of. Ever walk through the streets of a big city and notice how many people hurry along, wrapped up in their own thoughts? It leaves you a feeling a big city with millions of people around can sometimes be the loneliest place in the world. Yes, and the reverse of that picture, the most cheerful place in the world is a happy home. There's no word that means so much, so many things to each of us, as the simple word home. It means companionship and love and the kindness of those who love us. It means all the wonderful things of life, the beautiful things that we cherish. Beautiful things like a mother and a father and little children who kneel and offer their simple prayers to Him who gives mankind so many blessings for which to be thankful, among them the blessings of little children. To have peaceful, prayerful, happy homes, that is the purpose to which Family Theater is dedicated. Dedicated with the hope that your home, your family, will enjoy all of God's wonderful blessings.
The rain was over the city that night, the driving, cold rain of October. The wind out of the northeast took the rain, took it and shook it like a wet scourge against the granite and steel of the city. And somewhere in that late October evening, there was a kind of sad sound in the world, as of wasted things, wasted life, and wasted dreams. And a girl walked slowly out of the rain, up the steps, into the old cathedral. And she knelt with the rain still on her face and hair. And suddenly she was weeping. And this is the saddest of all sad sounds, the stifled pain locked in the throat of a girl who weeps in an old cathedral.
Excuse me, miss. I saw you in there, and I waited for you out here on the steps.
It's really rained tonight, isn't it?
Yeah. You were crying, miss. I couldn't help noticing you.
Oh, that's nothing. Sometimes I do that.
Cry?
Yes. Is the subway near?
It's not far, a couple of blocks over.
Well, I guess I'd better be going.
No, wait a minute. Please, don't walk away, miss. I just wanted to talk to you.
All right. I have plenty of time anyway. More time than I can use. Why am I talking to you like this?
I asked you to, I guess.
I think you're kind. You're the first person I've met in months like that. Don't ever stop being kind. Now it's time I got started.
Where are you going?
That's what I'd like to find out myself. Where am I going?
Well, you're going somewhere.
Bus terminal. I've slept in a bus terminal the last 2 nights.
Oh, I see.
Maybe you never thought things like that could happen.
Yeah, but a bus terminal.
I can't get a room. That is, with the rent I can afford to pay.
It isn't good to be out and no place to go.
Maybe I can get used to it. You can get used to anything if you try.
I think I could find a place for you.
You? Where?
The house where I stay. Downstairs are Lolly and Kurt. They're friends of mine. You'd like them. They have a little room next to their place that they never use. You stay there.
No.
Oh, I just wanted to help. Now, wait a minute. It isn't much. It's warm. It's out of the rain.
They're strangers. They wouldn't want it. I don't know you, and what do you know about me?
Nothing. That doesn't matter, does it?
Yes. Yes, it does.
You can leave after the rain's over if you want. They'd like to have you. I know Kurt and Lolly. They'll help.
I don't know.
Well, all right. I guess it's going to keep raining. I'd better get along. It's pretty late.
Wait. I think it's going to keep raining, too. I shouldn't be afraid. You've been so kind. Maybe you understand better than most. You could explain to them?
You don't have to worry.
I'll stay with
Lolly and Kurt.
Until the rain's over.
Okay. That's the way it'll be. My name's Jeremy Foster.
Mine's Evie. Evie Morris.
Here, I'll give you my coat to hold over you. It's cold.
But you'll need your...
I don't need a coat. Not now.
The windows are clean, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
My, 3 days is a long time for it to rain steady. I should go.
3 days is too long to impose on someone like this. Maybe it won't stop for a week.
Don't worry about it, kid.
I'm not worrying, Lolly. I'm not afraid. Not anymore. You've been so kind, letting me use your extra room and talking to me like this. And Jerry. He's so good, Lolly.
Yeah, Jerry's a good boy, Evie.
You say he's a writer?
Oh, he does stories and poems. Things that don't sell. If he didn't have that janitor's job he's got, he'd starve to death.
I see.
Well, I guess I gotta start cleaning.
I'm sort of in the way here.
Oh, don't say that. I like people around.
Jerry said he'd look, try to find something for me to do. I'd have to work, Lolly.
Jerry's getting used to having you here. He'd want you to stay. Him coming down to talk to you every day is the most we've seen of him in a long time. Don't go right away, Evie.
Evie, where are you going?
I can't stay any longer, Jerry. You've been very kind, but
It's still raining.
Well, I hate to impose, Jerry. I think I should try to find some work in some other place to stay.
We'll find something when the rain's over, Evie. And you aren't imposing. Don't think about that. Lolly likes you. She'd want you to stay, and... Well, I guess I do, too.
Thank you, Jerry. You know, I've been thinking about how hard you work. Up there in your room all day writing, and at that office building cleaning.
Well, someday I won't have to work at the office building. Someday someone will like what I write.
That'll mean a lot to you, won't it, Jerry?
Life, Evie. All the grand things you can do when you know you're on the way up. When you know you're saying something worthwhile. It makes a difference.
It'll come soon. The stories you write, the poems. There must be someone who wants beautiful things like that. Why don't you write a book?
No.
Write a book, Jerry.
Look, Evie, you've got to be good to write a book.
You can do it. Just put it together in the right way.
Well, maybe I will. Someday. What time is it?
I think it's about 11.
I guess I should go. I wanted to see about getting half a day's work.
Do you think you will?
Well, I asked Mr. Denton. He said he thought so.
You look so tired, Jerry. You're doing too much. All morning now you've been writing, and I'll bet you were at it late last night.
Yes, Evie, but I'm thinking now about a new story. Maybe a long story about rain and a girl and a cathedral.
Oh, Jerry, that's just like us.
Evie,
Yes?
will you be here when I come back?
I should go. I don't like to pose on you.
Evie, when I come back.
Yes, I'll be here, Jerry.
Howdy, Evie. Come on in, kid.
Hello, Lolly. I don't want to bother you if you're working.
Oh, it's nothing important, honey. Just letting out an old rag of mine. Got to make it last a little longer. Ought to be washing. It's a nice day.
Yes, it's nice today. The sun's out.
Mm-hmm. Getting along all right?
Fine, just fine, Lolly. Only I was wondering, do you think if I asked Mrs. Meacham, would there be any chance of getting something for new curtains?
Curtains? For that little closet you're living in?
No, Lolly, for upstairs in Jerry's room.
Oh.
I thought if I could get something, fix it up a little.
Yeah, that's an idea.
And maybe a table. A little one to put a flower on.
A flower? Here?
I mean, a pot with a plant in it and flowers on it.
Oh.
It'd be nice by his window. It gets lots of sun.
When the sun shines.
Yeah, I guess it would be kind of silly. Mrs. Meacham doesn't know me. Maybe she wouldn't like it.
Mrs. Meacham wants permanent people here. She'll keep them if she gets them, even if it does mean a little table and a couple of curtains. Jerry's permanent. Been here 3 years.
Well, do you think she will, then? Shall I ask her?
No, you leave her to me. There are ways of getting around Mrs. Meacham. We'll get your table and curtains.
Oh, if only you could, Lolly.
What about the flower? That plant for the table?
I'll get it. I'll get it somehow. Do you think Jerry will like it, Lolly?
Oh, sure, kid. He'll like it.
I was afraid changing things around like this, putting up new curtains and all, might make him...
I've lived in this house since before Jerry came here. Kurt and I know him real well. He don't get mad. Not at anything.
I wanted to make it nice.
Where's your flower?
Well, I haven't got it yet.
Pot's no good without a flower, is it?
They cost quite a lot.
I suppose so. Well, you did a good job, Evie, considering what you had to work with. Hard to do much with an old room.
It was fun.
You're beginning to fall for Jerry.
Oh, Lolly, don't be silly.
I'm not. But I think I know love when I see it. 6 weeks and you're in love with the guy.
No, I'm not.
You stayed, didn't you?
Well, I didn't know where else to go, Lolly. And you've been so kind to me. You and Kurt and Jerry.
Jerry wanted you to stay, and then you found out that you wanted to stay.
Yes. I knew it one day. The day it stopped raining.
Was he glad?
I think so. He must have been, Lolly. He laughed and he said, "The sun's out, Evie. The sun's out. Let's go down to an old cathedral."
You're good for him, Evie.
For Jerry.
He needs you now more than his writing, even. Remember what I said. Don't go away. Yeah, he'll like the way you fix things, Evie.
It's wonderful, Evie, wonderful. I thought I'd done all there was to do to it, but I guess I didn't know.
I'm glad you like it, Jerry.
Oh, I do, Evie, I do. It's funny what you can do with one room, isn't it?
Only it isn't finished yet. There should be a flower for the little table by the window.
A flower for the inside?
With the sun coming in on it.
Yeah. Something you can take care of and see growing every day when you put water on it. Getting tall in the sun and then...
And full of color for a while.
Yeah. Green. Cool, soft green with touches of flame in it. What kind of a flower, Evie?
I don't know, Jerry. But it would be nice.
Yeah. It'd be nice to watch it grow beautiful in the sun. Hello, Evie. I didn't know you'd be waiting out here. It's kind of late.
It's nice and quiet out here on the porch.
Cool, too.
I was waiting for you, Jerry.
There's something wrong?
No, nothing's wrong. I wanted to see you and talk for a minute.
Well, it's pretty late.
But it's real nice out tonight, isn't it? I've been sitting here watching the streetlight on the corner.
And dreaming?
A little. Remembering mostly. About the rain and about cathedrals.
That was a long time ago.
I saw you walking up the street. You were just a tall shadow. I could tell it was you from the way you held your head and walked like you were glad about something.
I am. I was going to show this to you in the morning, but I want you to see it now. Here.
Oh, Jerry, the flower.
I'll turn the porch light on
so
you can
no,
see.
I can see it. I can see how beautiful it is.
I looked all over for it.
What kind is it?
I didn't even ask, but it made me think of the sky and stars at night. I thought of a name for it. On the way home, I called it Star Rover. And the leaves, they're the darkest green I've ever seen. And it's got flowers on it already.
I know I can see them. Oh, Jerry, your room's finished now. It's got everything.
Yeah, it's got everything now.
Jerry? You don't talk about your writing anymore.
Oh, I don't know, Evie. I'm discouraged about the story.
The story about the rain? And the girl in the cathedral?
Yeah, I don't know what happens to them.
Maybe they fall in love.
Yes. Only they don't know it for quite a while, huh? They don't talk about it until...
Until one night. And the girl waits for him and they talk.
And he's been a dreamer, while she'd gone through the sufferings that make people practical. And when they talked, the mist drifted away and his dreams became real.
And she forgot all the dark, ugly things of the past. And she knew they were gone forever.
And the boy knew he'd never be lonely again. He knew there'd be something besides words now to fill the emptiness around him.
They talked in the darkness, and suddenly the girl said, "I love you."
Evie.
I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry.
Do you know what the boy said then?
What?
He said, "Evie, honey, I wanted to hear you say it. I wanted to talk about it, but I couldn't find the words, and I was afraid. I kept thinking maybe I wouldn't know how to take care of you. I didn't want to hurt you. I didn't want to make you unhappy. I'd like to give you a home and everything, Evie. But I'm not even a second-rate hack writer. I'd like to build a cathedral, and I get nothing but pasteboard bungalows.
Jerry?
Yeah.
Jerry, I'll take a pasteboard bungalow.
Tired, kid?
Just a little, Lolly.
Mm-hmm. You're not scared, are you? Jerry will be happy about it.
But maybe it'll be trouble for him, Lolly. His job's only half a day, and he works so hard.
If I know Jerry, he'll be glad. And why not? You both like kids? Sure, he'll be glad.
He'll want to quit writing and work all day full time because he'll think he should.
Look, if a man wants to write, he'll write, no matter how much other work he does. Now, don't worry about it.
Well, he's worried now because he doesn't know how the story should finish, but I know he's got to keep on with it.
Sure, honey, he'll keep on with it.
I'll have to buy things. It'll take a lot.
Well, there'll be a time later on to worry.
Yes, I suppose I'm silly to think about it now.
Sure. There's lots of time. And God always takes care of things.
Jerry, why don't you rest? You've been writing for hours.
Well, I want to try and get this story finished, Evie.
How's it coming now?
I don't know.
You haven't told me much about it, Jerry.
Well, sometimes when I'm writing, it seems as though I hear... Oh,
what, Jerry?
well, as though I hear music.
Real music? Outside somewhere?
No, I know it sounds crazy, but it's here in the room.
Yes?
And I sit here watching the shadows on the ceiling, watching and thinking.
About the boy and the girl in the cathedral.
Yeah, about the boy and the girl and the baby.
Go on, Jerry. It's beautiful.
For him, it used to be an empty room with not a sound in it. And then she came. There was a violin playing somewhere at night. He could hear it like it was soft in the distance, coming from downstairs where she was sleeping. But it was far away and lost.
I did that, Jerry?
He loved her then. I guess that was it.
I didn't know it was like that, Jerry.
And then they were married, and he kept hearing it. But it had changed. It was all strings and reeds. Sweet, soft music, making a strange kind of beauty.
And then?
Well, then, the boy and the girl and the baby. Glorious music. Deep and soft and sweet, like an organ in the cathedral. And it isn't far away or lost. And he hears it like it was a flood inside, tight up against his throat. And he wants it to go on and on because it's never happened to him before. And he's afraid it'll go away. And he doesn't want it to go away. Oh, Evie, it's no use trying. I've got to get a job.
No, Jerry.
I've got to have things ready.
Your work, Jerry, our book.
I don't know if I can ever finish it. Right now, nothing is as important to me as my family.
Oh, Jerry, I didn't want it that way. I didn't want you to think that way. Jerry?
Yeah.
You're soaking wet.
Yeah, I know it. I'll change. Rained pretty steady all day.
I knew you'd stay out in it, and you shouldn't have, Jerry. You'll take sick.
I've got to find something, Evie.
Did you, Jerry? Did you find something?
No, I'm not experienced at anything.
Oh, Jerry, you got a cold being out in the rain all day like that.
No, it's all right, Evie.
Your forehead's warm, too.
Evie.
Yes, Jerry.
Evie, the Star Rover, the flower I brought to you, what's happened to it?
I don't know. It was all bright and green a couple of days ago. The sun was shining on it.
It looks sick now. Did you water it?
Every day, Jerry. But it has to have sun. It won't grow nice if it doesn't have sun.
Is it sick, Evie? Is it dying?
Oh, no, dear, it can't be sick. It'll be all right when it stops raining.
Yeah, when it stops raining.
Please, Jerry, not the book now. It'll wait. Don't start on it now.
It's nearly finished.
I know, dear, but tonight, maybe. You can work on it tonight, after you get warm again.
All right. I was just looking at it.
It's going to be a beautiful book.
Yeah. A big one, too. If it's ever finished.
Jerry?
Yeah?
It's late, dear. It's after midnight.
It is? Oh, I didn't know it.
Tomorrow. Let it go till tomorrow.
I can't. It's got to be finished.
Jerry, what's the matter? What happened to you?
Nothing.
What can I do? Jerry, what can I do?
I can't breathe. Evie, help. I can't breathe.
The doctor wants you to go in now, Evie.
Jerry's been that way so long, Lolly. I was just lying there, not saying anything. But he's fighting. He's fighting, Lolly. He wants to stay.
Jerry's critical sick, Evie.
He's dying, Lolly. I know it.
Evie, kid, don't say that.
Jerry's been so good, Lolly. Surely God knows that. He can see, he'll listen. He wants Jerry to live.
Evie, listen to me. The doctor says Jerry's reaching a crisis, and you want to be with him.
I've got to be with him, Lolly.
He won't be able to see you. Maybe he can't hear you neither, but you got to make him know you're there. He's got to know you're with him, wanting him to get well. It'll help him, Evie.
Yes, I'll try. Jerry, I'll try.
Oh, don't cry, honey. You can't let him feel you're afraid. Everything's just like it was. Talk about something. Get to him somehow.
He's good, Lolly. He's done so much. He said he hoped the baby'd be a boy.
Talk about the baby, Evie. Everything has to do with the baby. He'll hear you.
I'll make him hear, Lolly. I've got to make him hear.
It's no use, Evie. Evie, I'm on the way out. You need the sun.
The sun's out again, Jerry.
It's cold. I know. It's cold.
Jerry, listen to me. It isn't cold anymore. There's music in the room. You heard it, remember? Try to remember. It was warm music. It made the room warm.
Music?
Oh, you heard. Oh, Jerry, you heard. Yes, darling, it was warm music. It was soft and deep, like an organ in a cathedral. You said it was like that, Jerry.
A violin, strings, and reeds. It was like...
An organ, Jerry. Don't you remember, darling? Our room was a cathedral. It's in the room, Jerry. It's here. It's warm music. I can hear it, too. We can hear it together now. Oh, Jerry. Jerry.
Oh. Evie.
Yes. Yes, Jerry.
I'm all right. Don't cry, honey.
Oh.
Evie.
Yes, darling.
Evie, I can finish that book.
Yes, of course, darling.
Evie, I can see it now.
The story about the boy and the girl.
Yeah, of course. Evie, it's our life. Yours and mine and the baby's. I can see people like us, millions of them. And the men and women and children laughing and crying, hungering for something. Reaching for something, reaching out of their fevers and out of their sickness and weakness and loneliness, but reaching always out and up for something beyond the stars.
It will be the world's most beautiful book.
We could never grow without the rain, Evie. Without the rain and pain.
Oh, Jerry. Oh, thank you, God. The sun is out again.
You know, like the people in tonight's play, we all pass through seasons of trial and suffering, seasons when some rain must fall. But most of us can gladly say that the joyful days outnumber the sorrowful. Yes, and we're always glad to remember the kindness, the thoughtfulness of those who help us over the rough spots. Why, when you think about it for a moment, you begin to see that the rain and the pain are all part of a wonderful plan. A plan that brings out the strength and goodness, the kindness and courage in the world and in us. Yes, and a happy family is part of God's plan. A plan that means a family living together in understanding and affection. A family where everyone is doing a little to make everyone else happy. That's the way it should be. The way it can be with God's help. So ask God for His help. Pray together as a family, and you'll be together in love and understanding. Because a family that prays together stays together. Before saying goodnight, I'd like to thank William Lundigan for his performance as Jerry, Betty Arnold for the portrayal of Evie, and Ann Morrison for her performance as Lally. Our thanks also to Jonathan Goodhue for writing tonight's play, and to Max Terra for his music. Mel Williamson directed, and John Ryder produced the program. Next week, our Family Theater stars will be Brenda Marshall and William Holden in Song for a Long Road. Your host will be Gene Lockhart. This is Jimmy Gleason saying good night, and God bless you.
This series of the Family Theater broadcast is made possible by the thousands of you who felt the need for this kind of program, by the Mutual Broadcasting System, which has responded to this need, and by the actors and technicians of the motion picture and radio industries. This program is heard overseas through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Services. Dick Wynn speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Great scenes from great plays, with your host, Walter Hamden, and starring tonight Miss Joan Caulfield in Little Women. Each week at this time, the Episcopal families of your own community and the Episcopal Actors Guild invite you to share the dramatic inspiration of great scenes from great plays as transcribed by famous artists of stage, screen, and radio. And now, here is your host, the distinguished actor-manager, Mr. Walter Hamden.
Thank you, and good evening. One of the most beloved stories in all our literature is Louisa May Alcott's Little Women, and with good reason, I believe, for though our homes today may be very different from the March family home in the story, still the laughter, the happy moments, and the sad ones in the lives of Meg, Jo, Beth, and Amy are mirrors of youth the world over. Tonight we are honored to have in the role of the forthright, impetuous Jo, who wants to play big brother to her sisters, and keep the family together, the delightful young star of stage and screen, Miss Joan Caulfield.
Thank you, Mr. Hamden. And because I've always wanted to play Jo, ever since I first read about her in Little Women, I'm especially pleased about being with you in tonight's play. I hope it will bring back for everyone listening the same happy memories Jo brings to me.
I'm sure it will, Joan. And we're also happy to have with us tonight Betty Caulfield as Amy and Stephen Schnabel as Professor Bear. So let us raise the curtain now on Little Women. The March family house is big and old and somewhat shabby, and it rests in a dignified, if slightly lopsided position, well back from the tree-shaded street in a small New England town. When we first meet the March girls, it's a Christmas Eve in the early 1860s. In the parlor, a bright fire is crackling in the old-fashioned hearth, casting its warm glow on the lovely faces of the four sisters gathered round. On womanly Meg, the eldest.
It is indeed dreadful to be poor at Christmas time.
On blonde Amy, the youngest.
I agree with you, Meg. I think it's utterly unfair for some girls to have all the pretty things they want and others nothing at all.
On shy and gentle Beth, bending over her embroidery.
Well, at least we have father and mother and each other.
And on Jo, harum-scarum Jo with the flashing gray eyes and the beautiful brown hair and the flyaway look to her clothes.
Oh, Christopher Columbus, we haven't got father. Sure. Well, we haven't, Meg. Not while he's away at the wars, we don't. Father said it was his bounden duty as a chaplain to be with the suffering soldiers. Well, Christopher Columbus, who said it wasn't? All I wish is he could have taken me along with him, that's all. Oh, Jo, you aren't serious. Oh, am I not, though? When Johnny comes marching home again, hooray, hooray. Jo, what's the matter? I wish you wouldn't shout, Jo. It's so dreadfully boyish. Oh, fiddlesticks. It's a perfectly lovely way to express your feelings. Especially when your feelings are all hungry. Oh, Mommy will be home soon, Jo, and then we'll have some nice tea and toast. I know, kitten. I was just mourning the perfectly bully breakfast Mommy gave away this morning. I can still smell those buckwheat cakes. Oh, I'm glad Mommy gave away my Christmas breakfast to those poor Hummel people. I wouldn't have enjoyed a bite, knowing all the while that a whole family was starving. Just you wait and see, Meg. Mother won't have to work so hard anymore, and Christopher Columbus. What's the matter, Jo? Well, the play. We've forgotten all about the play. Oh, Jo, not again. Oh, Jo, we've been rehearsing your old play every day for a week. Well, you don't want it to be all bumbly and fumbly again for Mommy, do you? Well, we'll start with the fainting scene. You're stiff as a poker in that, Amy. I can't help it, Jo. I never saw anyone fainting. And besides, I'm all black and blue now from tumbling around. From now on, if I can go down easily, I'll drop. If I can't, I shall fall into a chair and be graceful. Christopher Columbus, you can't faint into a chair, Amy. People don't faint into nice, soft chairs. They faint right down on the floor with a plop, like this. Oh, Jo. Get up, Jo, quick. There are two gentlemen at the front door. Well, let them in. How do you do?
How do you do?
Won't you come in?
Thank you.
Oh, Jo, do get out. I know you. You're the boy from across the street.
I'm Laurie. And you're the one they call Jo.
Oh, how bully of you. Jo. Oh, excuse me. Well, this is my sister, Meg.
How do you do, Miss Meg?
How do you do?
I always watch your games, Miss Jo. Oh, excuse me. This is my tutor, Mr. Brooke.
How do you do, Mr. Brooke?
How do you do? Master Laurie will explain our presence here, Miss Meg.
What? Oh, I am here with the compliments of my grandfather. My grandfather heard about the breakfast you gave away this morning and asked, wouldn't you please, as a favor to a lonely old man on Christmas, accept this dinner?
Oh, thank you.
If you should ever want to borrow my bicycle, Miss Jo.
Master Laurie.
Oh, hey, excuse me. And the very best of Christmases to you, one and all, from us. One and all.
Merry Christmas.
Good day, ladies.
Oh, Merry Christmas to you. Merry Christmas. Oh, how nice of Mr. Brooke. Christopher Columbus. A whole plummy Christmas dinner. Look at that. And look here. Oh, I smell plum pudding. And I smell turkey. Oh, wait until Mommy sees this. Oh, Meg, isn't it just a brook? Oh, what's the matter with her? He had such lovely manners. Oh, Christopher Columbus, a whole beautiful Christmas dinner standing here before us, and you start mooning about it. Oh, let's get the food on the table before Mommy gets here.
Joe, as you can see, was not one for sentiment. At least, not yet. Joe considered herself the man of the family, now that Father March was away. I was inclined to look with a rather scornful eye on such girlish fancies as manners and fashion and parties and balls.
Joe! Oh, Joe, look. A regular note of invitation from Mrs. Gardner for tomorrow night. Isn't that wonderful, Joe? Oh, what shall we wear?
What's the use of asking what, Meg? When you know we should wear our poplars because we haven't got anything else.
I don't see how we can go on calmly eating apples at a time like this, Joe. Oh, if I only had a silk dress.
Christopher Columbus, I forgot. My dress is burnt in the back, and it shows horribly.
Oh, dear. Well, then you'll just have to sit still all you can and keep your back out of sight. Now, let me see. I'll wear a ribbon in my hair, and my gloves are clean. Well, they aren't as nice as I'd like.
Oh, mine are spoiled with lemonade, so I shall have to go without.
Oh, Joe, you can't go without gloves. I'd be mortified if you did.
Oh, I can hold them crunched in my hand so no one will see. No, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll each wear one good and carry one bad. Then no one will know. Isn't that good?
Oh, but Joe, your hands are bigger than mine, and you'll stretch my gloves dreadfully.
Oh, then I'll go without.
Oh, all right. All right. You may have my gloves, only don't dirty it. And don't keep saying Christopher Columbus, and do act like a lady, will you?
I'll be as prim as a dish of prunes.
Jill tried so terribly hard to be prim and sedate that before the party was half over, she was bored to tears. Her only moment of fun came when she stuffed her pockets with cake to take home to Beth and Amy. No one could say that Joe didn't look after her family. In fact, sometime after the party, on a particular April morning, her family was very much on her mind as she hurried out of a strange-looking building downtown.
Oh, Laurie, how did you know I was upstairs?
I trailed you.
You had no right to, Laurie. You had no right to.
Well, I just wanted to make sure no harm came to you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Laurie, but I wanted it to be a secret.
Even from me?
Yes.
If you tell me, Joe.
I can't, Laurie.
I'll tell you one.
What's it about?
Not until you tell yours.
Well, but you mustn't tell now. Not a soul.
Oh, I won't.
Well, I've sold a story, Laurie.
What?
I have. I've been taking my stories up to this newspaper upstairs, Laurie, and first he said I needed more practice, and after a while he seemed to like them more, and now I've sold one. Oh, think of it, Laurie. I actually sold a story for $1.50. Isn't it magnificent?
I'll say. When are you going to tell your family?
Oh, that's just it, Laurie. I want to surprise them. I'm going to buy something for Marmee with the money. Every time I sell a story, I'll get something for somebody in the family. So it'll make things easier at home, don't you see? Oh, I'm so happy, Laurie. I'm so happy I can do something for them all at last. Now, what's your secret?
Well, you'll be surprised when you hear it.
Well, what is it?
Well, remember the picnic we had last week and we couldn't find Meg's glove?
You mean the time your tutor came along with us? Yes.
Well, I know where the glove is.
You do?
Yes.
Where is it?
In his pocket.
Whose pocket?
Brooks.
Your tutor's pocket?
Yep.
All this time?
Yep. Isn't it romantic?
No, it's not. It's not romantic. I think it's horrid.
Horrid? Why, Joe.
He's trying to spoil everything. That's what he's trying to do. And I won't let him. I won't.
Well, Joe.
He's trying to break up our family and take Meg from us, but I won't let him. Never, never, never.
Well, Meg, I suppose your John will be coming around soon. He does every day now for one excuse or another.
Don't say my John. It isn't proper or true. And I've told you I don't care about him, so please let's not say any more about it.
Any more about it? Christopher Columbus, everything's spoiled already. And soon he'll be pussyfooting around asking you to marry him. And you'll say yes, and the family will be a shambles.
Really, Joe? Don't be so childish. Besides, I can't say anything till he speaks.
And when he does, you'll probably burst into tears and say, oh, yes, child, yes.
Oh, don't be silly.
Well, if you ask my advice.
Oh, there's Mommy calling now. And I'll thank you not to discuss Mr. Brooke in such a silly way any more, Josephine March.
All right, but don't you go being silly and dashing over them. Coming, Marmee.
Now, Mommy's running toward us. Something's the matter.
No.
Mommy.
No, you're not to get excited, children. You're not to get excited. What's the matter, Mommy? What's happened? Get better, Amy. Mommy, what's... A telegram?
Let me see, Joe. Your husband's very ill in Washington Hospital. Come at once. Oh, no. I think everything you'll need is packed now, Mother.
Thank you, May.
I put your shawl in, Marmee. I thought you would want your shawl with you.
Yes, Beth, dear, that was very wise.
Oh, why doesn't Joe get back? She went to Aunt March's hours ago. Maybe Aunt March won't lend her the money.
Now, let's not get nervous, children. Let's not any of us get nervous. With the door bell.
Oh, but there's Joe now. Oh, Joe wouldn't ring the bell. It couldn't be. Oh, Mr. Brooks.
Won't you come in?
Oh, yes. I'm very sorry to hear of this, Mrs. March.
Thank you, Mr. Brooke. You're very kind.
I've come to tell you that I'm going along.
Going along?
To Washington?
Why, yes, Mr. Lawrence has a commission for me in Washington, and I've come to offer myself as escort.
Oh, you're too kind.
Oh, not at all. I merely happen to be going to
You're
Washington.
wonderfully kind. John?
Oh, Meg. Oh, Meg, do you really think so?
Yes, John.
Oh, am I too late? I ran all the way. Joe, child, you're all out of breath. Oh, Joe! I look different, don't I?
She's cut off all her hair.
Oh, Joe, you look awful. You look like a toothbrush. Well, I don't care. The man gave me $25 for it. $25? Oh, dear, Mother. It's for the trip. Aunt March wouldn't get... Joe. My dear Joe. So, what's everybody standing around for? What are we all staring at? We got the money, didn't we? You don't think I mind about my hair, do you?
Well, they say that time fixes everything. Joe's beautiful brown hair grew back in time, and Father March got well again, and in time Meg forgot Joe's warning not to spoil things and said yes to John Brooke. And Joe began to feel a strange restlessness he had never known before.
I don't understand, dear. You want to leave us? You want to go away altogether? It's not quite that, Mother. Oh, Mother.
Well, try to explain it to me, Joe, and I'll try to understand.
Well, Meg's gone now, and Aunt March has asked Amy to go to Europe with her for the summer.
Well, it will be a wonderful opportunity for Amy.
I know, Mother. And there really isn't enough for me to do around here, Mother, anymore. And I thought of going to New York.
New York?
Oh, now, please, don't start shaking your head,
Oh,
Mother.
no.
Well, your dear friend, Mrs. Kirk, is in New York, and she's been writing for someone to teach her children. And besides, I'd be doing something to help. Oh, Mother, I've got to do something for the family, or I shall simply die.
All right, dear. All right, Joe. I understand.
Joe went to New York, and at first in the big, unfamiliar city, Joe was a stranger to everyone, and everyone was a stranger to her, and she was lonely. But one evening, as Joe was coming home from another of her visits to the newspaper editors, she passed a certain door on the second floor of Mrs. Kirk's boarding house.
Oh, dear.
Good evening.
Oh.
You knocked, Fräulein?
Oh, no. I mean, it was my umbrella. It knocked.
Ah, I see.
was just going by, and I happened to stop for a moment. Your song was so pretty.
You are lonely.
Lonely? Oh, good heavens, no, I'm never lonely. I am new here.
Yes. I, too, am new here, Fräulein. Allow me, Professor Bear of Vienna. I'm here to teach.
And allow me, I am Josephine March. I am here to write.
Oh, so.
Well, I guess I'd better be getting upstairs. I have so much to do,
Miss March.
Yes?
Perhaps, sometime when you have not so much to do, you said that you write. You will allow me to read the stories you write sometime when you're free.
Oh, you can read them right now. You can read them right this minute. Don't you move now. I'll be back in a second.
But Joe, Miss March. Well, I don't see what is so funny.
It's those socks.
Well, I don't know what is wrong with those socks. I mended them very well, I think.
Too well. And look, these black ones mended with white wool, and these blue ones with brown wool, and these brown ones.
Well, I never seem to have the wool and the socks together at the same time.
Well, I can see that. Oh, your socks are a disgrace, Professor Bear.
I'm sorry.
From now on, I will mend them for you.
But you do...
In return for the German you've been teaching me.
Oh, that I like.
I warn you, I still know very little German.
And I warn you, I have very many socks. No, Miss March, no.
No?
No.
Well, the editor of the Weekly Volcano seems to think it's pretty good. In fact, he says my stories are going over very well indeed.
Then let me congratulate you that they go over.
Thank you. Oh, what's wrong with it?
Everything.
Everything? The editor of the Weekly Volcano says it... Well, what is wrong with it?
Well, the characters are not from life. One.
Well, they can do more exciting things that way.
That is true. Now, let me see. Yeah, here. The Witch's Curse.
The editor of the Weekly Volcano says it's a stunning title.
I see here 3 murders, 1 suicide, 2 kidnappings, 1 fire in the house, 1 fire out of the house, and here the other one. The Curse of the Coventrys.
Well, the Curse of the Coventrys paid the butcher's bill at home, and a phantom hand put down a new carpet. And I expect the witch's curse to send my sister Bess to the seashore for a month.
Oh?
She isn't well.
Oh, forgive me.
No, that's quite all right.
No, I'm not all right. I'm all wrong, and I'm stupid besides. Well, I don't imagine you will ever want to talk to me again now. I don't see why you should. I wouldn't want to either. There might be somebody in New York more stupid than I, but I don't know who it is. Probably nobody.
Oh, all right, all right. Please don't look so mournful. I forgive you.
You do. You are very talented, very kind, very good, very... I am very hungry.
Oh, honestly?
I tell you what. Let us celebrate by having a wonderful dinner in a wonderful restaurant. We will have music and wine and... What's the matter?
When did this get here?
What?
This telegram. It's for me. I didn't see it here on the hall table. Oh, no.
What is it? What is the matter?
It's Beth.
Your little sister?
It says, come at once. But that can't be, Beth. You must get well. You will.
No, Joe. I won't. Oh, I want to. I can't tell you how much I want to. But every day I lose a little more of life. It's like the tide, Joe. When it turns, it goes slowly. But it can't be stopped.
Oh, no, Beth. You're too young. I won't let you go. I'll work and pray and fight. Oh, there must be ways. It can't be too late, Beth.
Joe, you'll stand by Father and Mother.
I won't let you say such things.
Oh, I wish I could say I'm glad to go. But I love life so.
Please, Beth, don't.
I don't know how to express myself. And I shouldn't try to anyone but you, Joe. But I've just got to tell you this. That all along, I felt it was not intended I should live long.
Oh, don't.
No, please don't stop me. Oh, I'm not like the rest of you. I never made any plans about what I'd do when I grew up. I never thought of being married as you all did. I couldn't seem to imagine myself anything but stupid little Beth, trotting about at home, of no use anywhere but there. I never wanted to go away. And the hard part now is leaving you all. I'm not afraid, but it seems as if I should be homesick for you. Even in heaven.
Oh, Beth, darling.
How am I to tell you what happens now? By and by, the needle with which Beth loved to embroider became too heavy, and soon she put it down forever. Sometimes it seemed as though Joe would break down completely. And so the spring days came and went, the sky grew clearer, the earth greener, the flowers were up fair and early, and the birds came back in time to say goodbye to Beth. And no one in the world seemed so alone as Joe was then.
Why don't you try to write, Joe? Writing always used to make you happy.
I've no heart to write, Mother.
Perhaps if you just try.
It's no use. Nobody'd care for the sort of things I'd want to say now anyway.
Well, we would. Your father and Meg and John and Amy and Laurie. Joe.
Yes, Mother?
I got a letter from Amy.
I know.
She met Laurie in Paris. They said they're engaged.
I know.
Joe.
Yes, Mother?
Were you ever... did you...
If you're trying to ask me, was I ever in love with Laurie, Mother? No. Not Laurie.
Not Laurie? Joe.
Oh, Mother, please. Please, I don't want to talk anymore. I can't talk anymore.
The weeks went by. Spring turned to summer, and summer to fall, and winter came. But nothing seemed to change with Jo. Despair seemed to have settled upon her, and a loneliness that nothing seemed to shake. And then it was Christmas again. The whole family, Amy and Laurie, Meg and John, father and mother, were gathered in the parlor around the old-fashioned piano when there was a knock on the door. Jo went to open it.
Good evening, Miss March.
Frederick, I mean Professor Bear.
Am I intruding?
Intruding? Oh, you don't know how... Oh, do come in.
But you seem to have a party. Maybe I'd better come back some other time.
Oh, no, don't go. I mean, it's no party. It's just the family. Do come in and meet them, please.
You have been ill, my friend.
Ill?
You're so pale.
Oh, I'm afraid I've been sad. But everything's going to be all right now. And we have a new bride in the family.
A new bride? Miss March, you are not...
No, not me. My sister Amy. She got married in Paris to our dear friend Laurie.
Then you are...
Yes, Frederick.
Jo, I never dared to hope. I tried to stay away. Jo, my dearest, you are crying.
Oh, no, I'm not, Frederick. I'm not crying at all. I'm just... Oh, welcome home, darling. Welcome home.
This is Walter Hamden, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be back in a moment to tell you about next week's play. But first, an important message I know you'll want to hear.
It doesn't matter whether your family is large or small. If it's united by steadfast, unselfish love, it's far better able to withstand the stresses and problems of modern life. And this is especially true when your family also shares a sincere love of God and lives as nearly as possible according to the teachings of our Lord Jesus Christ. Tonight's tender and dramatic scenes from Little Women were chosen to show how one family found happiness and security through such a combined love, in spite of being very poor, in spite of a steady succession of illnesses, accidents, and other typical family tribulations. Today, of course, it's especially difficult to keep families together, both physically and spiritually. There are so many other things outside the family that are intriguing, that tend to develop ever wider family separations. But regardless of all the disturbing factors in our modern world,
families can be strong, happy, and secure within themselves when the entire family bases its operations on sincere devotion to each other and to God through the church. If you and your family are members of some church, you already know from your own experience that this is true. If you're not church members, may we urge you to find out for yourselves just how much strength and security you can get as a family and individually when you receive the kind of education and guidance that only the church and an experienced clergyman can give. Perhaps you'll be able to find the help you need in the Episcopal Church. You are always welcome at your nearest Episcopal church, and its clergyman is always ready and eager to give you whatever help you may require. To help you know something about the Episcopal Church and how it offers you a faith with which to find security and happiness in these difficult times, we have prepared an informative booklet called Finding Your Way. It will be sent to you promptly if you'll simply write your name and address on a postcard and mail it to the station to which you are listening.
I'd like to thank our cast for a most delightful performance. And especially you, Joan Caulfield, for bringing the immortal Joe back to life again. Next week, friends, we shall present one of the most popular stories of all time, Charles Dickens's thrilling A Tale of Two Cities. And here to play the role of Sidney Carton, the man who gave his life for the woman he loved, will be the well-known star of stage and screen, Mr. Brian Ahern. I hope you'll join us. And now, an invitation from the Episcopal Church.
The Episcopal Church in your community cordially invites you to attend services this Sunday morning. If you're not familiar with the location of your nearest Episcopal church or of the hours of service, you'll find both listed in your local newspaper or church directory. Your rector will be happy to have you join the Episcopal family. You'll find him waiting to welcome you personally when the services are concluded.
Hi there. Welcome to Chesterton Radio.
Where a thriving audience loves its radio shows.
Don't take our word for it.
Here's what listeners say about Chesterton Radio.
TV is so overrated. Chesterton Radio rules.
I feel my IQ going up by the minute.
I am enjoying these so much. I haven't turned on my TV in weeks.
Lying here on my sofa with my eyes closed, I can picture the whole story. I've seen the movie version. This was just as grand, if not more. I thought I'd doze off, but no.
I am hooked. Gotta listen to one story every night before bedtime.
I love this channel. It gets me through my workday.
I'm new to radio plays. Excellent story and played out wonderfully. Thank you for the hard work and love you put into bringing us these shows.
I found Chesterton Radio over a year ago. I'm forever thankful.
I love the Lord. This is a guiltless pleasure. I bet even He likes to listen to Chesterton Radio.
I love this channel. I've not watched TV in over 2 years.
I've never heard anything like this. Mind-blowing. Enjoy our shows? We need your help today. Keep Chesterton Radio afloat. For half of what you pay the cable guys, you can support Chesterton Radio. Go to chuckthetv.com for links to our pages on Patreon, Subscribestar, and Buy Me a Coffee. Or use the link in the description below this video. Thank you for your support. It means a great deal.
The
The bombs of fission had torn apart the Japanese will for war. But there were other Japanese Americans who had lived here honorably as Americans, whose sons had fought for all of us in the European war theater. And these sons were coming home now, to families who, during the war years, had been behind barbed wire in a strange American version of a concentration camp.
Arch Obler's Plays. The Mutual Broadcasting System has the pleasure of presenting the 24th broadcast of a special 26-week series of plays by radio playwright Arch Obler, a series of dramas concerning the people of this expanding world in which we live. Tonight's play is titled The Family Nagashi. He's home, then Nagashi. After 2 years overseas with the most decorated unit in the history of infantry battalions, he landed at Salerno, spearheaded the Fifth Army advance, held the front lines in Cassino 40 days, attacked at Anzio, led the breakthrough on Rome, and as part of the 442nd Infantry Regiment, led the American advance off Italy's west coast. Then to the 7th Army in France, charging up the Vosges Mountains and breaking the Nazi lines with cold bayonets. He's home, then Nagashi, with a Purple Heart, a Silver Star, a Division Citation, and a Distinguished Service Cross.
Come, my son. That is an excellent story. But now, please tell us, what did the general say?
Well, Dad, I told you. He said... Oh, the general didn't say a darn thing. He just saluted and handed over the citation to our company commander. We all broke ranks and went back to eating those thick steaks and kissing those pretty Italian girls.
My son has uniform of warrior and imagination of poet.
Oh, Mama.
Oh, gosh, Ben, which general was it? Eisenhower or Patton?
Neither. My brother was General Mark Clark, a great guy. No, Mama, you make rice like nobody else in the world.
Thank you, my son.
Mitsu, you don't eat, you don't say anything. I thought sure that by the time I'd get home, you'd have lots to say.
She has not changed.
Thank God for that. As far as I can see, nothing's changed. Mitsu, all of you, the house, fields.
How many Germans did you shoot all together? How many, Ben?
George. Yeah, that's Taboo George, you remember?
He has been waiting for you so eagerly, Ben.
Sure, Mitsu. Someday I'll tell you all about it, kid. Right now, well, how did the tomatoes do this year, Pop? It was so dark driving up, I was so excited I didn't even look or anything. Oh, you haven't answered me. How went the tomatoes this year?
We did not have time for much crop.
Why not?
Your father and mother and brother just got back, Ben.
Back? Where? Oh. The concentration camp.
Relocation center.
Behind barbed wire, what's the difference? So much has been happening, I'd forgotten what had been happening to all of you.
Benson, was not bad.
I know that country, desert. My father and my brother and my mother and my girl stuck out in the desert. I tell you, when I first heard about it, I almost went crazy. Took it out of me killing Germans. It's a good one, huh?
We have no bitterness.
Why not? Were second-generation citizens of German and Italian origin thrown out of their homes and stuck behind barbed wire in the desert?
There was a problem, a panic. They did what they thought was best at the moment.
Fine, Mitchell, fine. Turn the other cheek. The meek shall inherit the earth. They flew a squad of us from Italy to Belsen, and we saw the ashes of 50,000 of the meek. I saw the meek piled up like cordwood with the children of the meek in neat little piles of their own. I saw them all.
My son.
Oh. I'm sorry.
Please, chicken, rice. Please eat.
We have been home 24 hours.
24 hours?
Yes, only a day. But as you yourself see, everything is as it was. Now we can stay here forever. No bitterness, only future. May we drink one more glass of wine and then go out into the fields?
All right.
Taka? Then? Mitsu?
No, my glass is full.
Huh? My eldest son returned one. The words to be said are yours.
All right. Someone else said them before me. To the United States of America, right or wrong, my country.
Get dirty, Jack. We don't want you here. Get out.
Tucker!
Mama, what?
I am all right.
The devil.
Ben, where are you?
Let go of me.
Ben,
My gun.
No.
I gotta get my gun.
Ben, no.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Arch Obler. You have just heard the beginning of a play titled The Family Nagashi. It is based upon material furnished me by our government. If you've just said old propaganda and have reached for the dial to turn to another station, may I ask you not to do so for a few moments. If you continue to listen, you will hear a drama that should be as close to you as your own heart. I bring you this play not because I'm a lover of those slant-eyed individuals who raped Nanking and made world pacts with Schicklgruber and company and starved and beat and murdered their English and Dutch and Chinese and American prisoners. I bring it to you because I, as you, know that an injustice done to any of us is an injustice to all of us. This, then, is a story not about Japanese Americans, but about Americans.
Let go of me. My gun. I gotta get my gun.
Ben, no.
Oh, you gotta let go.
No, Ben.
As my son struggled against me to myself to reach his gun, to reach those outside, even as I struggled with him, my thoughts were, why this? Why this? And suddenly, the years were there again. It was as if I were alone. San Francisco, 35 years before. One of my countrymen saying, I remember, yes, this is America, you young fool. Young fool. Yes, both unhappy. America at last. Here one grew rich without trying, and in just a little while I would be rich, and I would return to Japan with my riches.
Give you your board and your keep and $1 a month spending money. Take it, or I don't mind if you leave.
Young and a fool.
A, B, C, D.
So much to learn, so much to do.
Japanese.
So lonely. Yes, so...
daughter of Hiroshi Nakashima in the old country. Why not bring her over for a wife?
Yes, my friend's advice. The daughter of Hiroshi Nagashima.
Bride from Japan? It can be arranged. For money. A great deal of money.
Work, more work. Eat little, sleep little, work day and night. Until at last...
Konnichiwa.
Little Taka. I was lonely no more.
Makono oki, machi, wasamushi.
Yes, Taka. I remember. You say a city frightened you. You want green, birds. So we came out here. Oh, it was such wilderness then. I said to you, we will live here a little while, then we will go back to our Japan. Go back. With each year, our hearts went further into the land. 35 years into the land. Into America. The land was wilderness, barren. My wife and I and my son made it fertile. Our life. That is why there's so much fury in my son. He knows. Oh, God help him.
Let go of me. My gun. I gotta get my gun.
Ben, no. Ben.
I am not frightened. At my son's anger, I feel only pain. If I was another mother, this would not be. I could go to their mothers. I could say to them, it is true, my husband and I have not been as you. I have been here almost lifetime, yet I can hardly speak your language. It is true, we have not been as you. But my sons are as you.
Atta boy, atta baby, hot dog. Who are you kidding? Well, now you're good.
I wanted to be as you, go among you. First, you frightened me. You were all so very large and so very sure of yourself. I wanted to know you, for you to know me, but I did not know how to start. And the years went quick. Oh, but my sons, I watched them. They were as you.
Hey, Mom, all that stuff about the Japanese emperor being a god, you don't believe that malarkey, do you?
So much like you. Education. That my children must have to be as you. Know all things about this strange great land, of which I know so little.
Hey, Mom, I can recite the alphabet forwards and backwards faster than anybody in our room. Hey, Mom, I know what California is bounded by, and the Indians sold the island of Manhattan to the Dutch for $24. Big bargain, huh, Mom?
With every year so very much like
Hey,
you.
Mom, I hit a home run today. 2 men on base, and I hit a home run. Hey, Mom, I just got $15, and Joe says he'll sell me his jalopy for $20. Can I do it, Mom? Can I do it?
So very much like you.
Yeah, sure, Pop. California Aggie School is a place for me. I'm a hayseed from way back, and I might as well learn how to do it right. Well, I started at right tackle, but they put me at left half, and this season I'll be the blocking back. But next season, the coach says I can carry the lead. How about using the car tonight, Pop? I got to cut a rug with a new dish for Santa Ana.
So much like you, but I was same.
My gosh, Mom, at least you ought to learn how to write English. After all these years. Well, gosh, what if I had to go away someplace and you had to write me a letter?
Always same. Not American, not quite Japanese. As I watched your anger and your hate, I knew only pain, my son. If I was only another sort of mother for you.
Let go of me. My gun. I gotta get my gun.
Ben, no.
You gotta let go of me. Please,
Until that moment, I had never seen you angry before, Ben. I'd known you ever since we were small children, and I'd never seen you angry. No. You must have been angry once, Ben. The day at the station.
Mitsu, the family went back to the car because they knew I wanted this last couple of minutes with you. Darling, I don't know where it'll be, where they'll send me. As soon as I know, I'll let you know. I wish we'd gotten married before I left.
But then...
No, don't say anything. Let me talk. Married because I wanted you so long. There's never been anybody else but you, little Mitsu. It couldn't be. I love you. I've wanted... Oh, I said so little to you. I planned to say so much. Mitsu, listen. For a little while until the authorities get things straightened out, it may be pretty rugged. I mean, back here, hot-headed patriots. Well, don't let it get you down. It won't last long. Folks around here know the family Nagashi's okay, and you're part of that family. Because I love you. I love you so much.
No. No hate.
Okay, so you're a citizen. It doesn't make any difference. You have 12 hours to get out of this town to the camp where you belong.
But I had that hate, Ben.
That's too bad, sister. You'll have to leave all that stuff behind.
In the bus, step lively.
This camp will be your home indefinitely. And not allowed outside the confines of the barbed wire.
Stuff your mattresses with straw. Step lively.
I'm sorry. Government didn't issue any of those for you.
I'm sorry, we haven't got any of that.
I'm sorry, we haven't got any.
I'm sorry, we haven't got any.
I never wrote you of it, Ben. I never wrote you about the worst day of all.
Darling, last leave. Could you meet me, Chicago, next Sunday? Get married. Love, Ben.
I'm sorry, miss. It is quite beyond my authority to permit you to leave the relocation center for any such reason. I sympathize with you, but my orders are explicit. You must stay within the confines of the camp until further notice.
Such bitterness and hatred. I haven't them anymore. Now you have them.
It is very late, my son. They will not return.
I want to sit out here.
The gun. Let me put it away now.
Wait a minute. Maybe it's a welcome home committee.
Ben.
Welcome home, Ben Nagashi. You've been away a long time. You got a belly full of Salerno mud and mortar shells and Heine mines and Mark IV tanks. So here's the fatted calf in our hands in friendship. Thanks, pal. How's the crops? You want some help? Mitsu, I hate them. I'll kill them all. Let them come back.
When your train left that day, I didn't ride back with you.
What? What'd you say?
That day you left. After you'd gone, I went back to the library. I wanted to work. There were some new books for me to catalog. The first one, the page opened on a poem by Robert Nathan. I've read it so many times since. I know every word. About the boys going to war. Where are they going? They smile and wave goodbye. Young faces passing by on their way into history. Peering out, taking a last look at the country. Looking for something like home. Like the mother face of America. The father face of America. And the lonely girl there on the platform, on her way back to school after the holidays, feels her heart grow too big for her body. She waves too and weeps, although she does not know why. They are boys. They are young like herself. They would be friends of hers if she knew them. They are all young together, going by, going away, passing each other, smiling, going away forever. Ben, all the time you were away, when they talk about men overseas changing, I said not Ben. Tonight, at first you laughed the same, you talked the same. But when it happened, now, if you want to hurt and kill Ben, whoever they were, whatever they said, what does it matter? You're back, and I'm here. Isn't that enough?
Didn't you hear them? You're nothing now but a Jap. I know this. I got a gun in my hand, and they'll come back. A dirty little fascist. Listen,
Ben.
2 carloads this time. Into the house.
Ben, you...
Get in there, I tell you.
I won't. I'll stay.
Okay. Well, I got reinforcements now. That's all right with me.
Ben, I heard automobiles. Who? Oh,
I knew they'd be back.
Ben, do not do anything.
Not yet. Let's turn on the porch light. I want to see their faces. Turn it on. You see? They're not strangers at all. Our neighbors, tried and true. Did you ever return the stone hammer I lent you, Mr. Greer? How are you, Mr. Randall? Joe still got the football we won at the Fresno game? Mr. Horton? Mr. Haas? Mr. Ames? Mr. Alberti? Fred Knox? How are you, Mr. Parks? Maybe you'd like me to come over and save your fruit trees again.
Ben.
No, I've been waiting 3 years to get home and talk to you. What's your hurry? Why not be sociable about it? The Nagashis have been here for 30 years. A couple of minutes more won't poison your purity. Or maybe you don't like to see me standing here in this uniform. Okay, I'll take it off. You can have it, including the ribbons.
Ben, we would have been here sooner, but we only heard that you were home, that your family had come back. We only heard just a little while ago what happened here tonight. We know who they are, Ben. They're not anyone you know or who knew you. What they did because they were ignorant little minds who think they see a chance to get your land. It won't happen. We'll take care of them. But most of all, we're here to say, welcome home, Ben. Just welcome home.
Well, would you...
You will forgive my son for going away. His heart is too full. Perhaps tomorrow... So, we are here. How soon will you again be removing Indian from Angel One, my son?
Drive's all right.
It was like egg in cold storage.
So, a mother has a Sunday joke. Come, George, Mitchell.
Ben, aren't you getting out?
Go ahead, please. I'll be...
My son, why do you...
Please, Dad, let me be.
Ben, it isn't good. Please come in with us. What reason is there not?
Come, my son.
All right.
Mother, George...
Isn't Ben coming to church?
I do not know.
Why doesn't he come?
We are so late. Services have begun.
It is an ill-used word. A word weary with repetition, with misuse. Evil is hidden behind it and will hide behind it again unless we guard well. Be tolerant of me, the greatest evil in human history has cried. And we who were tolerant and saw evil begin to cover the earth with its swastika and rising sun, began to question not our foolishness, but our tolerance. And so we began to give some of our hate to tolerance. And so tolerance became a word of softness, of soft things, and an easy indulgence that cost the world a bloody toll. My friends, the time has come for re-examination and re-application of tolerance. Now we must have a tolerance with strength, a tolerance that denies the very right of existence to evil, but that grants to every man the right of existence if that right is based in a common brotherhood of man. What took place last night...
Gee, Pop, everybody's looking at us.
Come in, my neighbors. We were hoping you would join us.
Come. We will take our seats.
Welcome home.
Thank you.
Welcome back home.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have seats up front for you.
Please, if we might sit in our old places.
Of course, just as you like.
Thank you. In here, Mama first. George, me too.
Welcome home, Mrs. Nagashi.
Glad to see you back.
Good to see you.
Welcome home.
May we quiet down, please? From all of us, Mr. and Mrs. Nagashi, a hearty welcome home. May God grant that you and yours will never leave us again.
Thank you.
Each of us has a personal debt to Ben. Ben is not with you?
He is outside.
Outside? Mr. Gardner, Mr. Jackson, would you go out and ask Ben Nagashi if he would come in?
Mr. Nagashi, I should go out help him.
No, Mitsu, no. Sit here.
But I...
Because I wish it.
Papa, he's coming in. Papa, why is everybody standing up? Why is everybody standing up?
Why? They are honoring your brother.
Ben, would you come up here, please? Welcome home, Ben.
Thank you, sir.
Ben, I was talking about intolerance before you came in. I don't know if I'm qualified to speak about it. All my life I've been accepted. My family, pioneer stock, my skin, my religion. Everything conforms, so I've never really known intolerance. After last night. Talk to us, Ben. Say whatever you want to say to us. You have the right to speak to us in any way you see fit.
Whatever I'd like to say. Once, one of the worst days we had back there, when it looked as if for the first time we'd have to fall back because they were throwing everything they had at us and we had so little to throw back at them. For just, well, maybe it was a few seconds, there wasn't anything coming at us, and I lay on the ground and I thought, when I get home, if I get home, no trouble will ever mean anything deep in me anymore. I was wrong, because yesterday I knew a worse kind of trouble than anything that the Nazis ever did to me. Even in the dirtiest foxhole, I'd had a place because I was an American. No matter where I was, I had that. But yesterday somebody broke a window and yelled some words at me. All in a minute, I had nothing. And my father and my mother, who had given their lives to me to have something, they had nothing. Near Anzio, a piece of mortar shell hit me right away. The pain was as if somebody was tearing every one of my nerves out by the roots. And nobody could get to me, and I lay there, and the pain went on and on, never stopping. I tried to knock myself out to stop it, but I couldn't. In the middle of it all, I suddenly thought, stay with it. Nothing will ever hurt you as much ever again. Nothing will ever hurt you as much ever again. I was wrong again. Yesterday, while I was hating you and hating this place and the whole country, some of you Came over to tell me what had happened, and it wasn't you. It wasn't you wanting us out and hating us. That you knew that that was when it hurt the most, because I hadn't believed in you the way I believed in the fellows in my squad, in my battalion. That you knew that inside we were the same. I mean, the same. I'll never think any differently as long as I live. No matter what happens from here on in. How many windows break, what words do they throw at me? Oh, I'll believe in you. And that's all I've got to say.
You have just heard Mr. Elliot Lewis in the leading role of the family Nagashi, a new play by Art Obler, based upon material furnished by the United States Department of Interior. The cast included Lou Merrill, Barbara Eiler, Joseph Granby, Tommy Cook, Lynn Whitney, Bill Shaw, Mary Jane Croft, Norman Field, Bill Johnstone, Alan Hewitt, and Sergeant Harry Tonaway of the illustrious 100th Infantry Battalion. Announcer Dick Wynn. The original music was composed and conducted by Jack Meakin.
And now, Everything for the Boys, starring Ronald Colman, is brought to you by transcription.
From Hollywood, California, and a base in North Africa, Autolite brings you Everything for the Boys, starring Mr. Ronald Colman. The play, Lost Horizon. Everything for the Boys is presented by the Electric Autolite Company and its 22 great manufacturing plants. Builders of precision equipment for 35 years. World famous for Autolite spark plugs, batteries, wire, cable, and electrical systems for automotive, aviation, and marine use. Your host, Mr. Ronald Colman.
Thank you and good evening. The combination of James Hilton's fantasy Lost Horizon and a pin-up girl may seem strange to you. And yet the request of our soldiers in Algiers for Janet Blair and Shangri-La is really a very logical one. Janet, you seem disturbed.
Well, yes, I am, Ronnie. I can understand they're wanting to hear you in Lost Horizon, but tell me, where do I come in before the microphone?
Well, Janet, even as your pin-up pictures are a very real link with home, so the Shangri-La of our play tonight is a symbol of the ideals for which free people are struggling. Whether one knows the story of Lost Horizon or not, the word Shangri-La has come to mean a place of lasting peace and contentment and love. And that surely is what our men are fighting for. Now, Janet, you and I are going to talk to two of these members of our armed forces later by special overseas radio between Hollywood and North Africa.
I can hardly wait, Ronnie.
But first, at their express command, we bring to them and to all of you tonight's play. Men and women of the United States Army stationed in Algiers, we are at your command.
Picture yourself 15 years ago driving over a country road in a rainstorm, wheels sinking into the mud almost up to the axles. Multiply that memory 1,000 times, and you'll have a slight conception of what our men and machines are facing on South Pacific Islands today. Solid sheets of rain turn jungles and hills into 1,000 square miles of mud and slime. Still, our tanks and jeeps and trucks must keep moving forward. Autolite engineers are exerting every ounce of energy to help make the job easier for our boys. Autolite batteries, spark plugs, and electrical systems are the electrical lifeline in thousands of these vehicles of victory, helping them cut through swamp-studded jungles, crawl up jagged mountainsides, roll onward in spite of the elements, in spite of the enemy. This is Autolite keeping its pledge, everything for the boys. And on the home front, this same Autolite electrical lifeline is doing double duty in cars and trucks. We say double duty because we're asking it to last twice as long. So take care of it. And when any of these vital parts needs replacing, be sure they're original Autolite parts. Any one of the thousands of Autolite service stations, your local car dealer and serviceman will be glad to do everything they can to help you care for your car for your country. The play, Mr. Ronald Colman in Lost Horizon, as dramatized for radio by Arch Oboler.
The scene is a hospital somewhere far in the Chinese interior, where the borders of China and Tibet meet in the great windswept plain of Amishar. A priest and a nun listen as a man tells them a story.
You have been very kind, and I am grateful. What I tell you is all I can give you for what you have done for me. What I tell you is strange. It is the truth. I was in the consular service in India. On this day that I tell you about, I was in a plane going from Baskul to Peshawar. There were 4 of us on board, and Mr. Henry Barnard, an American.
This flight is 10 minutes late already. Now, back home in America, we make schedules, and by gosh, we stick to it.
And Miss Roberta Brinklow of the Eastern Mission.
Our mission had a most prosperous year last year. 50 new converts. But I know that, God willing, we will do better than that in the coming months.
And my assistant, Captain Charles Mallinson.
I say, Conway. Conway.
Yes, Mallinson?
I thought Fenner was piloting us.
Well, isn't he?
No, the chap just turned his head. He's Chinese or something. Let's find out who he is and where he thinks he's going.
We didn't find out. As we came close to him, he turned and pointed a gun at us and told us to sit down.
It's outrageous, completely outrageous.
Kidnapping us. That's what the hoodlum's doing.
But where's he taking us? Where? Where?
Where? Yes, where? The plane higher and higher, and beneath us, as far as the eye could see, a world filled with endless ranges of tremendous mountains. Where was he taking us? No answer.
It's so terribly cold.
Here's my coat.
No, thank you, Mr. Conway.
How long is this going on? Where is he taking us? Don't any of you care?
Well, there doesn't seem to be much we can do about it. Eh, Mr. Conway?
No, I'm curious to know the meaning of it. Why should he be flying us here, of all places in the world? Look down there. The most desolate range of mountains this side of the moon. Why should
Down!
he...
We're going down!
The motor's cut out.
Pouring. Steady, steady. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. And so we came to the Valley of the Blue Moon. We crawled out of the wreckage into the snow and saw before us in the thin blue air the wonder of the lamasery of Shangri-La. What can I tell you of that first sight of Shangri-La? A tremendous icy lift of mountain, and clinging to its side with a delicate color of flower petals, a group of pavilions beautiful as in a childhood fairy tale. Icy desolation all around. All but the green oasis of the Valley of the Moon and the lamasery of Shangri-La.
You will come this way, please. You will come this way.
A little Chinese was there to lead us, and soon we were in the buildings of Shangri-La, and there was cleanness and warmth and beauty all about us.
This place is amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Mr. Conway, how do you explain all that?
Oh, perhaps Mr. Chang here could tell us.
It will give me greatest pleasure to tell you what I am able to tell you.
How many people are here?
Here, there are about 50. In the valley below, a few thousand.
Oh, this is apparently some sort of religious order. In what do you believe?
If I were to put it in a very few words, my dear sir, I should say that our greatest belief is in moderation.
Well, all I'm interested in is how soon can we get out of here? Well?
The mountain, no, the great chasm, It is most difficult. No, impossible. Without guide.
Well, that's no answer. We've got to get back to civilization.
Mr. Chang, Mr. Mallinson is young, impatient. However, I do hope you can arrange our return journey as quickly as possible.
Return journey? You are wiser than your friend, Mr. Conway.
His eyes were on mine, and suddenly I understood. This was not a chance meeting. He had wanted us there. But why? Why had we been brought to this wonder of the Valley of the Blue Moon? The days began to pass quickly, and one day, she was there. As delicate and as wonderful as the garden in which I found her. It was night, and the smell of the night flowers was like a new wine, when suddenly there was music. The player was a woman. In the moonlight, I saw her. White face, high cheekbones, black hair drawn tightly back and braided, mouth like a flower. Through the music, I spoke to her.
I am Lu Jin.
You live here?
Yes,
You play beautifully.
you are kind.
My name is Conway.
Yes, I know. You are one of those he brought to us through the sky.
He?
He obeyed the high ones of Shangri-La.
Oh, you mean the pilot?
He brought you through the air over great mountains with a bird to hold him. He died to bring you here.
And in a few moments, she went away. This Shangri-La was a place of wonders, and somehow I began to believe there were even greater wonders ahead.
My dear Mr. Conway, I congratulate you. He wishes to see you immediately.
He? Who do you mean?
You will come with me, please, sir, at once. He has sent for you. The High Lama has sent for you.
He took me up endless stairs and along dark, perfumed corridors. And suddenly I was in a room, warm, and filled with a strangeness I couldn't understand. And then in the darkness of that room, there was a soft light, and a voice spoke.
It is a great pleasure to see you here, Mr. Conway.
It's an honor to be received by you, sir.
I trust you have been comfortable at Shangri-La since your arrival.
Extremely so.
Please sit by me, Mr. Conway.
I sat by him. He was a very old man in Chinese dress, and his face was as calm as his voice.
Many years ago, a priest came to this place. His name was Perrault. The year was 1734, and he was 53 years of age. He was a scholar, and he loved this place and the inhabitants of this valley. He began to build this lamasery. His disciples came here to be with him, and soon they forgot the world, and the world forgot them. But the years passed by, and Perrault was very old, and he lay down to die in the peace of old age. He was 108. But suddenly, on the threshold of death, Perrault had a great vision, and he awoke, and an understanding of the way of life came to him. And he did not die. The years went by, and he did not die. The others came to the valley, and Perrault told them his secret, and they did not die. And Shangri-La grew, and it became a place of peace and contemplation and study. Here men left behind the meaninglessness of the world, the tyranny of things, and once they came here, they never returned. For if they went back to the outside world, they became as old as they really were, and died. Do you understand?
I will never return?
What else do you understand, Conway? What else?
That you came here in 1734, and yet you are still alive. Father Perrault. A man already old in 1734 and still alive.
For in that vision that appeared to old Perrault, When he lay dying in his room in the year 1789, he saw that the day would come when intolerance and lust and brutality might someday crush all of the loveliest things until there were no more left in the world. The small, the delicate, the beautiful, the defenseless, all would be lost. That, my son, is why I am here, and why you are here.
You think that Shangri-La will escape?
Perhaps. Here we shall stay with our books and our music and our meditations. We have a heritage to cherish and to bequeath to the world. For when the evil has devoured itself, the Christian ethic may at last be fulfilled, and the meek shall inherit the earth.
He spoke those words, and suddenly I did what I have never done to any man before. I knelt before him, and there was a peace within me that I had never known. And the next morning...
You know, it's a funny thing how this place grows on you. Me, I've begun to feel this way about it. Even if those guides get here, I'm going to pass them by. I kind of go for this place.
As a matter of fact, I think I shall stay here, too. You see, I've been thinking over the way things happened to bring us all here. There's a mysterious power working. I was sent here for a purpose. I don't quite know why, but I shall stay here.
The wonder of Shangri-La was in them, too. Only in my young friend Mallinson was there anger.
It's a madhouse, and there's only one sane person in it. Lo Tsen, that Chinese girl who plays the piano. Everyone's mad around here but she.
And she?
She's young and wonderful.
Lo Tsen wonderful, yes, but young?
You wish to talk to me?
Yes, I do.
Talk of what?
Of you. Who are you? Where did you come from?
I was betrothed to a prince of Turkestan. I was traveling to Kashgar to meet him when my carriers became lost in these mountains. All of them died, but I was rescued and brought here.
When did this happen?
The year was 1884. I was 18.
Then she lifted her face toward mine, and it was young, everlastingly young. And then I knew that Shangri-La was a place of wonder. From the blue iciness of the mountain to the green depths of the valley, to the sound of the music across the lotus pool, it was in my heart. Perfect, incomparable. A year, a decade, the end of time, it didn't matter. Here I was, and here I wanted to stay. But the next night there was a storm in Shangri-La.
Quick, Conway, he's waiting for you. Go in.
Yes.
Closer, my good friend, close. Here, sit by me. Is there something you wish to tell me?
Well, sir, it's Mallinson. Somehow he's begun to understand that whoever comes here can never leave. He's almost out of his mind.
I know. He's going to be your problem.
My problem?
Yes, my son, for I am going to die. Yes. Over 2 centuries of living, it is enough for one mortal. I'm quite content. One thing remains. Can you imagine what that is? I place in your hands, my son, the heritage and destiny of Shangri-La.
And then he stopped speaking, but the words still echoed in my head. His eyes were on me, and his lips didn't move, but his thoughts came to me as if he was speaking. I have waited for you a long time, my son. You will live through the storm that is coming to the world. The airmen bearing loads of death to the great cities will not pass our way. And when they are gone, a new world will stir in the ruins, looking in hopefulness for its lost and legendary treasures. And they will all be here, my son, waiting behind the mountains in the valley of the blue moon. And then I looked at his face, and there was nothing left but a mask crumbling like old wood. And his eyes were closed. And suddenly I knew that the High Lama was dead. I left the room, and through the window I could see that the sky was clear, though the mountains still blazed in lightning. And I was master of Shangri-La. But suddenly, Lotsen was there.
The guides, they have come. They will lead us out of the Valley of the Moon.
Us?
Yes, you and Mallinson and I. Hurry, Conway.
But that's impossible.
No, do not stand there talking.
But if you leave this valley, you'll fade away like an echo.
No, it is not true. It is not.
But the Lama said...
How do I know that what the Lama says is true? I am young, and Mallinson is young.
Mallinson?
Yes, Mallinson. I want him, and I will go with him.
Lotsen, listen to me.
No.
I know the truth. If you leave here, you will die.
No, I will go with him. I will. And you must help me.
No, I can't.
You love me, too. I know it. It is in your face, in your voice when you speak to me. Without your help, we cannot get over the mountain pass. If you care for me, Conway, help me. Help me now.
I'll help you, Lotsen. I'll help you. What more can I tell you? At dawn, we three left Shangri-La, climbed high into the snow, and when I looked back, the Valley of the Blue Moon was like a cloud floating after me through the haze. Before us were the ice and snow, and 1,100 miles beyond was the China border. We climbed up and up toward the crevice in the mountain that was the only way outside, and Mallinson was on one side of Lotsen and I was on the other. And at first her face was quick with smiles. Then a storm came up, the quick, terrible storm of snow and sleet of the Himalayas. We walked and we fell and we crawled, but always ahead was more snow, and behind was more snow, and the cold crept closer and closer to us. And one day Mallinson fell and he didn't rise. And Lotsen and I were left alone. And high above the wind I heard her cry as she knelt over his body. And when she lifted her face...
Dead. He is dead. And I... What is happening to me? My face. Old. I am getting old. Conway. Help me. Take me back to Shangri-La.
It was true. Her face, old, wrinkled and leathery and horrible. The oldest face I'd ever seen. And I, too, cried out, and I fell in the snow, and I knew nothing more until I woke up here among you. And you told me that I was brought here by an old Chinese woman, the oldest woman you had ever seen, who brought me here and then lay down and died. You have made me well again, and I am very grateful. In your eyes, I see a question. Where am I going? I'm going to find my way back to Shangri-La. It is my heritage to keep alive the treasures of heart and mind, and they are all hidden behind the mountains of the Blue Moon. Soon, the world will need what is there. Soon, the meek shall inherit the earth.
Just heard Mr. Ronald Coleman in James Hilton's Lost Horizon as dramatized for radio by Arch Oboler. The role of the High Lama was played by Norman Field and that of Lotsen by Mercedes McCambridge. The special musical score was arranged and conducted by Mr. Gordon Jenkins. While our Autolite transatlantic hookup is being set up for Mr. Coleman and his guest, Miss Janet Blair, to speak with the two American soldiers in Algiers who requested tonight's play, Mr. Coleman has a word for you who fight on the home front.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is a place in Toledo, Ohio, with a huge bronze plaque just inside the door. On it appear 3,485 names, some of them in gold. Miss Janet Blair is going to tell you what they are.
They are the names of 3,485 Autolite men and women who have joined the armed forces. And as you go through each of the Autolite's great manufacturing plants, you will find other signs, banners, flying high above the huge furnaces and giant presses. Each of these banners bears a message. We're buying war bonds, 100%. Yes, at Autolite, it is truly everything for the boys. Just ask that pretty dark-haired girl who runs the giant hydraulic press, as casually as if she was sitting at home at her sewing machine. She'll tell you about Frank. He's somewhere in New Guinea now, and she hasn't had a letter from him for more than a month. But she knows she'll hear from him soon. No one has to beg her to buy war bonds. She knows who she's buying them for, even as her fellow workers know. One of them buys for a boy named Henry on the road to Rome. For another, it's Joe on a destroyer patrolling the North Atlantic. For another, it's Tom ferrying P-38s to a fighting front.
For others, it isn't a name but an idea, love of country and love of humanity. For whatever the reason, all of them are joining with you and me in the proud privilege of saying, we are backing the attack. We are buying war bonds.
The circuit between Hollywood and North Africa is open, Mr. Coleman.
Thank you, Engineer. Janet, here, take this headphone.
Yes, Ronnie.
Sergeant Gannon and Private Maloney are waiting to talk to us over in Algiers. So speak up, Janet. From Hollywood to North Africa, the party line is yours.
Hello, Sergeant Gannon. Hello, Private Maloney. Are you really there?
Hello, Miss Blair. Hello, Janet. You can call me Dave.
Did you hear that, Ronnie? He wants me to call him Dave.
Well, you can't beat an infantryman.
Sure. Why, Janet Blair and I have known each other a long time.
Now, wait a minute, Sergeant. They told me you're from Alva, Oklahoma, and I've never been in Oklahoma in my life.
Yeah, but you're the first face I see in the morning.
What?
There you are, hanging on the wall.
Janet, he means you're a North African pinup.
That's right, Mr. Coleman. I've looked at Miss Blair from every angle, and I like all of them.
How about Private Maloney? Can we talk to Private Maloney for a few moments?
You certainly can. I've been waiting for a long time to talk to you, Mr. Coleman.
Ronnie, you didn't tell me. Private Maloney is a woman.
I'm more than a woman. I'm a whack.
Well, the fact is, Private Maloney is more than a whack. She's a hero. She was awarded the Soldier's Medal for saving a soldier from being burnt to death after a gasoline explosion. Isn't that right, Private Maloney?
She can't talk, Mr. Coleman. You ought to see her. She's blushing all the way down here in Algiers.
Well, while she's recovering, Sergeant, how would you like to have some news from your folks at Alva?
I would sure like that, Mr. Coleman.
Well, here it is, Dave, from Alva, Oklahoma to you by way of Janet Blair.
Well, Dave, all your folks, including your brothers in the service, are getting along just fine. And they all think that after the action you saw in Sicily and Italy, working in an army post office must be pretty tame. But they say, take it easy until you're all well again.
Oh, tell them I'm feeling fine. What are they worrying about me for? I worry about them.
Well, you worry about the folks back in Oklahoma? Why?
Well, what about this gas rationing?
Gas rationing? Nothing to it, Sergeant. Listen.
That's what they're doing in Oklahoma, Sergeant. Picking them up and laying them down.
All right, but how about this shoe rationing?
Shoe rationing? Nothing to it, Sergeant. Listen.
That's what they're doing down in Oklahoma, Sergeant. Riding the horses.
Wait till I get back. I'll bring them a jeep.
Why not a camel?
Okay, 2 humps or one.
Private Maloney, have you recovered yet? If you have, here's your chance to talk to the folks in Rochester, New York.
Hello, Mom and Dad. Hello, Jimmy and Elsie. Hi there, Paul. How's Tommy and the twins?
We've got the answer to that, Private Maloney. We made a personal call to your folks, and they said to tell you that the twins send a special pair of very wet kisses to their whack, Aunt Helen.
They're wonderful kisses.
And here's some more news for you, Helen. Your family has moved into a new house.
A new house? Where?
Well, it's on Main Street East, and the best room in the house is empty, and they're saving it for you.
A room to myself? Well, that's wonderful.
Well, your mother says she's leaving it for you to decorate any way you want.
Well, Mother, I know you're listening, so thanks with all my heart.
Your mother is listening, Helen.
And tell all my friends in Rochester that I'm healthy and happy and terribly glad that I'm out here doing something in this war. And I know that they're doing all they can by working in war industries and buying war bonds.
Say, Private Maloney, is there anything I can do for you? I mean, woman to woman.
I'm glad you asked me that, Miss Blair. Could you do something for me?
Well, this is everything for the boys and girls.
Well, would you make an appointment for me at the Rochester Beauty Shop? I want a shampoo, permanent wave, and flush.
Well, what date should I make the appointment for, Helen?
And tell my brother Jim to order me 6 pairs of nylon stockings, or make it 12 sheer ones.
Oh, Ronnie, nylon hose and beauty parlor appointments? My gosh, what will I do?
Listen, Private Maloney, I know this is no man's land, but beauty parlor appointments and those dozen pair of nylon stockings, well, you know, they're very difficult to get.
Well, don't worry about that, Mr. Coleman. I don't need them now. I was just giving you my post-war plans.
Time's up, Mr. Coleman.
All right. Private Maloney and Sergeant Gannon, the man is here who says we're out of time. So goodbye to you down there in North Africa from all of us here in Hollywood.
Goodbye, Mr. Coleman.
Goodbye, Janet. Send me your picture, will you? I mean a great big personal one.
I will, Dave.
Goodbye.
And goodbye.
Good luck. Ladies and gentlemen, our circuit to Algiers is broken. We hope that this half hour has helped to make good our creed of everything for the boys. Yes, everything. Our thoughts, our prayers, our work, and the investment of our money in the bonds that buy the weapons of victory.
Again next week, Autolite invites you to be present for this new global half hour, Everything for the Boys, uniting the home front with the battlefronts overseas. Your host, Ronald Coleman, will have as his guest Miss Greer Garson in Arch Oboler's radio dramatization, Berkeley Square, all at the express command of a group of fighting Yanks who will listen in and then speak directly from their base in the South Pacific.
Our thanks to Janet Blair for being with us tonight. Until next week, when at the command of our boys at advanced base in the South Pacific, we bring you Greer Garson in Berkeley Square. This is Ronald Coleman saying good night to you and the boys, and God be with you.
Janet Blair is soon to be seen in Columbia's new picture, Curly. The appearance of service personnel does not constitute endorsement by the War Department of the product advertised. This program has come to you from Hollywood and Algiers. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Everything for the Boys, starring Ronald Coleman, is brought to you by transcription each Tuesday.
We hold these truths.
This is a program about the making of a promise and the keeping of a promise. This is a program about the rights of people. This is a program coming to you over the combined radio networks of the United States, bringing you the voices of Americans, bringing you the voice of the President of the United States. This is a program for listeners in all zones of continental time, for listeners on ships away from home, for listeners in uniform, for listeners on the American islands in the two great oceans. This is a program about the guarantee made to the people of America 150 years ago. A guarantee that has been kept through peace and war and peace and war. A guarantee we call the Bill of Rights.
My name is Barrymore. I'm one of several actors gathered in the studio in California near shores that face an enemy across an ocean now Pacific in name only. We are here tonight to join 130 million fellow Americans in praise of a document that men have fought for, that men are fighting for, that men will keep on fighting for as long as freedom is a strong word falling sweet upon the ear. What we enact here tonight has been enacted many times before in living flesh and blood. The people we portray have walked the world. The drama is an ancient one, the endless one, the struggle for men's rights to live their lives out peacefully and profitably in a decent world. It may be many of us people here are known to many of you people there. For with us, honored to have a part in this program of commemoration, are some whose names you may have heard. Such names as Edward Arnold, Walter Brennan, Bob Burns, Norman Corwin, Bernard Herrmann, Walter Houston, Marjorie Main, Edward G. Robinson, Corporal James Stewart, loaned to us for this occasion by the Army Air Corps, Rudy Valley, and Orson Welles. In New York City, waiting to join us is Dr. Leopold Stokowski in the Symphony Orchestra. In Washington, the highest name in the land, the President of the United States, Commander-in-Chief of the Army and the Navy, Mr. Roosevelt. But this is not a night of names, of personalities. Our names or any names are meaningless unless your names are added, unless you join us. You, for whom the sacred rites were written, and to whom their keeping is entrusted. You, the guardians of what has been bequeathed to you by millions like yourselves, and by the toil of centuries as dark and menacing as this we live in. You, the people of the Federated States.
150 years is not long in the reckoning of a hill, but to a man it's long enough. 150 years is a weekend to the redwood tree, but to a man it's 2 full lifetimes. 150 years is a twinkle to a star, but to a man it's time enough to teach 6 generations what the meaning is of liberty, how to use it, when to fight for it.
Have you ever been to Washington, your capital? Been there lately? Well, let me tell you, it's a place of buildings and of boom and bustle, of the fever of emergency, of workers working overtime, of windows lighted late into the night. It's a handsome city, proud of its sturdy name, proud of the men who stopped there and made decisions, proud of its domes and lawns and monuments. Of course, Washington is like some other cities you've seen. It has streetcars, haberdasheries, newsstands, coffee shops, and slums. At busy intersections, there are neon traffic signs which, when the light's against you, say, "Don't walk." And when the light changes, walk. It's a tourist city, which is proper when you think how much of history a busy guide can cover in a day, and when you realize that the District of Columbia belongs to all the people of the states. The tourists know that here their voices have been heard from clear back home, that here their votes are put to work. The tourists go to see the sights they've seen in 1,000 pictures of, sights so famous and familiar that they're thrilled to find they look, well, they look just like they thought they looked. Washington Monument, for example, or the Lincoln Memorial, where the seated and relaxed Abe Lincoln sits between 2 mighty murals of plain words, his own words.
With firmness in the right, as God gives us to see the right, let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations.
The city moves on busily outside the monument the tourist goes to see. The Capitol, the White House, the museums, sees all about him statues and inscriptions with more sayings than he's ever seen in his life before. They're wise sayings, profound sayings. At Union Station, for example.
A man must carry knowledge with him if he would bring home knowledge. Samuel Johnson.
The Archives Building.
What is past is prologue.
The Supreme Court.
Justice, the guardian of liberty.
But one of the best is in the Library of Congress.
The noblest motive is the public good.
virtual. The tourist thinks that over.
The noblest motive is the public good.
And with this in mind, he climbs the marble stairs inside the library to come at length upon a case containing a handwritten document.
The engrossed original of the Constitution of the United States of America.
He sees the manuscript is aging, that its words are worn as though from use. The writing's dim. It's hard to make it out. It's getting on in years.
We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Article 1, Section 1. All legislative...
The words are dim, but not the meaning of the words. The pens that put this down are dust, but not the marks they made. There was a time when this was shining parchment, when the text was easier to read, when the ink was not yet dry. Suppose that we, stopped here in modern Washington before this shrine, were to return, go back a little north by east in time and space to one bright afternoon in Philadelphia. That fine fall day when deputies from 12 free states subscribed their names to a new blueprint of a new society.
Our Lord, 1787, and of the independence of the United States the 12th. In witness whereof we have hereunto subscribed our names, George Washington, President, and Deputy from Virginia.
Now, gentlemen, we are ready for your signatures by geographical progression north to south. The deputies from New Hampshire will please sign first. John Langdon.
John Langdon.
Nicholas Gilman.
Nicholas Gilman.
The delegates from Massachusetts.
Good-looking men, these. They're mostly lawyers. 2 or 3 of them surgeons.
Rufus King.
The gentleman from Connecticut, please. William Samuel.
Broome, there. Broome of Delaware. He did surveying for a while.
Roger Sherman.
And now our representative of
Sherman,
New York.
who just signed. He was a shoemaker before he studied law.
The gentleman from New Jersey.
That's Washington calling the delegation.
David Brearley.
David Brearley.
The gentleman from...
The man behind Ben Franklin is Alexander Hamilton. Ben's getting old now, 81. Hey, he slept off and on throughout the whole convention, but when it was important to be awake, he was awake all right, and active.
Pinckney. Charles Coatsworth Pinckney. The gentleman...
There have been men assembled in a room before, but never to a greater purpose.
Now, gentlemen, the others.
Well...
Abraham Baldwin.
Here comes the last to sign now.
William Jackson, Secretary.
So, the Constitution has been drafted, signed, and presently will be submitted to the states for their approval. Now, the convention's all relaxed now. There are handshakes, felicitations. Is everybody happy? Will they celebrate, do you suppose? Will Rufus King go home to Boston and be welcomed by a welcoming committee from the city? Will appreciative Virginians hoist James Madison on their shoulders and parade him through the streets, shouting, "Father of the Constitution"? Will a thumping band march up and down the town making a noise like this? No. There will be no band.
And I say to you, ladies and gentlemen, the heart of every man and woman, nay, of every child in each and every one of our 13 states, from the rock-bound shores of Maryland to the golden sands of Georgia, should fill and swell with pride on reading the noble and glorious Constitution which our wise and prudent and far-sighted representatives in solemn assembly have framed and admitted to our glorious states for their approval. And I say to you...
No. There will be no speeches. There will be no celebration, no confetti from the windows, fireworks saluting cannon, roses strewn beneath the coaches of the delegates. Instead, suspicion. Suspicion by the very men who fought the long fight so that there could be a constitution drawn for the emancipated states. The farmers and the clerks and the hackmen and the artisans and the grease-grimed blacksmiths in their shops. These men who only lately put away their guns and powder in a good dry place. These men who won a war of freedom, but who know that freedom must be guarded to be kept. And they're suspicious. And they're talking in the common, in the tavern, and in the parlor, and in the foundry room.
Mm-hmm. All right, what else does it say?
Well, that covers it. That's the whole thing.
Constitution. I don't like it.
Why?
Come here with me. Come over at the door. See that spire?
Yes?
That's a church I go to.
Well, what about it?
I like it. I'm a God-fearing man. I want to keep on going there.
Well?
Don't want anybody telling me I have to pray his way.
Well, who'd think of doing that?
It's been done. Happened often. You ever hear of state religion?
Yes.
Bad. I don't like it. Don't think we should have it.
Well, we haven't got it.
Nothing in that thing you read me guarantees we won't get it.
Say, this here Constitution gives us order and authority, huh?
Yeah.
But we had order and authority under King George before the Revolution. Shucks, the Romans had order and authority under Nero, too. Only the wrong kind and too much of it.
Oh, yes, but surely you can trust the men who...
No, it ain't that I don't trust the men who wrote the Constitution. Oh, sure, I trust them, but them fellers won't always be around.
Oh, yeah, well, you don't seem to understand. This is our own authority. Now, if you...
The fact that it's our own don't make no difference. Constitution's fine as far as it goes. But the time to talk authority is after you put it down in black and white that we're all free men. Then we'll give you all the authority you need to keep us that way. What's more, we'll back it up with guns. That fair enough?
Well, the way you talk, you'd think that...
The way I talk, I think it all depends on who's handing out authority. Whether it's to keep men slaves or keep them free.
Didn't think it was necessary. The English thought it was necessary 100 years ago. They've got a Bill of Rights. Where's ours?
Well, maybe they'll get around to that. Maybe they'll amend the Constitution later.
How do we know they will?
Well, maybe they're planning some...
I don't like this maybe business. When my husband Robert got killed at Trenton, there was no maybe about it. He got killed. He knew what he was fighting for, and he was glad to die for it. Now the fighting's over. I want to see it.
I don't know, Jerry. Sometimes I wonder whether you use your head for anything else than to keep your ears apart.
I got my opinion, and I stick to it. The Constitution looks good to me. I don't think it needs no adding to.
Hand me that brick there.
It's a foundation, that's what it is.
Sure, it's a foundation. That's just what I'm talking about. But do you build a foundation and then go away and not build a house? Do you clear the woods and then let the ground go barren?
Ah, Pipple.
Ah, the way you argue. Pipple, eh? Is that all you can say? Hand me that brick there.
What's the hurry? Give them time. It's not an easy job to get a new country running right.
That's just the point. It's a lot easier to get it running wrong.
Rights, man. Can't you get that through your head? Why shouldn't rights be written into the Constitution just as much as rules on how to meet and when to vote and how much a senator should get paid?
Not they alone. Not only little men like they, whose names escape us, whose names will never be recalled, The men who left their bloody footprints in the snows of Pennsylvania and buried their comrades in a clearing back of a clump of evergreens. The little men who took it, gave it, stuck for the duration, saw it through. Not they alone are doubters, wondering and grumbling, no. There are big names, too. Names now bandied on the tongue, but later to be lustrous, later to be sainted. Tom Jefferson, George Mason, Jimmy Madison, Pat Henry. Now, take Jefferson, for instance. You know what he says?
Bill of Rights is what the people are entitled to against any government on earth.
I'll take Pat Henry.
I cannot give my oath to support this Constitution without a Bill of Rights.
I'll take Mason, a wealthy planter of Virginia who'd rather plant a seed of liberty than 20,000 acres of tobacco.
Government to be lasting must be founded in the confidence and affections of the people. Without a Bill of Rights, this government will end either in monarchy or a tyrannical aristocracy. This Constitution has been formed without the knowledge of the people, and it is not proper to say to them, take this or nothing.
Well, then, the Constitution is in peril. This document, so handsomely engrossed in Philadelphia, there are doubts about it, and suspicions. Will the states approve of it? Approve by ratifying? Will they throw it out? Or will they ratify providing certain changes will be made? The writing's fresh, still fresh upon the parchment. The text is clean, the ink is bold, the meaning clear. Only the worth of the Constitution is uncertain. All the points, the articles, the regulations are well put, but will they be well taken? The states decide. Not one man, two men, three men, but the states united. They decide. What says South Carolina?
We ratify but offer 4 amendments.
What says Massachusetts, where she stands?
We ratify but offer 9 amendments.
New Hampshire, you.
We ratify but propose 12 amendments.
Rhode Island.
We ratify but 21 amendments, please.
North Carolina.
26 amendments and a Declaration of Men's Rights.
Virginia.
We ratify, but we're suggesting 29 amendments and a Bill of Rights.
New York.
33 amendments in full pages read, and we ratify.
Now, Congress may begin. May call itself First Congress. May go to work. May tackle the new job of running a democracy. But it has one thing to remember. A promise is a promise. The people have been promised changes, promised amendments, promised that their freedoms should be written down in black and white for all to see, for all to know, for all to live and prosper by. Well, it'll take time. No quorum to begin with. Bad roads, New York City hard to get to. There's some indifference, too. So, well, days go by. No quorum. Month of March goes by. No quorum. Well, patience. Good things grow slowly. Good things don't come running when you whistle to them. Good things are always fought for, worked for, grown. The acorn to the oak is not an overnight procedure, you know. God himself took several days to make the earth. But one day they begin. They sit down in a drafty hall in New York City and they go to work. At first they're busy with 100 other things, but Madison, he keeps after them. He's a stickler for this Bill of Rights. Madison remembers what the people want. And by this time, carpenters are making changes in Federal Hall, adding more room. Now, the place has got to be enlarged. The government's growing, you know. And the representatives, all 55 of them, they work through the noise. They're making some additions of their own. They're working on the Bill of Rights.
Do you think 55 representatives of the American people sat in a hall in New York City, in a drafty hall, and made up Articles of Freedom? Do you think the congressmen from 13 states made up those freedoms out of their own heads, debated there, deliberated there without assistance, all by themselves, from their own experience? Oh, no. They had much help. From many nameless and unknown, from dust in quiet places, from broken bones deep in the earth, deep in forgotten earth, mixed with the empty clay, from bleeding mouths, burnt flesh, cropped ears, from numberless and nameless agonies. The delegates from dungeons, they were there.
I said that men were born equal. That is all I said.
The delegates from ashes, at the bottoms of the stakes, they were there. The king did not approve. The gallows delegates, whose corpses lifted gently in the breeze, they too. The exiled wanderers, the Christians killed for being Christians, Jews for being Jews, the Quakers hanged in Boston town. They made a quorum also.
Present. We are present.
The murdered men, the lopped off hands, the shattered limbs, the red welts where the whiplash bit into the back. Must you know what they said? Must you know how they argued? Must you be told the evidence? The silent testimony of the raised? Must it be told verbatim? Listen then! That was an argument for an amendment. That was a speech in favor of an article of freedom. That praised the passage of a Bill of Rights. How much of all this must be told to be believed? Must it be drawn on diagrams? X marks the spot where decency was last observed. The dotted line shows how the victim staggered. The arrow points to blood. The headsman, he was there in Federal Hall. The man who turned the ratchets on the rack. He sat in the assembly too. Nero was there. Caligula, King Philip, Torquemada, Cotton Mather, all the tyrants and the martyrs who had gone before. Sat quietly, unseen among the representatives. Read from their memoirs, expert testimonies, found their ways into the records and between the lines. All the long and bloody history of fanaticism, murder in the name of God, torture in the name of love, crucifixion in the name of safety to the crown.
My God, my God.
He too sat in the Congress. The mild man with the scars in his hands and feet where the spikes went through. He was a consultant in the business at hand. Had he not died because the rulers of a realm denied free speech? Was he not nailed up on a cross between two thieves because his preachments were considered treason? He, the Son of God, was he not executed over an issue of the rights of man? Make no mistake about it. He was there. He sat beside James Madison and Elbridge Gerry and John Page in Federal Hall. Unseen he was. The men of Congress were collaborated with. They added up the gains and losses, and the brave words spoken and the brave horn, sung. They weighed the drawn and quartered flesh. They took into account the hemlock and the crucifix, the faggot and garrote. And then they framed amendments to the Constitution out of the agonies, out of the crisscrossed scars of all the human race. They made a Bill of Rights for their own people, for a new, a willful, and a hopeful nation. Made a Bill of Rights stand against the enemies within, connivers, fakers, those who lust for power, those who make of their authority an insolence. The Congress of the 13 states, instructed by the people of the 13 states, threw up a bulwark, wrote a hope, and made a sign for their posterity against the bigots, the fanatics, bullies, lynchers, race haters, the cruel men, the spiteful men, the sneaking men, the pessimists, the men who give up fights that have been just begun. The Congress wrote a 10-part epic of amendments.
Amendment 1. Congress shall make no law regarding an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or of the right of the people peaceably to assemble, and to petition the government for a redress of grievances.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Redburn.
I move this amendment be accepted in its present form without qualification.
These are the voices of Virginians. We are debating Congress's amendment on this mild December afternoon, this 15th of December, 1791, debating in the State Assembly in the capital at Richmond. Only one more state is needed now to ratify. Just one more state and the amendment becomes law. The victory is close at hand. Virginia likes these articles. Virginia, the home of Washington and Jefferson, of Madison and Mason. Virginia has fought to win these rights for many years, has waited for this day. This is December the 15th, 1791. Virginia will ratify the Bill of Rights today, and freedom will take hold, take root, begin to burgeon in the rich earth of America. Today, the 15th of December.
Now the people of the states breathe easier. It's all down in black and white. A contract. It's a deal between the future and themselves. Americans don't make a promise lightly, or take it that way either. A promise made by honest men to other honest men is like a hand clasp and a vow. Meant to be understood. Meant to be remembered. Oh, look about the country now. Suspicion thaws like frost beneath the frank diplomacy of spring. The people read the new amendment slowly, pleasurefully, as they'd read a letter from a son just set up in business who'd written home to tell how he was making good.
Oh, well, now that's more like it. Yes, sir, that's more like it.
Got your sleeve in the soup, dear. What's more like what?
Listen to this. Amendment 2. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
That mean you can keep your gun?
That means if somebody gets into office and turns sour on the people that put him there, why, he can't vex us with a standing army the way George did before the war. No, sir. We people of the States, if we got arms, nobody's going to order us to do things the majority of the country ain't voted for. Not without a fight.
Better eat that soup before it gets cold. Shouldn't read when you eat anyways. Put down the paper.
Oh, all right.
That's a good law, ain't it, Jasper?
Yep. Go on reading it. Why'd you stop?
Well, how can you hear me when you're hammering?
Concentration. Go on.
Amendment 3. No soldier shall in time of peace be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war, but in a manner to be prescribed by law.
Gives me elbow grease just hearing things like that. Makes the old hammer handle easier.
The way this sounds, you'd think we was expecting another war. In a time of war, this says. Why, I thought we'd just been all through that a little while ago.
Why, the more these amendments make us free, the more they'll be hated by those who don't want freedom because it spoils their game. Think nobody's going to try and break us up because we're united and agreed? Some people are just ornery that way. Wouldn't surprise me none if we had to fight more wars.
Why, you mean to say we're maybe going to have to fight all over again to keep our independence? Well, I hope it don't get to be a habit.
I hope it does. Pretty good habit to get into, fighting for your rights. Always somebody waiting for a chance to steal valuables. And if freedom ain't a valuable, I don't know what is.
Yeah, well.
Go on, read some more.
Amendment 4. The rights of the people to be secure in their persons, homes, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause supported by oath and affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the person or things to be seized.
I brought you these, Robert. I grew them myself inside the house. Don't smell much, but they're awful pretty. Everything's going on about the same at the house. Except I'm a year older since I was here last. Guess you don't have to worry anymore, Robert. Guess you can rest in peace now. Looks like it's going to be all right. They didn't trick you, Robert. Looks all right.
The voices of Americans in Maryland, in Pennsylvania, Connecticut, the Carolinas, Georgia. Up and down the little seaboard nation, the voices of Americans together now. Together in a new way, in a strange new way, a way men had never lived together in before. Proud men, unsuspicious, trusting men. They're fighting over, and they're living just begun. They're building, and they're working, and they're singing, just now getting started.
Here strangers from 1,000 shores, compelled by tyranny to roam, shall find amid abundant stores a nobler and a happier home. Rejoice, Columbia's sons, rejoice. To tyrants never bend the knee, but join with heart and soul and voice for Jefferson and liberty. Here art shall live.
Does the song make good its promise? Does this folk tune hold the truth? Shall strangers from 1,000 shores be compelled by tyrannies to roam? Shall they find here, amidst abundant stores, a nobler and happier home? 150 years from this beginning, how much of what is said and of what is sung and what is written down shall still be good? This parchment of the Bill of Rights, with the word resolved so plainly written on it, how long will it endure? Is it a passport to a greater day? Will future generations read it sanction it and pass on it? Will children's children live by it, work by it, and profit by it? Look it over. Look it over. It is new. The parchment shines. The text is easy reading. The words are not yet worn with trial and experience. The writing's fresh, the meaning's clear. The parchment gleams in the December sunlight like a burnished shield upraised against oppression.
Amendment 5. No person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury. Nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life and limb. Nor shall he be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Nor shall private property be taken for public use without...
Let's go ahead 150 years from now. Let's rush headlong, unstopping down the corridors of time. Let's go ahead to 1941. The writing dims. The parchment cracks and curls up at the edges. The splotch of time is on it. And now it's in a case in Washington, D.C. It's in a case behind a pane of special glass protecting it from the light. You see that tourist bending over it there? He's trying hard to make out the writing. He's tracing the rights of persons accused of crime.
Amendment 6. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense.
Where does this tourist come from? Oh, maybe from a place undreamed of when the Bill of Rights was born. A land as far away from Federal Hall as Europe. Well, California. What lies tonight between that place and here? 4 dozen states without a yard of fenced-in border. 130 million people. People working, people resting up to work some more. People working in a mighty unison to prosecute a war. All right, now let's move along. Let's move among them. Let's hear them living lives and thinking thoughts and giving off opinions. Let's see now what they have to say 150 winters after Richmond. Let's see what happens to the Bill of Rights through their 33 administrations, 77 Congresses, and a half a dozen wars. Has anybody anything to say about the status of men's rights December 15th, 1941?
I have something to say, if you don't mind. I'm in jail tonight, but I'm joining in your celebration and cheering as hard as anybody else.
Uh-huh. Well, if you don't mind my asking,
Well, a trumped-up charge. The old routine in the city. And I'm getting out on bail tomorrow, and when I'm finally tried, it'll be by a jury and in public. And none of this Gestapo stuff. Not that they wouldn't try it if they could, but that little 450-word matter you're celebrating tonight stops them short of that.
Yeah, well, what did they chuck you in the clink for? I mean, what the charge?
Making a speech for the Fusion Party against the mayor. First, we hired a hall, but they took away our permit. Said the building was unsafe under an old fire ordinance. So then we went down to Garrison Square, where no permit is required to speak in public. And within 10 minutes, we were on our way to the police station on charges of blocking traffic, disturbing the peace, and inciting to riot.
Oh, it's a fine thing.
Yes, but listen, we'll beat him. He's scared of us. He's scared the people will find out the truth. And with good reason, because when they do, he's finished. That's why he doesn't want us to be heard.
Uh-huh.
It's only the crooks and the frightened little big shots who need to shut up their opponents. That may work all right in some other countries, but not here.
Yeah, well, how are you going to beat him?
Well, there's such things as rights on our side. And not even the mayor's machine is powerful enough to stop us. We'll fight that fight on every front. Carry it to the highest courts if necessary. And we'll win!
Is this the talk of servile men? Of tamed and gutless and obedient men? Is this the kind of talk you hear from slaves and witless followers? No, not quite. Not exactly. This is what they meant in Federal Hall and what they voted for 150 years ago today in Richmond. Those 10 amendments are not dusty statutes loafing in retirement. They're a pep talk to the fighters and a fortress to the undefended. They double bar the front door of the home against culprits and searching parties. Stand the drinks for everybody toasting freedom. And of all things, they are not a set of legal clauses, dry and dusty. Although that's Amendment 7, that makes us wonder.
Amendment 7. In suits at common law where the value in controversy shall exceed $20, the right of trial shall be preserved, and no fact tried by a jury shall be otherwise re-examined in any court of the United States than according to the rules of the common law.
Well, except for that, not like a lawyer's brief at all, but mostly like a kind of a freestyle ode to liberty, 10 verses long.
Amendment 8. Excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted.
That's treason in most of your sentiment like that today.
Amendment 9. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people.
Do you notice how many times it says the people? Well, now, can it be because it means the people? Yeah, it can.
Amendment 10. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively, or to the people.
Powers reserved to the people in the Bill of Rights. How the mighty and the proud have fallen. Why, King John, who threw a fit when barons made him sign the Magna Carta. Barons, mind you, were heedless of the common people. John, the tough old monarch. Well, he would have died 1,000 deaths of apoplexy at the mention of the thought of it. The pharaohs of old Egypt, masters of the blackest arts of slavery. They would have crawled inside a pyramid and shut 147 secret doors behind them in a panic.
A promise is a promise. Has America's been kept? Has it come through peace and war untarnished and unbroken? Has it worked, and is it working? For the people and by the people? Is it going anywhere from here? Are the rights the right rights? Are they rolling? Do they function? Do they click? Well, who knows the answer better than the people? Who better can we ask than ask the great custodians themselves, the 100 million keepers of the promise? And we shall ask them. Ask a few of them who stand for many more than few, the high and the low among them. Ladies and gentlemen, an office clerk.
Well, we know what freedom is now. But for a while there, like a lot of us had forgot what it really meant and how much we had of it. But the news that kept piling in from the four corners of the earth, that reminded us all right.
Ladies and gentlemen, an editor.
There have been attacks on the freedom of the press and strangleholds of various sorts, but they've been broken every time. And today a man is free to start a paper, run it as he pleases, differ from the next man, all he wants. That would make it seem to me, for one, that our rights have come down undamaged.
Ladies and gentlemen, a worshiper.
I go to the church of my choice. When I don't wish to go, I don't go.
Ladies and gentlemen, an auto worker.
We got the right to organize. We got the right to bargain collectively. Those are good rights, and we're proud of them. We're better workers on account of them.
Ladies and gentlemen, a manufacturer.
There is nothing in any law which forbids us to forget class differences and work together to strengthen the sinews of our country.
Ladies and gentlemen, an Okie.
I got a right if I'm hungry and out of work, which I has been, to go looking for work anywhere in my country. The big court says nobody can't stop me from looking. Dang it, that's my right.
Ladies and gentlemen, a mother.
I might be afraid to bring a child into the world, but not to bring a citizen into the population of the United States.
Yes. And from men beneath the rocking spars of fishing boats in Gloucester, from the vast tenancy of busy cities, roaring with the million mingled sounds of work. From towns spread thinly through the Appalachians, from the assembly lines, the forges spitting flame, the night shifts in the mines, the great flat counties of the prairie states, from the grocers, from the salesmen, from the tugboat pilots and the motor makers, acclamation, yes, united proudly in a solemn day, knit more strongly than we were 150 years ago this day. Can it be progress if our Bill of Rights is stronger now than when it was conceived? Is that not what you would call wearing well? The incubation of invincibility? Is not our Bill of Rights more cherished now than ever? The blood more zealous to preserve it whole? Americans shall answer, for they alone they know the answer. The people of America, from the east, from west, from north, from south. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the people of the United States.
Free Americans. No date in the long history of freedom means more to liberty-loving men in all liberty-loving countries than the 15th day of December, 1791. On that day, 150 years ago, a new nation, through an elected Congress, adopted a Declaration of Human Rights which has influenced the thinking of all mankind from one end of the world to the other. There is not a single republic of this hemisphere which has not adopted in its fundamental law basic principles of freedom of man and freedom of mind enacted in the American Bill of Rights. There is not a country, large or small, on this continent and in this world which has not felt the influence of that document, directly or indirectly. Indeed, prior to the year 1933, the essential validity of the American Bill of Rights was accepted everywhere, at least in principle. Even today, with the exception of Germany, Italy, and Japan, the peoples of the whole world, in all probability 4/5 of them, support its principles, its teachings, and its glorious results. But in the year 1933, there came to power in Germany a political clique which did not accept the declarations of the American Bill of Human Rights as valid. A small clique of ambitious and unscrupulous politicians whose announced and admitted platform was precisely the destruction of the rights that instrument declared. Indeed, the entire program and goal of these political and moral tigers was nothing more than the overthrow throughout the earth of the great revolution of human liberty, of which our American Bill of Rights is the mother charter. The truths which were self-evident to Thomas Jefferson, which have been self-evident to the 6 generations of Americans who followed him, were to these men hateful. The rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which seemed to the founders of the Republic, and which seemed to us inalienable, were to Hitler and his fellows empty words, which they proposed to cancel forever. The propositions they advanced to take the place of Jefferson's inalienable rights were these: that the individual human being has no rights whatever in himself and by virtue of his humanity, that the individual human being has no right to a soul of his own, or a mind of his own, or a tongue of his own, or a trade of his own, or even to live where he pleases, or to marry the woman he loves. That his only duty is the duty of obedience, not to his God, not to his conscience, but to Adolf Hitler, and that his only value is his value not as a man, but as a unit of the Nazi state. To Hitler, the ideal of the people as we conceive it, the free, self-governing, and responsible people, is incomprehensible. The people to Hitler are the masses, and the highest human idealism is in his own words, that a man should wish to become a dust particle of the order of force, which is to shape his universe. To Hitler, the government as we conceive it is an impossible conception. The government to him is not the servant and the instrument of the people, but their absolute master and the dictator of their very act. To Hitler, the church as we conceive it is a monstrosity to be destroyed by every means at his command. The Nazi church is to be the national church, a pagan church, absolutely and exclusively in the service of but one doctrine, one race, one nation. To Hitler, the freedom of men to think as they please, and speak as they please, and worship as they please, is of all things imaginable most hateful and most desperately to be feared. The issue of our time, the issue of the war in which we are engaged, is the issue forced upon the decent, self-respecting peoples of the earth by the aggressive dogmas of this attempted revival of barbarism, this proposed return to tyranny, this effort to impose again upon the peoples of the world doctrines of absolute obedience, of dictatorial rule, of the suppression of truth, of the oppression of conscience, which the free nations of the earth have long ago rejected. What we face is nothing more nor less than an attempt to overthrow and to cancel out the great upsurge of human liberty, of which the American Bill of Rights is the fundamental document, to force the peoples of the earth, and among them the peoples of this continent and this nation, to accept again the absolute authority and despotic rule from which the courage and the resolution and the sacrifices of their ancestors liberated them many, many years ago. It is an attempt which could succeed only if those who have inherited the gift of liberty had lost the manhood to preserve it. But we Americans know that the determination of this generation of our people, our generation to preserve liberty, is as fixed and certain as the determination of that earlier generation of Americans was to win it. We will not, under any threat or in the face of any danger, surrender the guarantees of liberty our forefathers framed for us in our Bill of Rights. We hold with all the passion of our hearts and minds to those commitments of the human spirit. We are solemnly determined that no power or combination of powers of this earth shall shake our hold upon them. We covenant with each other before all the world that having taken up arms in the defense of liberty, we will not lay them down before liberty is once again secure in the world we live in. For that security we pray. For that security we act, now and evermore.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've just heard the President of the United States
speaking from the White House in Washington, D.C. Our national anthem.
You have been listening to We Hold These Truths, a special program commemorating the 150th anniversary of the ratification of the Bill of Rights and presented over the combined radio networks of the United States. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt spoke from the White House in Washington, D.C. The Hollywood portion of the program, written and directed by Norman Corwin, starred Edward Arnold, Walter Brennan, Bob Burns, Walter Houston, Marjorie Main, Edward G. Robinson, Corporal James Stewart, Rudy Valley, and Orson Welles. The original music score was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. The national anthem was performed by the NBC Symphony Orchestra, conducted by Dr. Leopold Stokowski, and came to you from New York.
The Johnson Wax Program. Good evening, everyone. The makers of Johnson's Wax present Marion and Jim as Fibber McGee and Molly. Ted Weems and his orchestra open the show with Linger a While. Probably every woman who keeps house has a desire at this time of the year to brighten up her home for fall. Now, whether you live in a comfortable old-fashioned house or an ultra-modern home, you can give all your rooms new life and beauty by waxing your floors, furniture, and woodwork with Johnson's Wax. Wall paneling, windowsills, radiator covers, refrigerators need the protection of genuine Johnson's Wax if you want to keep them clean and attractive through the winter. Johnson's Wax gives a beautiful protective polish to modern furniture or valuable antiques. Actually sheds dirt and keeps off finger smudges and stains. It will cost you only a few cents to beautify your floors, furniture, and woodwork with genuine Johnson's Wax. Well, Fibber and Molly have decided upon an evening of relaxation tonight. Molly wanted to go somewhere and dance, and Fibber wanted to go to a movie. So, they're going somewhere to dance. And here, just about to enter the beautiful Wistful Vista Public Ballroom, the Calais de Hoof, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
Whose orchestra's playing here tonight, McGee?
According to the posters, it's Ted Weems and his swing band, whatever that is. What is swing music, Molly?
Search me, McGee. It's like inflation. Everybody talks about it, but nobody can explain it.
You sure hear plenty of it on the radio. And say, what do you think about Major Bowes amateurs switching from coffee to cars?
Well, what's the difference?
Huh?
Making coffee or driving cars, you still got to use the old bean. Does that percolate?
Yeah, but it's safer to have an amateur make your coffee than drive your car.
Oh, well, I suppose it depends on where you prefer to spoon. Buy the tickets.
Okay, maybe the fellow in the box office can tell us what swing...
Up! Hey, look where you're going, shrimp.
Look where you're going yourself, and who are you calling a shrimp?
You want to make something of it?
Why, just what can you make of a shrimp?
Well, after this, watch yourself, punk.
Heavenly days, McGee. For a minute, I thought that big bruiser was going to stop you.
Trouble with that mug is he's got an inferiority complex.
Look, he's buying a ticket to the dance, too.
No, it's a free country, Molly. So sometimes I wonder why. Hi, Bud. Hi, Bud. Hey, you in the box office there.
Oh, yes. Very good evening to you, my little ankle worms. Welcome to the Palais de Hoof, the favorite dancing place of the stars. Even Mae West. Yes, Mae West. 2 hips and a hooray.
Is this a nice, respectable place?
Yes, madam, very respectable. The Palais de Hoof allows no disturbance throughout you go. Yes. Every ball must have its bouncer, you know.
That may be, Bud, but I hear they wouldn't allow the Wistful Vista Barber College to have its graduation dance here.
Why not?
Too much cutting in. Drop me if you've heard it. How much, Bud?
$1 a couple, my little rumba bums. Very cheap at the price, very cheap. Entertaining, helpful, and instructive. Keeps you fit. If you already have a fit, you can keep that one, too. Yes, only $1 a couple.
$1. Ain't that a little steep, Bud? $1 a couple.
McGee, don't be like that. Pretend we're not married and loosen up.
Okay. Here you are, Bud. One simoleon.
Thank you. Go right in.
Oh, wait a minute, McGee.
Huh?
Mr. Box Office Man, can you please tell us what they mean by swing music?
Swing music? Oh, yes, swing music. Sorry I'm a good woman, but I'm a stranger in town myself.
Well, come on, McGee.
I met that fella somewhere before, Molly. I think it was when they did the poultry raisers dance here.
Well, how was it?
It was a pretty foul ball. Say, this is kind of a nice place, ain't it, Molly?
Check your hats and coats, please. Check your hats and coats.
I think I'll keep my wrap on for a while, McGee.
Okay. Never mind, sis. You don't have to take the wrap on this one. How much to check a hat?
Nothing, sir.
Good.
And only a dime to get it out again.
Oh, I see. One of them dime cover charge joints, huh? Say, sis, could you tell us just what is this here swing music?
Well, Webster says swing is power exerted through something swinging.
Who's Webster?
Well, I don't know. Never heard of him.
Why, shucks, you just quoted him.
Oh, that was just an old quote that was checked here last week. Check your quotes and hats, please. Check your quotes and hats.
If a brainstorm amounts to anything, she's got something there.
My, what dim lights, McGee.
They always dim the lights in dance places, Molly. That way you can't see if the guy bumping into you is big or little. Keeps fighting down to a minimum. Besides, it's more romantic.
It would take a couple of pretty dim bulbs to start a romance in here.
Oh, you know, Marley, I can hardly wait to teach you my new Spanish dance.
Go on. You taught me a Spanish dance once before, and I had to eat off the mantilla for a week.
Oh, this is a real Spanish dance, Molly. Patterned after Spanish politics. First you swing to the right, then to the left, then you start a revolution.
Well, you better write it down. It'll be dictated, but not read. Oh, I beg your pardon.
Aye, lad. Think nothing about it. 'Twas my own fault.
Well, don't be so clumsy, Scotty.
Very sorry, lad. But you see, my brother is a very poor dancer.
What's that got to do with you?
I'm wearing his shoes.
Well, listen, Scotty, you seem to be kind of familiar with this place. Can you tell us what swing music is?
No, lad. I cannot. There is only one swing tune I'm the least bit familiar with.
One swing tune, or what is it?
They're hanging Danny Deaver in the morning.
Come on. Let's sit down and rest up for our first dance. Huh?
Oh, that's a husband for you. Now, what are you looking for?
I want to get me a cigar. I wonder if there's a cigar counter over by that soda fountain.
No, but there's a cigarette girl over there.
Oh, yeah. Kind of cute, ain't she? Hey, sis. Bring your cigars over here.
Okay, Sonny. Cigarettes, souvenirs.
Well, for the Hey, Grandma. Ain't you kind of old to be peddling cigars around here? Wearing them silk pants, too.
Oh, I don't know, Skippy. The trousers seem to go with the cigars.
Huh?
It's just a matter of puffs and pants.
You like it here, Grandma?
Well, Shorty, I do and I don't. It reminds me of when I was a dancer myself on the stage.
Oh.
I was engaged to an Apache dancer.
Apache dancer? What happened?
He threw me down. Cigars, cigarettes, souvenirs.
Hey, wait a minute, Grandma.
Yes, would you mind answering a question?
What is this swing music?
Well, Sonny, I don't know as I can define it. But I used to dance the tango to it enough. That's when I was billed as Noreen, the queen of the tango.
Noreen, the queen of the tango.
Yes. But the way vaudeville is nowadays, I guess it's tango Noreen no more.
Tango
Cigars,
The stars fell out of heaven.
Molly have survived one dance, although if you'll sneak up a little closer, you'll detect a slight argument on the subject of technique.
And another thing, McGee, when you bump into people, you're supposed to tell them you're sorry.
I tried that one night, Molly, and my gal said I was talking too much. And besides, well, Bud, what do you want?
Pat down, you. How's about the next rascal, gorgeous?
No, thank you. I'm with me husband.
Oh, yeah? Well, where is he? I'll pick it up.
I'm her husband, Bud, and she ain't dancing with you.
Say, ain't you the little guy that bumped me in the lobby?
Well, keep your lobby out of my way after this. That's telling, ain't it, that lady?
Oh, yeah? Well, listen, you bangy. Don't give me none of your lip. Come on, sweetheart. How's about the next dance, huh?
No.
Dad, dreaded, how many times you got to be told? Now beat it. This is a respectable place.
All right, all right. I was asking up polite, wasn't I?
I'm having all me dances with me husband. I'm sorry.
I should think you would be. And you worm. After this, you keep out of my way, see? Or you're liable to get stepped on.
What else could I expect from the heel?
What was the last crack?
Go on, scram, or I'll call the bouncer.
Well, that'll be just swell. He's my little brother. I'll see you outside, punk.
Every day, Siggy. If you keep ribbing him, you're liable to get bit.
Well, what would you do?
I'd use Johnson's Glow Coat, the no ribbing, no biffing floor polish.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, folks. Enjoying yourselves?
Oh, yeah. We were. Hey, Harpo, you see that big lug over there with the flat nose? Who is he?
Oh, him? Why, that's Cauliflower Cooney, the prize fighter.
Cauliflower Cooney. Looks like you bought a pug in a poke, McGee.
You look tired, Molly. You want to go home?
Go home? After one dance? Why, don't be silly. That is, unless you're afraid of that big Lugan.
Who, me? Afraid of that palooka? Go on. Oh, say, I forgot to ask Harpo what swing music was.
Well, you can ask Ted Weems when you get a chance. They say he's an authority on it.
I'll be glad to get it settled. Did I ever tell you about the time I had me my dance act in vaudeville, Molly?
With Noreen, the tango queen?
No. I was with the 4 Flying Fools.
Making 5 altogether.
Yeah. I used to be quite a hooper. Featherfoot McGee, they called me in them days.
Oh, my.
Featherfoot McGee, the fascinating fandango flinger, foot-like favorite of folks from Frisco to Florida and fancy flip-floppers, 4 Flying Fools. Hi, Miss McGee. Hi, Miss McGee.
Well, heavenly day, Silly Watson.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
You working here now, Silly?
Yes, ma'am. I'm defendant in the men's washroom.
Oh. You mean the attendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Say, Sil, you know anything about music?
Yes, sir, sure do. I play the guitar, please, sir. I practices here when I ain't too busy.
Well, why don't you practice home?
I can't, ma'am. Mammy don't allow no guitar playing around there.
Well, listen, Sil, the reason we asked is we've been wondering what swing music was.
Yeah. Swing music?
Uh-huh.
Well, Mr. McGee, swing music is a real kind of razzmatazz hotshot stuff with some rodeo boom and a swivel. Only she don't act so corny as with that little old-fashioned... You got that. That swing stuff, that's what it is.
Thank you very much, Silly.
Yeah, much obliged, Sil.
You all gonna stay here very long, sir?
Why, Silly?
Well, ma'am, looks like there's gonna be a ruffle. Yes. This here Cauliflower Cooney, he done get awful mad about something, seeing as if he say he's gonna ruin somebody. I want to be here to see that. He a powerful man, Miss Cooney is. Well, excuse me now, please, sir. I'll go see you someone.
Let's go someplace else, Molly, will you?
Why? I like this place. The floor is wonderful and the music is lovely.
Oh, sure.
Oh, there's Ted Weems. My, don't the boys look nice.
Listen, Molly, he's telling the band something.
Well, listen, boys. This tough guy, Cauliflower Cooney, starts a riot. Just keep on playing. And drummer. Yeah. Protect that bass drum. Don't let him throw anybody through it like he did last time.
Oh.
Well, hello, Molly. Hello, Fibber.
Hello, Teddy dear.
You expecting trouble, Ted?
Yes, a little. It seems that Cauliflower Cooney is going to beat somebody up. Can you imagine that?
I'm afraid so.
Listen, Ted. I know you're ready to play your next dance, but there's something we'd like to ask you.
Oh, yeah, Ted. So we want to find out once and for all just what is this swing music?
Oh, it's very simple.
Oh.
Swing music is a form of syncopation in which the offbeat characterizes a certain consistency of tempo.
Oh.
It's a variation of jazz which, by its adherence to a rhythmic quality or temporal impulse, almost indistinguishable to the untrained ear from a metronomic precision, as distinguished from individualistic interpretation.
Oh.
Here, listen to this.
Oh, baby, I don't want you to croon soft and mellow. Let me warn you in advance. Sing your swing song, let me dance. Oh, baby, I don't want any moon, bright and yellow. You can have your sweet romance. Sing your swing song, let me dance. Mr. Trombone, play some corn. I ain't caring what Mr. Trumpet, grab a horn. Brother, give me half note. Oh, baby, I don't want any tune on a cello. Give the rhythm and a 10. Just sing me swing song, let me dance.
Here is a question many women have asked us. Quote, when floors are polished with Johnson's wax, can worn spots around doorways be touched up without re-waxing the entire floor? Unquote. The answer is emphatically yes. You can touch up any worn spots on your floors and linoleum with Johnson's wax, and the polish will blend in perfectly with the rest of the wax surface. Johnson's wax does not give a brittle finish. It never can chip off as other types of finishes do. It gives a resilient polish, becoming almost a part of the wood itself, sealing the pores and cracks against dust and dirt, shielding the floor from wear with a tough, invisible film of wax protection. You'll save yourself a great deal of cleaning work over a period of time, and your floors and linoleum will always look beautiful if you protect them with genuine Johnson's wax. Look for the attractive yellow can, and remember, you save money by ordering the larger sizes. Now back in a quiet corner of the Wistful Vista Palais de Hoof ballroom, we find Molly listening to a somewhat nervous fibber.
Come on, Molly. Let's go home. What say we stop at Louis' hamburger wagon and get us a couple of
No.
Oh, well, just a suggestion.
I'm having too good a time right here. I don't know why we don't come here often. I certainly am getting a bang out of this.
Me too. I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, look, McGee, there's Mort Toops. Yoo-hoo, Mr. Toops.
Hi, Mort.
Here we are, Mr. Toops, over here. I never expected to see you here.
I guess that's right. You never know who you'll see when you ain't got your gun. Just met a feller at the soda fountain over there. Did I pull a fast one?
I'll bet.
Hot dog. Listen, Mort, he says to me. Get a load of this now. Listen, Mort, he said. Who are you voting for in November? And I whipped right back with him. Is this a hot one?
Tell us.
Oh, boy. Who am I voting for, I said. Well, I said, I'm voting for the... Oh, this is me. I'm voting for the... I'll have to tell you later.
With that donkey laugh of his, they'll make him vote Democratic.
He'll laugh so hard at his own jokes, he's liable to split his ticket. Hey, Molly.
What?
Have you seen anything of, has...
You mean Cauliflower Cooney?
Yeah.
No, he's not here that I can see.
Good. Probably seen my footwork out there on the dance floor and sneaked away. Oh, say, here comes the proprietor of the ballroom, Molly. Hey there, Mr. Houlihan.
Houlihan? My, what a fine old name.
Good evening to you, McGee. Glad to see you stepping out and all.
I don't believe you ever met up with my wife, Mike. Molly, this is Mike Houlihan, the boss of the joint.
How do you do, I'm sure?
Good evening to you, Mrs. McGee. Sure, 'tis a fine thing to see a beautiful woman like yourself now, with the roses of Galway in your cheeks and the blue of Killarney in your eyes.
Before you get to the gold of Charlie in her hair, let me ask you a question.
Oh, McGee, let him go on with the blind.
Sure, 'tis no blarney at all, my cutler. 'Tis but...
Hey, hold it a minute, Mike. Listen, do you know Cauliflower Cooney?
I do that, and a fine brat of a boy he is, too. There is no lad in the world that could swing a pick like his father.
Well, he's been making threats against me husband, Mr. Houlihan.
Yeah, just because I wouldn't let him dance with my wife.
Ha! Making threats, is he?
Yeah.
He would that. He's always filing for a fight, is the Cooney. There is only one way to handle a lad the likes of him. Sure, and how else but a good swift kick in the teeth to the big baboon. It's the only cure for his playfulness.
Playfulness?
Oh, McGee wouldn't want to start a fight in your nice ballroom, Mr. Houlihan.
I'll say so.
Fight, is it? There'll be no fighting in me Palais de Hope. Not if I have to beat the ears off of everybody in the place.
Well, that's fine. And one thing more, Mr. Houlihan.
Sure, my Bourney. And what would that be now?
We wanted to ask you, you being the proprietor of a ballroom, and you should ought to know.
What is swing music?
Swing music, is it? Sure, it is just this morning I was asking myself the same. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll be asking the wind. Now, there's a lad who wants to know...
Now we're getting somewhere, McGee.
Old Houlihan probably thinks swing music is played with a mandolin because you use a stick on it. I hope the next dance is a walk, Molly. We ain't had a walk yet. That is, you're tired. You tired, Molly? You want to go home?
No, I don't want to go home. For heaven's sake, stop asking me that. I want to dance.
Okay. Kind of like to dance myself. Chuck, back into my vaudeville days on the 2 a day.
2 a day.
Yeah.
Performances or meals.
We used to have a dancing act, 2 boys and a gal and myself. We done everything from the buck and wing to the can.
And by buying Johnson's wax in the large size can, you save up to 1/3.
Come on, Molly, let's go home. What say we get us a soft drink and a sandwich for this next dance?
All right, McGee. Now, what are you looking for?
Well, I just looking to see if there's a couple of vacant stools at the counter.
Why, they're all vacant, but 2, isn't it?
Oh.
What's the matter with your eyes?
Nothing, so far. 2 ham sandwiches and a couple of orangeades, please.
Okay.
I hope old Houlihan gets the cauliflower soon.
Oh, McGee, behind you.
Oh, here you are. I've been looking for you, Shrimp. You know what I'm going to do to you?
Well, I heard rumors about it.
Now, listen, you leave me husband alone, you big bruiser.
Quiet, Molly, quiet. I'll handle it.
You will, you? You know who I am? I'm Cauliflower Coley, that's who I am, see?
Oh!
Guy.
Hey, what's the idea? You quit that.
McGee, don't let him get away with that.
That was just a sample, see?
Wait a minute, Cauliflower. Hold it. Hey, waitress.
Yeah?
You got any spinach?
Have I got any?
You heard me, spinach.
That's what I thought you said. Here.
Fine.
Hey, what are you doing, punk?
Heavenly days, a whole can of spinach. What's the idea, McGee?
I am what I am, and that's all I am, see? If Popeye can do it, I can do it. I'll show you.
Oh, what a song.
What is it? What's that sweet music?
Brother, that's swing music.